You saw Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi na ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಹೌದು ನೋಡಿ.
ನಾವ್ ಯಾರು
ಹೀಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ರಾ?
ಹೌದು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಗೋಶಿದ್ದಪ್ಪ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕಂತ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಅವರು.
So this is exactly where Indira Gandhi had also traveled as part of a yatra many years ago is what they say. So they want to see Rahul Gandhi. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕೆ? There's some kind of warmth for the Gandhi family here. And a lot of them, though, I did speak to quite of them off camera as well. They say it's more curiosity than anything else. Will the Congress party really manage to translate this into votes is the question. Yatra has managed to actually touch Andhra Pradesh as part of its Karnataka leg for the only reason because the route map suggests so. But many ask if this is a statement being made because Congress at one point, possibly a decade ago, ruled Andhra, but now they're more or less wiped out from the state. But yet, it appears many of them, as Yatra touched the border of Andhra, came by only out of curiosity to see what Rahul Gandhi looks like today. So as part of this yatra, 33 Bharat Yatris pledged to donate their eyes. Now, this comes after Karnataka superstar Puneet Rajkumar had pledged his eyes and made it a point of discussion in the state. Now, the Yatris are asking for a proper system, a coordination and a proper policy for organ and eye donation. They've proposed this idea to Rahul Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi says he too will consider to pledge his eyes. This yatra also aims at somehow uniting the grassroots level leaders, not just in the state of Karnataka, which is a poll-bound state, but also in other states like we saw in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and now even parts of Andhra, where Rahul Gandhi and appears the leading luminaries of the Congress party are really attempting to bring together the grassroots cadre of the Congress. And this is what we see. Many of those local leaders there coming in full strength and joining in this walk.
He's very clearly told to each and every worker and party worker in the Congress saying our aim is to get 150 seats. Our aim is to get Karnataka back on the road of progress. Our aim is to ensure that the Karnataka youth are employed. And for that we have to be united and we have to do all it takes because our future, the state's future is at stake here.
So Rahul's fitness levels are really spoken about. His push-ups, his climbing up the water tank, his walking up Tirupati in an hour and a half to here.
No, I mean, one is, of course, his fitness levels are at a different level. I mean, I don't think anybody here are able to compete with what he is doing. It is not easy, even if you're fit. If you don't have the mental strength to go that whole 9 yards of 9,500 kilometers, talking to people, listening to them, having conversation, imagine the mind space that is being occupied. It's just not physical discipline, it's also the mental discipline that is able to get into this.
There's a lot of talk that this could be a luxurious one. There are separate tents set up, for the VIPs. They have separate food, chefs cooking a nice delicacy for you all. I don't know. Avni Bansal is one of the Yatris. Avni, why don't you tell us? I want to see if there are blisters on your feet. Are there?
Now almost over a month of walking, I had major blisters, so did many people. Blisters have come and gone. I had thigh rashes, they have come and gone. And when you're on a yatra like this, which is for a higher cause, each one, there are 119 Bharat Yatris. They're all coming from different backgrounds and different people may be used to different kinds of lifestyle. But here in the yatra, it's a common people's yatra. So we have to live like common people. We have to see what the experience like. So, if you look at the tents, the facility is all there, but it's still very, basic. And none of us are complaining, so people are sleeping on the mattress.
Yeah, a couple of them actually fallen ill there, and you have like a medical table set up here. What's this about?
So this is to ensure that if somebody wants to get their BP checked or their sugar checked, or if anybody else has any problem, a lot of people, the most sold product here is the ointment, so that, so the move or, any kind of like a like a joint pain. So people are twisting their legs, they're having ankle pain and all of that. So this is to ensure that, definitely.
I sprained my legs in Kerala. It's because when we were walking in the morning, there were lots of beer, so much crowds, and there was some pushing going on. Then I fell and I had fractured my leg. But I'm still walking. And when I see Rahulji walking, the pain goes off.
I'm sure that we have almost covered more than 850 or 900 kilometers, because our ultimate goal is to, during this entire process, we want to reach Kashmir, and we want to unite our country from south to north and east to west.
Show me, I see you have a wound there.
This was a little bit like injury happened because we walk when there is a crowd, and also it happened. And sometimes you get the moch, or sometimes some get the fractures. One of our colleagues got the fracture also. So
you had one of them.
Gurjot is now, he's resting in one of the hospital for 15 days, and he'll be back. So it happened when you have, and looking at the mobilization, looking at the way people are coming out of their homes, and the way they are last night when I saw the people, particularly the Kurba community from here, they were having because Shepherd community has a different whistling style and all. So the way people are welcoming Rahulji, though this pain is nothing, because many get the chala in their legs, and no, it's nothing. I think when you have a bigger goal, these are the very minor things.
From Dehradun all the way
Yeah.
to the south?
Yeah.
What's it like to walk in rain, sun, storm?
I think it's a wonderful experience. I think since the day that we have started this yatra, every day I thank my stars that I signed up for this, because the kind of experience it is, the kind of love that is outpouring, and the affection that we are getting from the people of this country, from the people of Tamil Nadu, from the people of Kerala, it's really, really touching and moving. I mean...
I see some wounds on your feet. Yeah, let's get real. Okay, all the niceties later. But show us what's happening.
So it is a tough job. I mean, walking so much every day, it is difficult actually.
Maybe you can turn around.
Yeah. So you get all the blisters and all of that. You get fevers. And that is there. The physical bit of it is actually really, really difficult.
Amni, I've actually entered into the eating hall here, where all the yatris have their meal. 1 meal, 2 meals. So how many meals that you all serve here?
1 meal. So this is lunch. Yeah. But when you come, the best thing is there are some people who have actually volunteered to, actually provide fruits. So as soon as all of us come in heat, you will see that there are some people offering fruits. So they will offer all the local fruits here. So that's very refreshing. And then after half an hour's break, then lunch is served here.
What I observed, that different states, the state cadres come in and join Rahul Gandhi. 119 yatras remain constant with Rahul Gandhi throughout. And apart from that, it's Rahul Gandhi itself who's a constant. Right from the start to end?
Absolutely. So Rahul ji is a constant. All the 119 Bharat Yatris are a constant. And then, as you know, there are state Yatris, there are interstate Yatris. So some people want to come and walk 2 states. Some people want to come and walk in a particular state. So there is, all types of people. But the beauty is thousands and thousands of people, and now most of them who are not even from the Congress party, who are seeing this movement from a distance, and they feel, we want to be a part of it. So they're also all coming and joining the movement.
The main man behind the Bharat Jodo Yatra, responsible for strategizing, planning and rolling out this entire Padayatra, which has traversed through at least 3 states, and they're still on, rain or shine.
Not the main man. The Bharat Jodo Yatra is a collective enterprise. There are 120 Bharat Yatris doing the full distance from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is one of the 120. Bharat Jodo Yatra is a collective enterprise. It's a collective endeavor. And lots of people have gone into, been involved in strategizing, planning, implementing, executing.
There's a lot of talk on the number of photo ops that have happened all through the stretch of this yatra.
Sure, I mean the public focus.
Is that also planned, or has that been organic?
Public focus is on Mr. Rahul Gandhi, no doubt about it. He occupies a unique position in the Congress party organization. He's a former president, and the media focuses on him. Sure, but please remember I mean, I just want to quote the great French philosopher Albert Camus, who once wrote something which Nelson Mandela used to keep quoting all the time. Don't walk behind me, for I will not lead. Don't walk in front of me, for I will not follow. Walk by my side, and I will be your friend and partner. That's Mr. Rahul Gandhi for you.
Well, we're seeing the kind of organic traction he's got. A lot of them bystanders just inquisitive on how Rahul Gandhi looks. That's possibly something.
No doubt about it. People are coming. There's a curiosity value. They want to see him. He's young. He's energetic. He's demonstrated tenacity and endurance of an unprecedented scale. We have completed 37 days. We have another maybe 135 days to go. So it's a gigantic enterprise. Now we've also had to compete within our party because of organizational elections, the Congress president's elections, which are going to be held on the 17th. So media naturally focused on that. How to get the media's interest back onto the Bharat Jodo Yatra? So this is the challenge. The Bharat Jodo Yatra is the...
That's precisely what I'm saying. Is your focus on mass connect, ground connect, or are you also looking at relaying?
No. It's the fundamental objective is mass connect. The fundamental objective is to listen, not to speak. This is not Man Ki Baat. This is Janta Ki Chinta. But it's a transformational moment in Indian politics.
This Bharat Jodo Yatra has a good number of viral moments that I can count. Rahul Gandhi sprinting with local leaders, doing push-ups, climbing up an 80-feet tank, tying his mom's shoelace. I mean, visuals are certainly appealing. If you speak of the optics of it, this is 5-star. I'm going to take you through a compilation of all those moments that one could remember from this Yatra on day 37.
In more than 1 month of this Bharat Jodo Yatra, posts and videos have attained viral status. Like this one from 2nd October. On his 26th day amid heavy rain in Mysuru, Rahul Gandhi addressed a large crowd. In his Twitter post, he wrote, "Will not stop due to heat, storm, rain or cold."
तूफान ठंड इस यात्रा को नहीं रोकने वाली। जितने भी नफरत, जितने भी हिंसा ये करेंगे, हम हिंदुस्तान को जोड़ेंगे।
Netizens made the video and images of the speech go viral on social media. On the 30th day, the video of Rahul Gandhi tying his mother Sonia Gandhi's shoelaces went viral on social media. Congress President Sonia Gandhi joined the Bharat Jodo Yatra on 6th October in Mandya, Karnataka. The video was shared by the Congress Twitter handle with the caption, "Ma." This was Congress President Sonia Gandhi's first public appearance since her recovery from COVID-19 this year. Family members of slain journalist Gauri Lankesh joined the Yatra on his 27th day. Gauri Lankesh's mother Indira and sister Kavita walked side by side with Rahul Gandhi in the Yatra on 3rd October. That same day, another video that went viral was that of Rahul Gandhi sharing chocolate with fellow Yatri, and this was a young girl.
Some news just coming in. The anti-Hindi protest by DMK in Tamil Nadu is underway as we speak. Chief Minister Stalin's son Udayநிதி Stalin is present at the protest site. They are opposing the recommendations by the centre of making Hindi the medium of instruction in central educational institutes. This is something that the DMK has been protesting for a very, very long time, and now they're out on the streets raising this issue once again. Akshay Nath is there with us for more details. She's at the location where this protest is happening. This has been the bedrock of DMK's politics. Language wars have been ongoing, and this time around the DMK again, Akshay is out on the streets.
Well, Sneha, in the state of Tamil Nadu, for years together, we've seen how there have been massive anti-Hindi agitations that have been going on. And for the last 8 years, this language debate has been something off, on and off topic again in Tamil Nadu. And this time again with the recent suggestion of making Hindi intermediate language for education. We're seeing that a lot of voices against this have erupted in the state of Tamil Nadu. At present, we are at Vallur Kotam in Chennai, which is where the DMK's youth wing is organized a massive protest against the anti-Hindi proposals. They're saying that Hindi should not be something that is forced on to the people. Languages have their own merit, their own culture, and that should be appreciated. And while in India, English has been recognized as one of those medium languages, connecting languages, why force Hindi and other regional languages? Follow the 8th schedule and recognize all the languages as one is what they've been saying. At this protest site, we're seeing that Udayanidhi Stalin, the son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, and also the youth wing leader of the DMK is present. Apart from it, senior leaders like Dayanidhi Maran, Tamilachi Tangapandi have also participated in this protest. They've all been raising slogans, and in fact, interestingly, we have been also seeing sights of several people wearing t-shirts that read Hindi Teriyadu Poda, which was a statement which has become a hit on social media, and also in the state of Tamil Nadu, it translates to "We don't know Hindi, please go." So, just talking a few minutes back, Dayanidhi Maran is saying, just like in 1965, an agitation will go on in the state of Tamil Nadu if proposals to impose Hindi is made. And he also went on to question that why only during the time of elections do the centre talk about the Hindi imposition. And they said that this is a very strategical move. They're just catering to a specific vote bank, and that is why this is being done. And it is against the interest of the common man. Hundreds of people don't know Hindi, and all these people will be affected is the notion with which these people have been protesting here. So we've seen that a lot of people have gathered here, they have been raising slogans, and they've also been saying that if Hindi imposition is done, then Tamil Nadu will be one of the first states in the country to oppose it, and they will raise their voice till this proposal is taken back, Sneha.
Akshay, I'm curious to know, where does the AIADMK stand in all of this? Because this, again, is, like I said, is a state where this is undoubtedly a very, very sensitive issue, and it has been the bedrock of Dravidian politics. So do tell us, what is the AIADMK saying about these protests and the issue that the DMK is raising?
Well, Sneha, the AIADMK also has a very similar stand like the DMK. They have also been against imposition of Hindi. They're saying that the two-language policy is already in place. Then why, force another language like Hindi into the state of Tamil Nadu, which does not have a predominant Hindi-speaking crowd? And the regional language Tamil has been too ingrained, and that is supposed to be something that needs to be appreciated. And AIADMK too has a very similar stand, but though they have not had any agitation so far, senior leadership has echoed their sentiment, saying that they do not want, imposition of Hindi. Right now, Sneha, we can see that Udayanidhi Stalin has started to speak, and he's saying that imposition of Hindi is something that will not be allowed in the state of Tamil Nadu. He once again reiterates the stand that his father had also earlier spoken about. So right now we're seeing that Udayanidhi has started speaking, and the people, the crowd here are listening to him in rapt attention. And he's saying that, the centre has been trying to force Hindi onto the people of the country, and that is not something that will help in the development of the nation or the states.
Yes, Akshay, in fact, we'll just put out the sound of Udayanidhi who's talking right now. If you could just give us a sense what is being said at this point in time.
I will translate as he speaks, Sneha, and right now we're seeing that Udayanidhi Stalin has been greeting all the dignitaries on stage, including Dayanidhi Maran, Tamilachi Tangapandian, and he's also greeting his grandfather, that is Kalingir Karunanidhi. And he's stating that just a few days back, his father, that is the Chief Minister of the state, M.K. Stalin, had called him and had asked him to organize for a protest on the anti-Hindi agitation in the state of Tamil Nadu. And he's thanking the crowd for, coming to the protest and making it a grand success.
Okay, be with us, Akshay. I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now. Udayanidhi Stalin there on your screens. Narayan Tirupati of the BJP is with us. Narayan Tirupati, what does the BJP think of the protests on so-called Hindi imposition that the DMK is in fact alleging against the centre? The AIDMK also pretty much is on the same page.
See, this protest is happening because of the to hide the deteriorating law and order problems in Tamil Nadu, and also the mismanagement and the bad administration of the governance in Tamil Nadu. Because actually, what is the evidence of the documents they have said about the imposition of Hindi in this issue? The Official Languages Committee has proposed or has given some recommendations which is very confidential. So how can a Chief Minister so irresponsibly say that the government is trying to impose Hindi? Even if that is right, it means that Hindi and other regional languages in Group C states, obviously the local languages are going to develop. So if Mr. Stalin is going to go against this recommendation, it means that he is going against Tamil. So the DMK is anti-Tamil now. It is not an anti-Hindi agitation. It is an anti-Tamil agitation they are trying to stage. We strongly condemn this, and it is unwanted and unwarranted for.
Okay, we're leaving it at that. Narayan Tirupati, thanking you for the moment for joining us with your views, staying with those pictures as the DMK is out on the streets protesting. Our focus continues on that big story on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers.
The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines, the same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve the sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
Public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
In the world's noisiest democracy, this is the noisiest newsroom. Welcome to Democratic Newsroom, where every single week a bunch of us anchors and reporters get together in a huddle to talk and kick around the big headlines of the week. And obviously we started this week's Democratic Newsroom with that big so-called collision in the Congress party. Over 2 decades later, the Congress party, the grand old party of Indian politics, is finally set in the next few days to have its first non-Gandhi president in over 2 decades. Kharge versus Tharoor, you couldn't think of two more dissimilar characters, but as you said, Preeti, they're also from the same stock.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So dissimilar, yes, when you look at them, but in one line, limited to what actually Mr. Tharoor has said. If you want things to remain similar of how the party has functioned, status quo to be maintained, then choose Mr. Kharge, because clearly it's very evident that the proverbial hand of the Congress unofficially rests on Mr. Kharge.
Yeah.
If you want things to change, then it's Tharoor. I don't see things changing.
No, but it really has become like an official appointee versus this, you know, this upstart who dares to think he can become the president. Because that's the tone and tonality. Even in our interview, Kharge says, you know, where was Tharoor when I was block president? He's not my examiner.
Tharoor versus Kharge, one man who's not so approachable. I'd say Tharoor, even though, and it's not his fault, right? That's how he's built, the way he dresses, the way he speaks. He's not a mass leader.
Elitist.
But Kharge is an out-and-out mass leader. He's a grassroots level. In fact, he knows the rigmaroles of the grassroots politics, and he's won multiple times, elected representative.
9-time MLA.
Yeah, and for him, and the way he looks, the way he speaks, he can speak Hindi in every sense. A Gandhi loyalist, a fit man.
But 80 years old.
Yeah, the only thing right now that makes him fit for this role, if you ask me, is that he is a loyalist of the Gandhis. Nothing else. Age is not on his side. You know, he's not someone who's supremely active, right? He's not someone who's going to get down, get dirty, none of that. He's essentially going to be playing out whatever the Gandhis want him to do. And so much so that I think right now, what Nabila said about Tharoor, it's almost like he's a rebel, right, within the Congress. The way he's being treated.
That's the only thing that's looking like a fight. Because Tharoor is putting up a fight, it looks like a fight.
I'm genuinely wondering what will happen post 19th. I think it's clearly a given what's going to happen as far as the result is concerned.
I'm just glad
but
that
what happens to Tharoor? Is he going to leave? Is something going to happen there? Because he's being treated as a rebel, right?
It's Kharge Gandhi.
When Kharge spoke to India Today, he said, you know, yeah, I'm not shrugging off that I'm a Gandhi loyalist, but you saying that I'm going to be remote controlled is insulting my tenure and my commitment.
He can deny as much as he wants.
You know, okay, what I would like to say is here. The fact is, didn't we all think that nobody could be more dyed in wool when it comes down to allegiance to the Gandhis than Mr. Gehlot?
Yeah.
But once I believe you give a man power, you don't know what comes off that. The only, you know, the thing is, with Mr. Kharge now coming in, I'll give you an example. No, Kharge is no Gehlot.
Kharge has no power also.
And Kharge, no, as president, if he becomes president, you don't know what will come of it, but I'll just, give you one quick anecdote about what could Mr. Kharge's presidency look like. I was there in Jaipur. He was one of the observers who came in to observe. Now, there's trouble for the Congress if it is going to be Mr. Kharge. I'll just give you an anecdote. What happened really was that while they were waiting for the MLAs to show up to the official, meet, there was Mr. Gehlot, and this is, sources very close who were sitting there have told us. While the other observer, Mr. Markan, immediately figured out that they've been played. Something's up. These MLAs have gone to the rebel camp. There's something going on. For an hour, it was completely lost on Mr. Kharge, is what our sources tell us who were in the meeting. He kept asking where the MLAs were, why were they late?
Politician.
Now to have somebody like that as the president of the Congress, I'm sorry, because this is worrisome. You've got to be a wily politician to be the president, to get together the workings of a party.
Why do we think it's Kharge? Is he because he's the most non-controversial right now? With Shashi Tharoor, there are clearly a lot of controversies, charges, allegations. There's his own. And that he has his own mind.
Unlike Kharge.
That was actually going to be
Shashi Tharoor held this huge meeting, a Congress meet in Tamil Nadu, where he invited almost 700 voters of this internal election. 13 of them showed up. And Tharoor.
And for that matter,
being seen in Tharoor's events right now will be seen as blasphemy.
But are we really thinking?
Tharoor very clearly said that they were asked not to appear for this meeting.
Correct.
So this almost looks like it's a decided game.
No, but
Tharoor is putting up a fight, which is why it looks like a fight.
No, but Tharoor is fighting a fight.
Nabila, what makes you think that Tharoor is putting up a fight? What if the Gandhis have actually...
he won't withdraw his nomination.
What if Gandhis have actually told Shashi Tharoor that you make it look like a fight?
You have to make it look like a fight.
Why not?
I'll tell you why I think not. Maybe that Tharoor was actively a part of the G23 who was vocal.
Yeah.
Who was very, very vocal against
that's
what I'm saying. He was very vocal against the Gandhis. So maybe that why not. But then if you actually look at it, because the G22 was standing behind Mr. Kharge.
So, but I thought it was very sweet that Tharoor had a manifesto.
I'm just wondering, because Tharoor doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who fights to lose. He's put all of it into this. He's got a manifesto. He's traveling across the country. He's got videos.
Next is my question.
I'm not saying he lacks resources. He doesn't lack resources. He's a guy who stands on his own. But what after that? At the end of the day, unless the Gandhis have told him, boss, you be the guy who fights, so that it seems like a real race to the presidency and not something.
Tharoor seemed like the man who would be influenced to that point. And also when he spoke exclusively to India Today again, Tharoor said, I've got offers from many other parties, but I've never taken it.
Correct.
No, but so what is that trying to hint? He's also hinting that if this doesn't work in his favor, maybe
is he going to, Preeti, is there a possibility that Shashi Tharoor, because he's given it his all, right? And he's not like even shying away from taking on the Gandhis in the sense that he's saying it's very clearly manipulated this election, etc. Post October 19th, is there a possibility, even the smallest?
What's my gut feel? I would think, when you talk about politics, there's everything which is possible in politics. But, for somebody like Tharoor, who's always been, because for him, this presidential election is also an ideological war, right? For somebody who's always stood by ideology, he's always criticized the BJP's ideology very vocally at that. He very well could skip. But my thing is, when you look at where does he come from? He comes from Kerala, right? The BJP is very weak in Kerala. What does he really get from crossing over?
For him, right? The fact that the Kerala Congress isn't backing him.
So what could he get if he crosses over? Because, regionally, he has nothing to gain. Will they give him a ministry in the center to get him to cross over? And if they do that, will he do so?
Pooja, since you've covered these parties, this is a secret ballot. Why can't people choose Shashi Tharoor? Is there no way that any of these people will choose Shashi Tharoor? Or is it such that each one of these people is invested in the Gandhi system and therefore there's no question this guy has a chance?
Knowing how Congress has been, Shiv, lately, there are definitely going to be some people, maybe for fun or otherwise, who will vote for Shashi Tharoor for sure.
I'm of the personal opinion that this whole internal democracy thing in political parties is a ridiculous thing to be defensive about. I don't know who they're trying to prove what to. You choose your person who can win you elections. It doesn't matter, about this whole democratic thing is silly. I mean, I don't think voters care that much about whether you have internal democracy or not. So we'll have to see. 19th is the day when there will be a first non-Gandhi president of the Congress party in over 2 decades. We'll have to wait and see. And then there is the ever-hanging issue of Hindi imposition. People from the south feel very strongly about it, especially the politicians. And that's why Hindi imposition, after a parliamentary panel made some proposals, became a big incendiary topic. Here's what the Democratic Newsroom thought about it. As a South Indian, this is one of my favorite annual political stories, and the amount of emotion that goes into it in the southern states, especially Tamil Nadu and Kerala and Karnataka, over Hindi imposition. They're bringing it from the north, they're shoving it down our throats, and obviously MK Stalin this time, and now also Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan. Slightly more muted though, but even Karnataka becomes a very big deal. Akshita, you're also from the south, just like me. How pained are you by this Hindi imposition?
I think rightly full debate Tamil panlama. I feel it's very legit because people in the south and states in the south don't know Hindi, don't have access to it, so don't impose it on them. They have one message which is very clear. Yes, you need one balancing language or something that reaches out. Keep that English. Why do you impose Hindi?
हटाने पर हमारा विशेष जोर रहा है। आप भी जानते हैं कि देश ने 1,500 से ज्यादा पुराने और अप्रासंगिक कानूनों को रद्द कर दिया है। इनमें से अनेक कानून तो गुलामी के समय से चले आ रहे हैं। इनोवेशन और ईज ऑफ लिविंग के रास्ते से कानूनी अड़चनों को हटाने के लिए 32,000 से ज्यादा कंप्लायंसेस भी कम किए गए हैं। ये बदलाव जनता की सुविधा के लिए है और समय के हिसाब से भी बहुत जरूरी है। हम जानते हैं कि गुलामी के समय के कई पुराने कानून अब भी राज्यों में भी चल रहे हैं। आजादी के इस अमृत काल में गुलामी के समय से चली आ रहे कानूनों को समाप्त करके नए कानून आज की तारीख के हिसाब से बनाए जाना जरूरी है। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में इस तरह के कानूनों की समाप्ति का रास्ता बनाने पर जरूर विचार होना चाहिए। इसके अलावा राज्यों के जो मौजूदा कानून है उनकी समीक्षा भी बहुत मददगार साबित होगी। इस समीक्षा के फोकस में ईज ऑफ लिविंग भी हो और ईज ऑफ जस्टिस भी हो। साथियों, न्याय में देरी एक ऐसा विषय है जो भारत के नागरिकों की सबसे बड़ी चुनौतियों में से एक है। हमारी न्यायपालिकाएं इस दिशा में काफी गंभीरता से काम कर रही है। अब अमृत काल में हमें मिलकर इस समस्या का समाधान करना होगा। बहुत सारे प्रयासों में एक विकल्प ऑल्टरनेट डिस्प्यूट रिजोल्यूशन का भी है, जिसे राज्य सरकार के स्तर पर बढ़ावा दिया जा सकता है। भारत के गांवों में इस तरह का मैकेनिज्म बहुत पहले से काम करता रहा है। वो अपना तरीका होगा, अपनी व्यवस्थाएं हो, लेकिन सोच यही है हमें राज्यों में लोकल लेवल पर इस व्यवस्था को समझना होगा। इसे कैसे लीगल सिस्टम का हिस्सा बनाया जा सकता है, इस पर काम करना होगा। मुझे याद है जब मैं गुजरात का मुख्यमंत्री था तो हमने इवनिंग कोर्ट की शुरुआत की थी और देश में पहली इवनिंग कोर्ट की वहां शुरुआत हुई। इवनिंग कोर्ट्स में ज्यादातर ऐसे मामले आते थे जो धाराओं के लिहाज से बहुत कम गंभीर होते थे। लोग भी दिन भर अपना कामकाज निपट करके इन कोर्ट्स में आकर न्यायिक प्रक्रिया को पूरा करते थे। इससे उनका समय भी बचता था और मामले की सुनवाई भी तेजी से होती थी। इवनिंग कोर्ट्स की वजह से गुजरात में बीते वर्षों में 9 लाख से ज्यादा केसों को सुलझाया गया है। हमने देखा है कि देश में त्वरित न्याय का एक और माध्यम लोक अदालतें भी बनी हैं। कई राज्यों में इसे लेकर बहुत अच्छा काम भी हुआ है। लोक अदालतों के माध्यम से देश में बीते वर्षों में लाखों केसों को सुलझाया गया है। इनसे अदालतों का बोझ भी बहुत कम हुआ है और खास तौर पर गांव में रहने वाले लोगों को, गरीबों को न्याय मिलना भी बहुत आसान हुआ है। साथियों, आप में ज्यादा लोगों के पास संसदीय कार्य मंत्रालय का भी दायित्व होता है, यानी आप सभी कानून बनने की प्रक्रिया से भी काफी करीब से गुजरते हैं। मकसद कितना ही अच्छा हो, लेकिन अगर कानून में ही भ्रम होगा, स्पष्टता का अभाव होगा, तो इसका बहुत बड़ा खामियाजा भविष्य में सामान्य नागरिकों को उठाना पड़ता है। कानून की क्लिष्टता, उसकी भाषा ऐसी होती है और उसकी वजह से, कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी की वजह से सामान्य नागरिकों को बहुत सारा धन खर्च करके न्याय प्राप्त करने के लिए इधर उधर दौड़ना पड़ता है। इसलिए कानून जब सामान्य मानव की समझ में आता है, उसका प्रभाव ही कुछ और होता है। इसलिए कुछ देशों में जब संसद या विधानसभा में कानून का निर्माण होता है, तो दो तरह से उसकी तैयारी की जाती है। एक है कानून की परिभाषा में टेक्निकल शब्दों का उपयोग करते हुए उसकी विस्तृत व्याख्या करना, और दूसरा उस भाषा में कानून को लिखना और जो लोक भाषा में लिखना, उस देश के सामान्य मानवी को समझ आए उस रूप में लिखना, मूल कानून के स्पिरिट को ध्यान में रखते हुए लिखना। इसलिए कानून बनाते समय हमारा फोकस होना चाहिए कि गरीब से गरीब भी नए बनने वाले कानून को अच्छी तरह समझ पाए। कुछ देशों में ऐसा भी प्रावधान होता है कि कानून के निर्माण के समय ही ये तय कर दिया जाता है कि वो कानून कब तक प्रभावी रहेगा। यानी एक तरह से कानून के निर्माण के समय ही उसकी उम्र, उसके एक्सपायरी डेट तय कर दी जाती है। कानून 5 साल के लिए है, एक कानून 10 साल के लिए है, तय कर लिया जाता है। जब वो तारीख आती है तो उस कानून की नई परिस्थितियों में फिर से समीक्षा होती है। भारत में भी हमें इसी भावना को लेकर आगे बढ़ना है। ईज ऑफ जस्टिस के लिए कानूनी व्यवस्था में स्थानीय भाषा की भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मैं हमारी न्यायपालिका के सामने भी इस विषय को लगातार उठाता रहा हूं। इस दिशा में देश कई बड़े प्रयास भी कर रहा है। किसी भी नागरिक के लिए कानून की भाषा बाधा न बने, हर राज्य इसके लिए भी काम करे। इसके लिए हमें लॉजिस्टिक्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सपोर्ट भी चाहिए होगा, और युवाओं के लिए मातृभाषा में एकेडमिक इकोसिस्टम भी बनाना होगा। लॉ से जुड़े कोर्सेज मातृभाषा में हो, हमारे कानून सहज सरल भाषा में लिखे जाएं, हाई कोर्ट्स और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के महत्वपूर्ण केसेस की डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी स्थानीय भाषा में हो। इसके लिए हमें काम करना होगा। इससे सामान्य मानवी में कानून को लेकर जानकारी भी बढ़ेगी और भारी भरकम कानूनी शब्दों का डर भी कम होगा। साथियों, जब न्याय व्यवस्था समाज के साथ साथ विस्तार लेती है, आधुनिकता को अंगीकार करने की स्वाभाविक प्रवृत्ति उसमें होती ही है, तो समाज में जो बदलाव आते हैं वो न्याय व्यवस्था में भी दिखते हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी किस तरह से आज न्याय व्यवस्था का भी अभिन्न अंग बन गई है, इसे हमने कोरोना काल में भी देखा है। आज देश में ई कोर्ट्स मिशन तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। वर्चुअल हियरिंग और वर्चुअल पेशी जैसी व्यवस्थाएं अब हमारे लीगल सिस्टम का हिस्सा बन रही है। इसके अलावा केस की ई फाइलिंग को भी बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। अब देश में 5G के आने से इन व्यवस्थाओं में और भी तेजी आएगी और बहुत बड़े बदलाव इसके कारण अंतर्निहित है, होने ही वाले हैं। इसलिए हर एक राज्य को इसे ध्यान में रखते हुए अपनी व्यवस्थाओं को अपडेट और अपग्रेड करना ही पड़ेगा। हमारी लीगल एजुकेशन को टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से तैयार करना भी हमारी एक महत्वपूर्ण लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। साथियों, समर्थ राष्ट्र और समृद्ध समाज के लिए संवेदनशील न्याय व्यवस्था एक अनिवार्य शर्त होती है। इसलिए मैंने हाई कोर्ट के मुख्य न्यायाधीशों की संयुक्त बैठक में अंडर ट्रायल्स का विषय उठाया था। मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह है कि केसों के स्पीडी ट्रायल के लिए राज्य सरकार द्वारा जो कुछ किया जा सकता है वो जरूर करें। विचाराधीन कैदियों को लेकर भी राज्य सरकारें पूरे मानवीय दृष्टिकोण के साथ काम करें ताकि हमारी न्याय व्यवस्था एक मानवीय आदर्श के साथ आगे बढ़े। साथियों, हमारे देश की न्याय व्यवस्था के लिए संविधान ही सुप्रीम है। इसी संविधान की कोख से न्यायपालिका, विधायिका और कार्यपालिका तीनों का ही जन्म हुआ है। सरकार हो, संसद हो, हमारी अदालतें हो, ये तीनों एक तरह से एक ही मां, संविधान रूपी माता की संतान है। इसलिए कार्य भिन्न होने के बावजूद अगर हम संविधान की भावना को देखें तो वाद विवाद के लिए, एक दूसरे से होड़ के लिए कोई गुंजाइश नहीं रहती। एक मां की संतान की तरह ही तीनों को मां भारती की सेवा करनी है। तीनों को मिलकर 21वीं सदी में भारत को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है। मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो मंथन होगा उससे देश के लिए लीगल रिफॉर्म्स का अमृत जरूर निकलेगा। आप सबसे मेरा आग्रह है कि समय निकाल करके स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी और उसका पूरे परिसर में जो विस्तार और विकास हुआ है उसको आप जरूर देखें। देश बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ने के लिए अब तैयार है। आपके पास जो भी जिम्मेवारी है उसको आप बखूबी निभाएं, यही मेरी आपको शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
You are watching India Today.
presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's tell you what the top stories this Saturday are. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra is set to complete 1,000 kilometers and reach Ballari in Karnataka today. Rahul Gandhi will address a mega rally in the district. Ahead of AIADMK Celebrations Day, statue of party founder MGR has been vandalized in Tamil Nadu's Kadalur. This is the second such incident reported in less than a month. JDU President Lallan Singh stokes a massive controversy, calls Prime Minister Modi a dhongi, says time has come to expose the Behrupia. A massive fire broke out in auto parts manufacturing unit of Bilaspur industrial area in Gurugram. Nearly 24 fire tenders were deployed to douse this fire. An IED was detected and defused by security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora. Traffic was halted on the route as a precautionary measure. No respite for actors Nayanthara Vignesh Shivan in the surrogacy controversy. Tamil Nadu government has found a panel to probe whether the surrogacy was legal and procedures were followed or not. We'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in. An improvised explosive device was detected and defused in Bandipora Sopor between Badiara and Kanbati village in Bandipora district. India Today has accessed exclusive pictures of the operation which is ongoing. I'm going across straight to my colleague Ashraf Vani getting us all the details. Ashraf, what really happened there? And I believe things are under control as we speak. The tragedy in that sense has been averted, Ashraf?
Absolutely, Saniha. A major tragedy has been averted by the alert security forces from army and the police when this 16-kilogram improvised explosive device planted on the Bandipora Sopo road was first detected and then destroyed. In fact, this is a very important road for the security forces heading towards the line of control. This access is used by the army convoys, by the BSF convoys, and it is believed that probably the army was the target of this improvised explosive device. But in fact, before it exploded, it was this terror plot was averted by the security forces when early in the morning today they spotted this ID and then diffused it. In fact, the traffic was halted for some hours on Sopore Baramulla road, on Sopore Baramulla highway, just to get it diffused. Then when this ID was diffused, then normally traffic has got resumed on the highway. There was also the searches in the nearby area, but they are also now concluded, and the traffic is going on smoothly, and we can see a major terror plot averted by the alert security forces from army and police in Kashmir.
Ashrafani, I'm thanking you for the moment. Ashraf getting us all of those details from Srinagar. Personal attacks on Prime Minister Modi continues. Months after his party broke ranks with the BJP, JDU President Lalan Singh has called the Prime Minister dhongi or fake. Lalan Singh questioned why Modi called himself backward, claiming there were no backward classes in Gujarat. He said when Modi became the Chief Minister, he had included his caste in the backward class in Gujarat, calling it duplicate backward. Also saying Modi was duty-bound as a Prime Minister to give an account to the people of the country about his caste. The BJP, on the other hand, has hit out at Lalan Singh over these comments.
नकली पार्टी को छोड़ के अब असली पार्टी में आ गए, तो अब असली पार्टी में जब आ गए तो असली काम अब शुरू करिए और एक एक अति पिछड़ा को जागृत करने का काम करिए, दलित महादलित वर्ग के लोगों को जागृत करने का काम करिए और कहिए कि नीतीश कुमार जी जब तक हैं तब तक तुम्हारा हक कोई छीन नहीं सकता है, तुम्हारा अधिकार कोई छीन नहीं सकता है, लेकिन जागते रहो। ये बहुरूपिया कब आएगा, कौन रूप धारण करके आएगा, इसलिए जागते रहो और इनको खदेड़ के जब आवे इनको खदेड़ के भगाओ।
These were controversial comments coming in from Lalan Singh, calling the Prime Minister Behrupia, also saying that he's...
ललन सिंह खुद अगड़ी जाति से आते हैं, इसलिए वो पिछड़ी जातियों के लोगों पर प्रश्न उठाते रहते हैं और इतने साल उनके साथ सत्ता में रहे तब प्रश्न उठाए। आज क्योंकि चुनाव में वो नीतीश कुमार को प्रोजेक्ट करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी की जाति पर प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री ने कभी जाति की बात नहीं करी। हाँ, वो पिछड़ी जाति से आते हैं और वह समाज के हर वर्ग की बात करते हैं, परंतु इनकी राजनीति सिर्फ जाति धर्म में ही बटी हुई है। इसका जवाब नीतीश कुमार जी को देना चाहिए कि वह जाति की राजनीति करेंगे या प्रगति की राजनीति करेंगे।
Some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. The BJP has now hit out at Lalan Singh, calling his remarks insulting, saying this is unacceptable. Lalan Singh had made controversial remarks against the Prime Minister, calling him a Behrupia and a dhongi, saying that he faked his so-called backward class status. There is no such thing in Gujarat, is what Lalan Singh had said. The BJP says this is unforgivable.
सारी शर्म शालीनता भूल गए हैं। वो एक पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है ना, सांसद भी है ना, कोई शर्म नहीं बची है क्या? क्या मतलब है इसका भाई? आप भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में इस तरह की स्तरहीन टिप्पणी करेंगे? ये राजनीति का स्तर वो कहां ले जा रहे हैं? वो छोटे कार्यकर्ता होते तो मैं जवाब भी नहीं देता। वो जदयू के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं।
Rohit Singh is getting us more details on that story. Time and again, these personal comments against the Prime Minister, Rohit, we've seen, as history has shown, has backfired. In that sense, what is the JDU saying about these controversial comments coming in from Lalan Singh? Are they embarrassed about it, or are they endorsing it?
Well, see, there's these remarks which are coming as far as the Janata Dal United is concerned, is coming from the tallest leader. Remember, after Nitish Kumar, Lalan Singh is the tallest leader of Janata Dal United. He is the national president of the party. So there is no sense in other leaders making or endorsing these comments or not, because the national president of the party is himself making these kinds of comments against the Prime Minister. So obviously the BJP is absolutely miffed at these comments and calling these comments shameless. But it appears that Lalan Singh has opened a real front against the Prime Minister. Yesterday he called Prime Minister Modi as a dhongi, Behrupia, and today also he has tweeted several pictures of the Prime Minister where he is wearing different attires. So really, he really wants to endorse the fact that the Prime Minister was a Behrupia. So in the last 2 days, he has opened a tirade against Narendra Modi and hitting out, making caste comments, calling him Dhongi, Behrupia, a duplicate Pichhada, and today tweeting several pictures of him. So it really now goes on to show that the war between BJP and Janata Dal United has escalated. BJP is hitting out at Lalan Singh, but it seems that Lalan Singh is unstoppable right now. He is continuing to attack Prime Minister.
Rohit, I'm thanking you for the moment. Rohit Sharma with Singh, I beg your pardon, with that report from Patna. Well, there is no end to language wars in Tamil Nadu. DMK has launched a statewide protest against the imposition of Hindi as the medium of instruction in central education institutions. The anti-Hindi protest is being joined by party youth leader Udayanidhi Stalin. DMK youth wing Udayanidhi Stalin claimed this move made by the centre appears to be a covert conspiracy. The move comes after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin condemned the BJP-led union government's decision against the alleged imposition of the Hindi language. Stalin in his statement listed out the sacrifices made against the imposition of Hindi. The language war further escalating in the state of Tamil Nadu, with the BJP saying this is much ado about nothing because there is no imposition. The DMK says they will continue to fight against Hindi imposition in the state. With Udayanidhi Stalin, youth DMK leader and the son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin leading the charge. Pictures of protests coming in from Chennai today. The opposition is in a war path against the Modi government. Interestingly, the AIADMK also continues to be in a similar position when it comes to the so-called imposition of the Hindi language in the state of Tamil Nadu. Narayan Tirupati of the BJP is with us. Narayan Tirupati, what does the BJP think of the protests on so-called Hindi imposition that the DMK is in fact alleging against the centre? The AIADMK also pretty much is on the same page.
See, this protest is happening because of the deteriorating, to hide the deteriorating law and order problems in Tamil Nadu, and also the mismanagement and the bad administration of the governance in Tamil Nadu. Because actually, what is the evidence of the documents they have said about the imposition of Hindi in this issue? The Official Languages Committee has proposed or has given some recommendation which is very confidential. So how can a Chief Minister so irresponsibly say that the government is trying to impose Hindi? Even if that is right, it means that Hindi and the other regional languages in Group C states, obviously the local languages are going to develop. So if Mr. Stalin is going to go against this recommendation, it means that he is going against Tamil. So the DMK is anti-Tamil now. It is not an anti-Hindi agitation. It is an anti-Tamil agitation they are trying to stage. We strongly condemn this, and it is unwanted and unwarranted form.
Akshay Nath is getting us more details on that story. Akshay, like you were telling us earlier as well, this is only going to intensify even further, given that language wars has always been the bedrock of Dravidian politics, hasn't it?
Yes, Sneha, in the state of Tamil Nadu, we've seen how critical the language debate has always been. And whichever language war we have seen here so far, it has always been in such a way that Tamil has, or the Dravidian parties have been successful in ensuring that the Tamil language is given the due credit. And at this given point of time, the Tamil Nadu government as well as the education policy here follows a two-language policy, which means English and another regional language, or like the language of preference for the students. So this point of time, the political parties here have been stating that don't impose Hindi. Hindi is one of the languages in the country. It's part of the 8th schedule. So give respect to all those languages that have been mentioned in the 8th schedule and not impose just one language or give priority to one language. And we've been seeing that the DMK constantly has been raising questions about why competitive exams are being conducted in English and Hindi, and why not include the other regional languages as well. Because mostly during the Congress's government, the regional languages were included, is what they are saying. And at this point of time, again, we're seeing that Udayanidhi Stalin, the youth wing leader of the DMK, had today called for a massive protest, and we've seen hundreds of people had gathered, and all of them were raising anti-Hindi slogans. And Udayanidhi Stalin, while addressing the mass, was talking about how in 1960s also anti-Hindi agitation was witnessed in the state of Tamil Nadu, and his grandfather Kalaignar Karunanidhi as well as many others had participated and got a good result for Tamils. So once again they are ready for this kind of an agitation, is what the DMK is saying. Meanwhile, the AIADMK is also of the opinion that two-language policy is already there, then why give priority to one language? Let the current system be continued is the stand that is
getting
being
us
taken
all
by
of
the
those
AIADMK.
details. I'm thanking you for the moment. We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Visakhapatnam is all set to witness the biggest show of strength in support of 3 capital proposal. There is a Vishaka Garjana rally that is going to be held with YSRCP extending support. The 3.5-kilometer rally to highlight the need for decentralization in the state. These pictures are coming in from Visakhapatnam, where there is a huge support for 3 capital proposal for the state of Andhra Pradesh. This is the Vishaka Garjana rally that is organized in support of 3 capitals. Rahul Gandhi is all set to address a public rally in Ballari in Karnataka today in order to observe the 1,000-kilometer mark of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi is all set to address a public rally. The planned congregation includes leaders from across the country of the Congress party, including 2 sitting chief ministers, Bhupesh Baghel from Chhattisgarh, Ashok Gehlot from Rajasthan. This is in the Hyderabad, Karnataka region, and was once dominated by the Congress. Sonia Gandhi had made her political or electoral debut from Ballari in the year 1999 when she defeated late BJP leader Sushma Swaraj in the elections from this particular region.
तो जस्ट बाय नेचुरल दोनों जा रहे थे, इकट्ठे जा रहे थे, हाथ जोड़ के जा रहे थे, तो बीच में राहुल गांधी जी आके हक करके जा रहे थे. इट्स अ वेरी नेचुरल मूवमेंट इट वाज. तो इसमें कुछ स्पेशल नहीं, लेकिन हम लोगों को बहुत स्पेशल लगा, हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि मीडिया पे तरह तरह की बातें चल रही है कि दोनों के बीच में घमासान युद्ध चल रहा है, ये चल रहा है, वो चल रहा है, लेकिन ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पुरानी चाल है, उनका चाल सबको अब समझ में आ गया है. सीएम का कैंडिडेट नहीं है, अरे यार उनके पास अगर कैंडिडेट है तो अनाउंस करें. कांग्रेस पार्टी में कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप को हम बहुत मान्यता देते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग महिलाओं को भी बहुत आगे लेके आए.
Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, seems to have brokered a truce between Congress Chief Minister face contenders DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. The two rival contenders were made to hold hands during the Yatra by Rahul Gandhi on Friday. Here's more.
First, Rahul Gandhi broke into a sprint with former CM Siddaramaiah. Then he ran with State Congress Chief Shivakumar. The Bharat Jodo Yatra had by then exposed the widely acknowledged rift within the Karnataka Congress. Sidda and DK on Friday walked hand in hand with big smile on the face. A clear sign of peace brokered by none other than the Wayanad MP.
We have a formidable team in Karnataka. We have leaders who are complementary, who are brilliant leaders. And once we win the election, the decision on who is going to be Chief Minister is going to be taken through a process that is carried out in the Congress party.
Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar are both vying for CM post. The temporary truce, however, may have only bought the party time. This isn't the first time when Rahul tried patching up things between the two. It was on Sidda's birthday when he prodded DK Shivakumar to hug his colleague. For Congress, the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka has been a tightrope walk, with the leadership battling to ensure peace remains. With Rahul Gandhi by their side, looks like Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar have buried the hatchet. But will this newfound Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar bonhomie last long? Bureau Report, India Today.
Nabila is in Ballari getting us all of those details. Nabila, when is this congregation essentially? And just talk to us a little about the kind of enthusiasm that you see around you, given that the Bharat Jodo Yatra, especially in Karnataka, seems to be a bit of a hit, really, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, Sneha, as much as there's enough of attraction or attention that the Bharat Jodo has garnered in Karnataka, as it's headed towards Andhra Pradesh, there seems to be a big question mark on who's going to be handling the entire yatra in the neighboring state of Andhra. As we know that the Congress in Andhra Pradesh, possibly a decade ago, were ruling. They were governing, but now have been literally wiped off. They have no grassroots level cadre there in Andhra Pradesh any longer. And whatever few scattered don't have the money to actually launch this huge yatra procession that takes quite a lot of money on a daily basis for it to actually congregate and progress. I have with me Nalapad, who is the Karnataka State Youth Congress President, joining us for a little clarity. Nalapad, we know that you and your team have been extensively working to make the Karnataka leg successful, but ultimately the Congress is now traversing to the neighboring state of Andhra and there seems to be no money. Who's going to take responsibility for that?
See, this is a Congress yatra. Congress party's yatra that is going through. It is not about money. It is more about the organization and the people that need to come. Money has never been a problem for us. The party is working really hard. The people are coming out themselves and giving money and they're doing stuff.
Now we hear that DK Shivkumar says that he has no budget to even fund the Andhra Yatra. We hear this is what's been said, speculated. But would you say that there's anyone really going to take responsibility for Andhra Yatra? Or does the money come from the High Command? I'm not going to ask you about who's going to pay for it, but ultimately, who's going to arrange it?
See, the yatra is going to go to Andhra and we are going to make sure that the yatra is going to go fine. The people are going to be there. Everything that was there in Karnataka is going to be in Andhra also.
So as far as I saw, it was quite an elaborate layout. You know, a three-course meal. You had containers that's moving through with the yatra. You have, a lot of people that you've got to mobilize, water, refreshments for them. So it's a lot of expenditure.
See, more than all the water, the snacks, the drinks that were coming in on the road were all done by the workers themselves. They came out and did. The food part was done by KPCC. So everywhere that we went, the lunch points where there was, the food was organized by KPCC. The similar system will be going to go on in Andhra also and then Telangana.
So Karnataka Congress party is going to handle the Andhra leg?
My leader DK Shivakumar has never shied away from anything. So I don't think he will this time also.
All right.
And for the party, he's always been a troubleshooter. So we will troubleshoot.
So DK Shivakumar, the troubleshooter. In fact, I spoke to him just last evening. Let's take a listen what DK said. The man behind the pompous crowds in Karnataka's Bharat Jodo Yatra, DK Shivakumar right here with me. As we culminate day 37, Mr. Shivakumar, we see you're tired and walking out like the true warrior.
No, what to do? We don't have any options. We have to work hard. Lot of people in this country believe that Karnataka will show a way for the future of the Congress party in this country. And Rahul Gandhi has taken a very brave effort. It is not a small job. Walking for 3,570 kilometers. Myself have already from 30th to till today walked. I know the pain. But I believe either for him, for me, or for the country or Karnataka, without pain there will not be gain. So I am confident. He has touched many hearts, many lives, many religions, all sections of the society. He may be a farmer, he may be a youth, he may be unemployed, he may be a lot of, including the media. He has spoken to various sections of the people. He has come across what's going on in the country. I think time to come when opportunity is there, he will transform India. And the biggest challenge for him is to unite India.
So, you know, we saw you doing push-ups with him. What led you to actually get to those attics? Was it optics or was it really trying to keep up with Rahul Gandhi's fitness?
No, he is very strong man. I am not so strong. I am 60. I don't have so much. I have not maintained my body so well how he has maintained. But I have to keep up with my leader. And the youngsters love it, youngsters like it. He is a man to the new generation.
Sir, Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka holds a lot of significance because it's a poll-bound state. But again, I can't help but ask you a lot of talk. Who's going to be CM face, DK or Siddaramaiah?
Who said there is no any names? We are going on a collective leadership. The Congress party will come. Rahul Gandhi have answered to this question, and it is final.
No fight between you and Sidhu?
I don't want to fight anyone. I want the workers and the people of Karnataka to climb the stairs of Vidhan Sabha.
Sir, BJP's Jan Sankalp Yatra, will that be successful?
I am very happy. At least now they are trying to meet the people of Karnataka. They have not touched the hearts of Karnataka. When opportunity was given to them last 3 years, I think they could not do anything. At least now they are trying to reach the people. I wish them all the best.
All right, the report brings us to the end of this edition. Weekend programming continues on the other side. Do stay on with us.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
la sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Our world is filled with many scenic, interesting, weird and some creepy places, and we'll tell you about 5 weird islands of the world. This island is in Mexico. The island is surrounded with many dolls across it, and the story begins 50 years ago when only one man used to live there. One night he found a dead girl in the lake along with a doll, so he hung a doll on the tree in memory of her. This is where things got out of hand. He started having many nightmares, and so he hung more dolls around the island. He died in 2001, but the island is visited by tourists quite often. On the island of Socotra, you find trees and plants that are nowhere. Up to a third of this island is endemic. This island is isolated, and it's also called as the most island-looking place on Earth. In 2008, this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It lies in the Arabian Peninsula, but is considered to be a part of Africa. So when do you plan to visit this place? Off the coast of Dubai are 300 man-made islands. This was made to look like the world. It took $13 billion to build these islands. It was constructed using tons of sand from the Persian Sea. People can buy part of the island and name it even. Its construction was started in 2003 and was completed in 2008. But due to the financial crisis of 2008, these islands weren't bought by many. Now it's just abandoned pieces of land. Is this the cutest island or what? The island is filled with rabbits all around. This place is known as Okushima Island. But let's tell you that behind this cuteness, there's also a dark past. During World War II, this island was built to develop poisonous gas to attack China. Due to the poisonous gases, more than 80,000 soldiers of China died. This island was a secret, and Japan even removed it from the map at that time. Now, this island only has a museum here with many of these cute creatures. It's said that these rabbits were left here by a school and then multiplied into a bunch of them. You know, Maldives is a beautiful, fancy island, but beyond that lies a waste island. It was built to get rid of the waste that was covering the island, and every day around 700 tons of waste was generated. When it was burnt, it would pollute the island and affect tourists. To solve this issue, they made this island. But many believe that it needs to get rid of this waste that's polluting the clean water. These are the 5 weirdest islands that we found on Earth. Do you know about any others? Let us know in the comments.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of World Today. Now, is the world facing a nuclear threat from Russia? US President Joe Biden said that the world was closer to an Armageddon than at any time since the Cuban Missile Crisis 60 years ago this month. The attack on a Crimean bridge, followed by retaliation by Russia, has caused major escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war. But could this lead to the war going nuclear? Well, the stakes are high, and like many leaders have said, there are no winners in a nuclear war.
Escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war has alarmed the world. An attack on the Kerch Bridge in Crimea led to massive Russian onslaught on Ukraine. Dramatic footage of the explosion showed a truck exploding as it crossed the bridge. The bridge partially collapsed. The bridge is a strategic supply and logistics artery between Russia and annexed Crimea. Was considered a direct attack on Russia by Moscow.
Вчера председатель Следственного комитета России.
The chairman of Russian Investigative Committee reported to me on the first results of the investigation into the sabotage committed on the Crimean Bridge. Data from forensic and other examinations, as well as operational information, indicate that explosion on October 8 is a terrorist act aimed at destroying Russia's critical civilian infrastructure. It is also obvious that the masterminds, organizers, and perpetrators of the terrorist act are the Ukrainian special services.
Очевидно также, что заказчики, организаторы, исполнители теракта – это украинские спецслужбы.
And then the Russia retaliation. Vladimir Putin's military launched deadly strikes on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities. The missile and drone attacks reminded the world of the devastation that Russia is still able to unleash in the country, despite Ukraine's sweeping military gains in the recent months. The threat turned nuclear when Putin made it clear that he is willing to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine.
Граждане России могут быть уверены.
Russian citizens can be sure that the territorial integrity of our homeland, our independence and freedom will be provided. I will stress once again, with all the means at our disposal, those who try to blackmail us with nuclear weapons should know that the wind can turn their way.
Что роза ветров может развернуться и в их сторону.
Such an attack would be the first battlefield use of atomic bombs since the United States detonated 2 over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. This led to an emergency session of the UNGA. While the body had gathered to vote on a resolution on Russia's annexation of 4 captured Ukrainian territories, the focus of many nations remained on the imminent nuclear threat. A direct threat to US, NATO or its treaty allies to whom they have direct defense obligations could lead to retaliation, but would that extend to Ukraine?
It will have severe consequences if Russia use nuclear weapon, any kind of nuclear weapon against Ukraine. This is something Russia knows, something NATO and NATO allies have communicated in different ways to Russia. And we will not go into exactly how we will respond, but of course this will fundamentally change the nature of the conflict. It will mean that a very important line has been crossed. Even any use of a smaller nuclear weapon will be a very serious thing, fundamentally changing the nature of the war in Ukraine, and of course that will have consequences, and Russia knows there will be consequences.
Confining their policy to defend to NATO member states while Ukraine continues to fight a lone battle with threat of nuclear weapon, tactical if not strategic.
I think if Russia used nuclear weapons against Ukraine, the response from the West, first and foremost, would be a diplomatic and economic campaign to further isolate and weaken Russia, and secondarily, a campaign to further strengthen and defend Ukraine from Russia, possibly including giving them Patriot anti-missile batteries so that they could defend themselves against Russian nuclear missiles. If Russia were to attack a NATO country directly, like attack Poland, or some other NATO ally, then I think we're talking World War III. Then I think there would be a massive NATO response to try to disarm Russia and destroy their nuclear weapons in a preemptive strike. So I don't think Putin is going to run that risk.
While there is no clear articulation of what the US will do should Russia use nuclear weapons in whatever form in Ukraine against Ukraine, the West is trying to enhance Ukrainian military capability. The group of 7 leading democratic economies vowed to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. France will deliver radar and air defense systems to Ukraine in the coming weeks, in particular to help Ukraine protect itself from drone attacks. Canada said it will provide over $34.06 million in the new military aid to assist Ukraine in dealing with Russia's invasion. International backers of Ukraine vowed to deliver new air defenses as fast as they can after a US-led group of some 50 countries held talks at NATO headquarters in Brussels. The EU states do not want to recognize Russian passports issued in the occupied territories of Russia and Georgia. The Netherlands will deliver €15 million worth of air defense missiles to Ukraine. There are Russian nuclear exercises that are happening right now. So, there is a lot of signaling. But the war is bleeding both sides. Moscow offered to return to the negotiating table, but with 4 Ukrainian territories captured and declared as Russian territory, Kiev has taken a hard stance against Moscow. A long-drawn war with continued nuke threats and strategic procrastination could cost both sides. Bureau Report, India Today.
On Spotlight this weekend, I spoke with the spokesperson at the US Embassy here in New Delhi, Chris Elms, who discussed in detail what the nuclear threat really means, not just to the region, but to the world. Listen in. The conversation on the Russia-Ukraine war has moved not just in terms of the conflict, but also the seriousness of it going nuclear. United Nations General Assembly sessions discussed it in detail. I'm being joined by a US diplomat here, spokesperson at the US Embassy, Chris Elms. Many thanks for joining us. A huge concern is that winter no longer is coming. It has arrived in Europe and many parts of the world. Given that OPEC's decision to cut oil output could impact Europe, how concerned is the US, the West, and what are the discussions on that?
Yeah, so we're quite concerned about the price of oil, and that's one reason why the United States, the G7, and our partners have been talking about a price cap on oil. Such a price cap would achieve the goals of the United States and of the West and of the G7 of depriving Russia of the revenue that they're using to wage this brutal war of choice. But it would also benefit other countries, specifically in India, where I know there is a huge focus of this government on bringing down the price of oil, bringing down the cost of inflation for the Indian people. And such a price cap would help all countries, not just those that join, by setting a market price that would be applicable and transparent for all countries in the world to use in their negotiations with Russia.
The concerns now in terms of conversations has moved not just from handling a conflict situation, a war, but also that the war could turn nuclear. How real is that threat? We've heard voices from Moscow, from Russia saying that this is just hyperbole.
It's a huge concern. We've seen that Russia has been willing to take actions to attack civilians, to attack civilian buildings, to attack people fleeing, to attack women, children, playgrounds. So it shouldn't take any threat from Russia lightly, and it really shows the desperation and the real brutality of Putin and his war of choice.
We've seen the Biden administration, Chris, engage the world, engage each country. Has it been a Herculean task for the embassy here to engage India on Russia and get the kind of results that maybe US and the West would expect in international fora such as the United Nations?
So we're having ongoing conversations with India, and India's position on this war has been very clear. India has long opposed this war. Prime Minister Modi said today is not an era of war. Just this week, External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar echoed that and said that this war is not in anyone's interest. And it's not just that we're working with India on the bilateral front. Multilaterally, around the world, you're seeing condemnation of this war. The vote this week at the UN General Assembly was a clear rebuke of Russia's attempt to illegally annex parts of Ukraine. The attempt by Russia has been rejected by the international community, who has stood with the Ukrainian people, with the Ukrainian people's defense of their territorial sovereignty and integrity, and in defense of the UN Charter. And so when you saw most nations, a vast majority of nations, vote against Russia at the UN this week, it really showed that the world, the international community, is on the side of the Ukrainian people.
Finally, the U.S. National Security Advisors, also the State Department, they've been quite vociferous when it comes to the threats of a nuclear threat. In that sense, is there a clear intel that U.S. has on Russia intending to go nuclear? And what's the conversation to ensure that that does not happen?
I can't get into what might be discussed in intelligence, but I can tell you that Russia has shown again that it is willing to attack any way possible. It is willing to attack civilians, and so we have to take every threat seriously, and we need to stand with the Ukrainian people as they push back against Russia's brutal war.
On that note, May, thanks for joining us. That's a senior U.S. diplomat speaking exclusively to India Today. On World Today, the focus remains on the nuclear threat that comes of the Russia-Ukraine war. In New Delhi, Geeta Mohan for India Today. And here are some other stories from across the world in World at a Glance. Take a look.
British Finance Minister Kwasi Kwarteng has been fired as Chancellor over the spiralling economic crisis. Kwarteng met Prime Minister Liz Truss after cutting short his visit to the United States and flying back. Thousands of Afghan women had sat for the university entrance exams in Kabul under the guard of Taliban snipers. Earlier, last month, at least 53 students were killed after a bomber detonated himself in a study hall. Women pilgrims can now come to Saudi Arabia for Hajj or Umrah without a mahram or male guardian. This was announced by Saudi Arabia's Minister of Hajj.
Time for a short break. On the other side, we'll talk about the big climate summit that's coming up in November. Stay tuned.
A touchscreen enables users to interact directly with the display monitor. They become a feature of everyday life at supermarket checkouts, ATM machines, on GPS devices, and most commonly with tablets and smartphones. There are two common types of touchscreen technology. One is called resistive. Two transparent sheets are coated with a conducting material and separated by tiny dots called spacers. When the two layers are pressed together, they create an electrical circuit that indicates the point of contact. Uses include cash and ticket machines. The other capacitive touch technology is most commonly used in tablets and smartphones. A layer of insulating material like glass is coated with a fine grid of electrodes thinner than human hair. This is sandwiched between an outer protective glass layer and an LCD screen that displays the images. As the human body is also an electrical conductor, touching the screen with a finger results in a change in the electrostatic field, indicating the point of contact. More recently, smartphone manufacturers have moved towards so-called on-cell and in-cell technologies. On-cell locates the touch technology onto the outer glass, whereas with in-cell, the touch sensors are built into the actual display panel. Both approaches allow devices to be thinner and lighter. New applications for touchscreen technology now include unlocking smartphones using a biometric fingerprint scanner. When a capacitive sensor is activated, it takes a high-resolution snapshot of a fingerprint, which is compared against the information stored inside the phone. If the unique characteristics in the arches, loops, or whorls match the device, it will unlock.
Welcome back to World Today. Let's focus on the big climate summit that's going to take place in Egypt in November. Many promises have been made by various countries in various COP summits. But has there been real delivery? At COP26 in Glasgow, there were many promises that were made. The USA and the European Union rejected calls for a climate fund to compensate nations for climate-driven losses. But as different countries grapple with extreme weather conditions this year, the pressure is growing for loss and damage to be prioritized at COP27. What is going to be India's agenda at the summit? Here's a report.
The science and impacts of climate change were never this clear. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is focused on mitigation and adaptation, warning that it's now or never to constrain average global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. We have already begun to see the effects. This COP27 will take place in Egypt. The Egyptian presidency of COP has made its strapline together for implementation. COP27 will be centered around one or two themes. Loss and damage is expected to take center stage. Famine-level drought in Somalia and devastating floods that left one-third of Pakistan, a country responsible for less than 1% of the world's carbon emissions, underwater, have only added urgency to the issue. The Green Climate Fund. High-income countries disperse $100 billion in climate finance annually to lower-income nations vulnerable to climate change between 2020 and 2025. That promise has not been met, causing tension at COP26. India's role is also going to be a vital one. India's pivotal role to promote the resilience of new and existing infrastructure systems to climate and disaster risks in support of sustainable development is also going to be showcased at COP27.
COP27 is a really important convening forum where global organizations come together. There's a lot of discussion on what needs to be done to address climate change, both from the mitigation side of the story, which is sort of reducing emissions so that our global, we're not contributing to global warming, but also to see how we can adapt to what has already happened. If you look at the globe is already now 1.1 degrees warmer.
Yes.
This is now established.
The CDRI will release a biennial report on global infrastructure resilience on the state of resilient infrastructure in the world.
One key thing that we're actually in the process of putting together right now is a report that will come out every 2 years. This will be our flagship report. It'll be talking about the state of resilient infrastructure across the world. It's a country-level analysis that's going on. It'll be for all of the countries in the world, which will actually come out and say, based on looking at risks from both natural hazards and climate change, your infrastructure in your country is facing certain kinds of risks.
With smaller island nations, India has launched IRIS, which aims at facilitating resilient solutions to the 58 small island developing states across the Caribbean, the Pacific, and the Indian Ocean, a likely counter to China's advancing steps through Belt Road Initiative.
I don't want to call it a counter because I think that takes away from the discussion that we need to have. The discussion we need to have is that these island states are going to be suffering if they are not already suffering. And how can we, as under the Prime Minister's leadership and as India, show our ability to help other countries, right? So how do we have some of the best thinkers, technology experts, solutions we've been trying. How do we help other countries by bringing not only our expertise, but also pooling in expertise from other countries to help essentially nations that are facing more and more challenges. And it's not just to help them, it's also we ourselves can benefit from learning from others. So really CDRI's intention is to channel the right kind of interventions to address the growing risks from climate change.
Much has changed in the world since COP26. Russia's war on Ukraine has caused a major geopolitical rift and worsened tensions, driving up gas prices and demand for fossil fuels amid sanctions imposed by Western countries.
At COP26, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that India will reach its net zero emission targets by 2070, which is 2 decades later than the deadline set by the IPCC, which is 2050. But India could certainly play a larger role when it comes to disaster-resilient infrastructure. With the biennial report that is going to be released will include countries that have suffered severely due to climate change, such as Pakistan, Somalia, in fact, smaller island nations like Malta, and perhaps China too. But the onus will lie on both the emitters as well as those countries that are suffering from climate change, even as loss and damage compensations will dominate the discussions at COP27. This is Milan Sharma for World Today.
Here's an exclusive interview by India Today's Raj Chengappa with Egyptian economist Mahmoud Moldin, who said that disaster-hit nations need action, not nice speeches. Listen in.
Dr. Moideen, what would you say would be the major outcomes of COP27? What is it that you hope to achieve there?
The title of champion given to those who are coordinating the non-state actors' work since the Marrakesh summit, which was the summit number 22 after Paris. That was in 2016. And I'm number 7 in this role, and we have our friend from the UK, Nigel Topping. And next year I'll be doing the same job because I served for 2 years with the champion from the UAE, will be named and announced in Sharm. So, but for this year, we are trying to support the delivery on the expectations of developing economies, emerging markets, including the countries in Africa as well. So you would expect from us to do more to deliver on climate action from a holistic perspective, that all of the issues that we just touched upon briefly, mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and finance will be very much there. But at the same time, we're putting that in a framework to deal with the challenges of unemployment. The fact that for the first time since 1998, we had the numbers of the extremely poor increasing based on the figures coming from the UN system and of course from the World Bank. So we are not going to welcome any kind of a climate action measure that will compromise the labor market further to have more unemployment or to add to the numbers of the extremely poor. The good thing is that we have the solution, the technology and means of production that you still can pursue high inclusive growth, significant progress on sustainable development, and at the same time you protect the jobs, but more than that you can create new jobs through restructuring, through advancement in the economy, and getting more investments in renewables. Even politicians during the ANGA have been citing figures about how much a dollar from the investments that you can put in adaptation and mitigation, create multiples of those. First, it is important to invest because it's prevention, but it's important to invest as well, prevention of disaster.
That's all in this edition of World Today, but before I go, I'll leave you with these visuals. People have found a new way to create climate awareness. Activists across the globe are gluing themselves to some of the world's most precious pieces of art to raise awareness for the issues facing humanity, the most glaring of which is climate change. Most recent one is from the National Art Gallery, Melbourne, where two activists glued their hands to the Perpex covering Pablo Picasso's Massacre in Korea. Take a look. Goodbye for now.
are watching India Today.
Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories this Saturday afternoon are. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra is set to complete 1,000 kilometers and reach Ballari in Karnataka today. Rahul Gandhi will address a mega rally in the district. DMK staged a mega protest in Chennai to protest against alleged Hindi imposition by the central government. This after parliamentary panel recommended giving priority to Hindi in educational institutions. JDU President Lalan Singh stokes a massive controversy, calling Prime Minister Modi a dhongi. Says time has come to expose the Behrupia. An IED was detected and defused by the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora. Traffic was halted as a precautionary measure. No respite for actors Nayanthara Vignesh in the surrogacy controversy. The Tamil Nadu government has found a panel to probe whether the surrogacy was legal and whether procedures were followed. Some news just coming in. Global embarrassment for Pakistan with its so-called ally. America has also called them out, with President Joseph Biden terming Pakistan one of the most dangerous nations in the world, adding its nuclear weapons were without cohesion. Our executive editor, Gaurav Sawant, is with us for more details on that story. So this is the same country, Gaurav, that a few weeks ago was happy to provide F-16s to Pakistan, and now they're saying that this country is a real threat.
Neha, you're absolutely right. US President Joe Biden has called Pakistan one of the biggest threats to the world, especially at a time when they have nuclear weapons and no cohesion in the country. While this is a statement of fact, there is a huge divide between the army and the leadership, the political leadership in the country. Terrorists are running loose in that country. The fact also remains, as you rightly pointed out, Sneha, that America not only provided $450 million worth of F-16 upgrades and spares to Pakistan, bringing them up to speed with the latest. What America also did was give a red carpet treatment to Pakistan's Army Chief General Qamar Javed Bajwa during his recent visit, so much so that US Defense Secretary Austin Lloyd came out to receive him. He was given a ceremonial guard of honor and a number of weapons and systems Pakistan is looking at. America is also helping Pakistan get out of the Financial Action Task Force grey list. So there is a huge dichotomy in what the US says and what the US does on ground.
This really speaks, like you said, Gaurav, of the duplicity when it comes to America and the policies vis-a-vis Pakistan, providing F-16s, not just that, providing regular funding, also assistance with defense equipment from time to time, not just F-16s, isn't it?
Absolutely right, and this is a cause for concern as far as the Indians are concerned. You'd recall when Donald Trump was the president of the United States of America, he had said that $33 billion worth of military aid given to Pakistan had actually gone to fund terror, and that Pakistan was actually responsible for the failure of the American forces in Afghanistan, and that's a statement of fact. More than 5,000 American soldiers, contractors have been killed and injured in Afghanistan. And the fact that America had to vacate Afghanistan was because of Pakistan's double speak. Pakistan continued to shelter the Haqqani network, the same Haqqani network that in some instances has now been hostile to Pakistan army. Pakistan has taken no action against terrorists, and yet Pakistan is being incentivized with this $450 million worth of FMS route for upgrade of F-16 fighter jets, spares being given to them, and also, the red carpet that's being rolled out to Pakistan Army Chief, which is completely uncalled for a state sponsor of terror, Sneha.
Gaurav, I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now because I want to talk to you a little about the FATF grey list as well. And in what context was this statement really made? Bringing in Major General G.D. Bakshi in this conversation, a very good afternoon. I want to begin by asking you, Major General G.D. Bakshi, whether you see this as double speak on the part of America, but now they say that Pakistan is actually one of the most dangerous weapons when it comes to nuclear cohesion, then why are they providing them with weapons to begin with?
Absolutely. This is not only double speak, this is hypocrisy of the highest order. Just a few days back, they had announced that they are giving a package for upgrading Pakistan's F-16 fighters, which incidentally they use for nuclear delivery of nuclear weapons. And they have used it against India. You remember the episode of Abhinandan, when immediately after the Balakot strike, Pakistan had used the F-16 to launch a counter-attack.
Yes.
And they were armed with the Aram missiles, beyond visual range missiles, which when they got into an engagement with a MiG-21, it's an amazing feat that Abhinandan managed to shoot down one before he was shot down by the BVR. And this is all courtesy the American friends. And now they say that America is the most dangerous state. I think make up your mind. If it is the most dangerous state, do you have to make it even more dangerous by upgrading its F-16? Which are its most lethal attack weapons, which it will use for delivery of nuclear weapons. I mean, this is amazing. The FATF has grey-listed Pakistan for its support to terror. Every single act of terror that takes place anywhere around the globe can be traced back to Pakistan.
Yes,
And yet,
yes, I think you said that correctly, Major General Bakshi. When you say that this is, make up your mind. You say on one hand, Geeta, that this is the most dangerous country. Then why are you arming a dangerous country is a simple question that the American president must answer, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. The fact that the US has come out and said that Pakistan is one of the most dangerous countries when it comes to nuclear weapons, because they do not have a cohesive nuclear policy, is the reason why we've not just seen this president, but also the leadership in the past raise concerns with regards to instability in Pakistan. But it is, to a certain extent, doublespeak. I'd say to a certain extent, because given the situation in Afghanistan, they need Pakistan more today than ever before. And it's the reason why they continue to militarily support Pakistan. But also put it in context. The context over here was the speech, in his speech where he was talking about Chinese leadership and how China is trying to get close to Russia, Pakistan and India, and that they had never imagined China trying to realign its policies with regards to Russia, with regards to Pakistan and with regards to India, and in that saying that Pakistan is indeed unstable. Now, nuclear powers coming together and China having a hold over these countries is a concern for America more than anything else. And in that context, he was saying that if an unstable country without a cohesive nuclear policy sides with China, then that would not just be a concern for America, but for the world.
Thanking you for the moment. Our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan, our Managing Editor Gaurav Sawant and Major General G.D. Bakshi for talking about the duplicity on the part of America when it comes to Pakistan. Some news just coming in. 5 government employees have been terminated from service for terror links, running narco-terror syndicate and aiding proscribed outfits to carry out terror attacks is what we are learning from our sources. Once again, there is action in terms of what the administration there wishes to do with government employees who have terror links and are running narco-terror syndicates and also aiding proscribed outfits to carry out terror attacks. Well, these government employees had links to terror outfits is what we've been given to understand. Sunil G. Bhatt has more details on that story. Sunil, not really surprising since this has been done in the past as well. And I would expect that this would continue, isn't it?
Absolutely. Since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, the J&K administration has been identifying pro-terror elements within the administration, and they are being terminated from the services. And in the latest decision that has been taken by the J&K administration, 5 more government employees have been sacked for terror links, for running a narco-terror syndicate and aiding designated terror organizations in the Kashmir Valley. These 5 employees are Tanveer Salim Dar. He was working as a constable, police constable, and he was appointed in 1991. And what the investigation that was carried out by the J&K administration has found that he managed this posting to repair firearms of terrorists discreetly and also arrange ammunition for them. He was known as most important terrorist commander and logistics provider of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Srinagar city. And similarly, there is another person, Afaq Ahmed Wali. He was working as a manager of Baramulla Central Cooperative Bank Limited. Another employee is Iftikhar Andrabi. Iftikhar was appointed as a plantation supervisor. Number 4 is Irshad Ahmed Khan. Irshad was appointed as orderly in Jal Shakti department. And Abdul Moin Peer. Abdul was appointed as an assistant lineman in PHE subdivision. And all these 5 government employees have been found aiding terror organizations in the Kashmir Valley. So it's a major crackdown on the terror ecosystem in the Kashmir Valley.
Sunil G. Bhatt getting us all of those details. Thanking you for the moment. More news coming in. Visakhapatnam is to witness the biggest show of strength in support of 3 capital proposal. JAC members hold the Vishaka Garjana rally. YSRCP is to extend support. A 3.5-kilometer rally is being organized to highlight the need for centralization in the state is what we've been given to understand. Abdul Bashir is getting us more details on that story from Hyderabad. Abdul, break this down for us. What exactly is this demand?
Has kicked off Vishaka Garjana rally, a Maha rally from the LIC building to YSR statue at in RK Beach. So here, the JAC had been demanding decentralization of the capital of Andhra Pradesh. See, this capital issue in Andhra Pradesh has been there since the TDP rule, where they have demanded Amravati as a single and centralized capital. But when the YSRCP government came into power in 2020, they have immediately passed the bills in the assembly of 3 capitals for the state of Andhra Pradesh, where judicial capital would be Kurnool, Amravati as the executive capital, and also Vizag as the legislative capital. So now the High Court, this order of this bill that was passed in the month of July 2020, and the consent was given by the governor and it was approved. Later on March 3rd, the High Court has stalled this order, ordering the state governments, YSRCP government, to develop only Amravati region, and the time has been given for the development as 6 months. That was given by the High Court. But now the YSRCP government has moved Supreme Court challenging this order. But simultaneously, the JAC, today showing the decentralization as the main demand, has kicked off this rally, a 3.5-kilometer rally, where YSRCP has supported this JAC Joint Action Committee rally that has been kicked off. More than 1 lakh people are set to participate in this rally, demanding decentralization of the capitals of Andhra Pradesh, whereas the TDP has said that it is not legally possible, and this is only to divert the attention. That is what the TDP has stated regarding the decentralization. However, TDP and the BJP is in support of a centralized capital, that is one capital, that is Amravati, and the YSRCP has been struggling for the 3 capital or decentralized capital in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Yeah.
Abdul, thanking you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. It's a big Jan Andolan, so to speak, and that's being held in Visakhapatnam. Pictures on your screens. Rahul Gandhi is going to be addressing a public rally in Ballari in Karnataka today in order to observe the 1,000-kilometer mark of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi is all set to address a rally in Ballari. The planned congregation includes leaders of the party from other states. It will be the first major Congress event ahead of the assembly elections next year in what was earlier known as the Hyderabad-Karnataka region and was once dominated by the Congress. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel will be among several national leaders who will be participating in this rally. Ballari town has had a deep association with the Congress because of Sonia Gandhi's win here in a high-stakes battle against late BJP leader, and also External Affairs Minister erstwhile Sushma Swaraj during her electoral debut, Sonia Gandhi's electoral debut in 1999.
I've been walking with Rahulji from the day he walked into Karnataka and till now. Every single day, morning when he gets out, the smile and the freshness on his face remains the same till the last. And that is impossible for somebody who's going to walk 3,700 kilometers. His level of fitness is outstanding. And I think all youngsters in this country today should take inspiration from him. He is exactly the new age leader. Nobody else. Tell me another person in this country, in the political sphere, who can do what he's doing.
It was just by natural दोनों जा रहे थे, इकट्ठे जा रहे थे, हाथ जोड़ के जा रहे थे, तो बीच में राहुल गांधी जी आके हक करके जा रहे थे. इट्स अ वेरी नेचुरल मोमेंट इट वाज. तो इसमें कुछ स्पेशल नहीं, लेकिन हम लोगों को बहुत स्पेशल लगा, हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि मीडिया पे तरह तरह की बातें चल रही है कि दोनों के बीच में घमासान युद्ध चल रहा है, ये चल रहा है, वो चल रहा है, लेकिन ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पुरानी चाल है, उनका चाल सबको अब समझ में आ गया है. सीएम का कैंडिडेट नहीं है, अरे यार उनके पास अगर कैंडिडेट है तो अनाउंस करें. कांग्रेस पार्टी में कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप को हम बहुत मान्यता देते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग महिलाओं को भी बहुत आगे लेके आए.
Well, Rahul Gandhi, who's in Karnataka for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, seems to have brokered truce between Congress Chief Minister face contenders DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. The two rival contenders were made to hold hands during the Yatra by Rahul Gandhi on Friday. The question is this mere optics, or is there a real truce that has actually been worked out by the Gandhi sign? Take a look.
First, Rahul Gandhi broke into a sprint with former CM Siddaramaiah. Then he ran with State Congress Chief Shivakumar. The Bharat Jodo Yatra had by then exposed the widely acknowledged rift within the Karnataka Congress. Sidda and DK on Friday walked hand in hand with big smile on the face. A clear sign of peace brokered by none other than the Wayanad MP.
We have a formidable team in Karnataka. We have leaders who are complementary, who are brilliant leaders. And once we win the election, the decision on who is going to be Chief Minister is going to be taken through a process that is carried out in the Congress party.
Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar are both vying for CM post. The temporary truce, however, may have only bought the party time. This isn't the first time when Rahul tried patching up things between the two. It was on Sidda's birthday when he prodded DK Shivakumar to hug his colleague. For Congress, the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka has been a tightrope walk, with the leadership battling to ensure peace remains. With Rahul Gandhi by their side, looks like Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar have buried the hatchet. But will this newfound Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar bonhomie last long? Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, the much talked about congregation is going to happen in Ballari, where the Congress has launched a high-pitched campaign in the form of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and the optics of this is bringing the two warring factions, Nabila, of the Congress in state of Karnataka together. One is a stalwart and senior leader, former Chief Minister, and the other one is DK Shivkumar. We have Siddaramaiah on one hand and we have DK Shivkumar on the other, isn't it?
Right. For what we see here, both of them are coming together in this projection of unity as part of this Bharat Jodo Yatra there. Sneha, for long we've been speculating that there's been some kind of animosity, enmity, and the two leaders, as strong as they are within the state, the fact that they don't get along as much, which is quite evident with each other with both of them taking a jibe at one another, that itself could be, a real downfall for the Congress in the state. They have prospects here in Karnataka, but only and only if DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah work together. If they're working against each other, it's not going to help the Congress party come back to power in the state here. But from what we see, that Rahul Gandhi has been constantly trying to nudge them, get them to patch up, force them to hold hands. So I did speak to the party, leaders extensively, otherwise on the sidelines, off cameras, and they said, well, they're 80% okay. So I'm not too sure what that means. There's still 20% of animosity animosity between the two leaders, and that's only because both of them are really vying for the post of Chief Minister in Karnataka. DK Shiv Kumar believes that he is the rightful man to take that post because he is the crowd mobilizer. He is seen as an out-and-out mass leader and manages to really pull large crowds. He's also been credited for the crowds in Karnataka, which has been actually quite overwhelming. Now, Siddaramaiah, on the other hand, is a taller leader, a senior leader, has been a chief minister, an impeccable record, no ED, IT baggage on him, and he's largely been a clean man, at least in the face of it. He's had a very clean image, and he feels that he's a rightful person for the chief minister because he's also the SC/ST leader as well. So reaching out to that community too will be beneficial for the Congress party. So he's pitched himself already as a CM face. So the two leaders finally seen together in the Bharat Jodo Yatra seems to have somehow boosted the confidence of the grassroots level cadre in the state of Karnataka. Now, a quick word, as I may add, the Bharat Jodo Yatra is now going to venture into Andhra Pradesh, which is tomorrow. Today is a huge rally where we also have, we are going to be seeing Congress, chief ministers of Rajasthan like Gehlot and even Baghel who have come down. So they're going to be congregating. But Andhra Pradesh, as the Congress moves to tomorrow, it seems like they have no grassroots cadre there, no big leaders there. They're going to we hear that they are struggling to try and set up this whole camp to carry out this yatra. Who's going to be spending for Andhra Pradesh? It appears that the KPCC Karnataka itself is going to be funding that leg as well. So that's the itch and the challenge here for the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Oh, that's very interesting. They've lost pace, they've lost ground in that state, Nabila. But I love the way you put it at the outset when you said Rahul is getting Siddha and DK Shiv Kumar to hold hands. It's almost reminding me of what used to happen in school when we were forced to hold hands really with our classmates whom we fought with. I'm thanking you for the moment, Nabila. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. Nabila getting us that excellent ground report from Ballari where she's tracking Rahul Gandhi. That brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the app. Thank you so much for watching.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals.
Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
China's debt trap has pushed the island into one of the tragic financial crises. Now the IMF has agreed to restore macroeconomic stability within the country. Sri Lanka reached an agreement with the IMF where it said that it will provide a loan worth $2.9 million to Sri Lanka. The extended funds will help Sri Lanka to restore their sustainability. The 48-month program is yet to be approved by the IMF management. IMF Senior Mission Chief Peter Brewer reinforced the need for urgent short-term support for Sri Lanka to avert a humanitarian crisis in the country. To get IMF's assistance, Sri Lanka must adhere to their conditions. The island country has to implement major tax reforms. This includes making personal income tax more progressive while broadening the tax base for corporate income tax and VAT to meet a primary surplus of 2.3% of GDP by 2024. They have to introduce cost recovery-based pricing for fuel and electricity to minimize fiscal risks arising from the state-owned enterprises. Mitigate the impact of current crisis on the poor by raising social spending and rebuild foreign reserves through restoring a market-determined and flexible exchange rate. Restore price stability through data-driven monetary policy action, fiscal consolidation, phasing out of monetary financing as well. Finally, Sri Lanka must reduce corruption vulnerabilities by improving fiscal transparency and public financial management.
India helped Sri Lanka by offering financial packages worth $500 million credit facility, gasoline imports and credit for critical imports from India. India has sent also $2.4 billion through currency swaps, loan deferrals. But it's not helped Sri Lanka enough. Apart from India, Japan might send financial aid. In fact, if approved, IMF support comes at a time when China is taking advantage of the country's condition. Sri Lanka has fallen apart due to its poor governance, corruption and lack of transparency. China has refused to help the country. China has leased Sri Lanka's Hambantota port for 100 years. China
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve the sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
We have tested that on large animals, sheep and pig, and that data shows that the technology is safe for use. In fact, that data has been shared with the FDA, who have granted us 2 accelerated designations last year for the first 2 conditions we want to treat. For localized conditions such as cancer tumors, stroke, atherosclerotic plaque buildup, localized pain, and many other conditions, there is a real need to have a micro-robotic, precise, remote-controlled mechanism that can treat a condition only at a specific point and nowhere else.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Battle Cry, the only show on Indian television where we get you up close with India's weapons, India's war fighters, and how this country defends itself. Last week, we told you about the Indian Air Force's long, meandering quest for new generation fighter aircraft. Today, we're going to tell you how the Indian Navy has a meandering quest of its own for combat aircraft.
The Indian Navy is all set for a big boost. Inbound are new fighters, helicopters and drones. Is India's smallest armed force finally getting its due? Big push for India's maritime defenses. The Indian Navy all set to soar higher.
The Indian Navy currently operates only one type of fighter aircraft. It's called the MiG-29K. And in the days gone by, the fourth crash of this aircraft took place. Thankfully, the pilot escaped with his life. But with that dwindling fleet already beset with problems, the Indian Navy is feeling the heat.
A dramatic recent rescue out in the Arabian Sea. The crew from a naval plane watches as a helicopter hovers to rescue a fighter pilot from the ocean. Minutes earlier, the naval pilot had ejected from a doomed MiG-29K combat aircraft. The life of the brave aviator saved, nothing else matters. But of the 45 MiG-29K fighters that entered Indian naval service between 2010 and 2017, this was the fourth crash. The MiG-29K, a navalized version of the legendary Soviet MiG-29 Fulcrum, custom modified for operations off an aircraft carrier, currently populates 2 squadrons in the Indian Navy. These aircraft operate both from land at the Indian Navy's Goa Naval Air Station and also from the deck of aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya. The Indian Navy recently commissioned the first indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant into service, but the MiG-29K hasn't yet flown off that ship's deck, with crucial aviation compatibility trials to take place later this year and the next. In the meantime, the Indian Navy is feeling the heat. Because even without the accidents, a constant risk in military aviation, especially out at sea, the MiG-29K fleet has been beset with maintenance and availability issues that have rendered them suboptimal for the Indian Navy's expanding spectrum of military responsibilities over the Indian Ocean. With greater defense demands and bigger expectations from India in the region, the Indian Navy is fighting a fierce battle within to keep its combat strength in ship shape. The question is, will the solution come from outside or from within? Stay tuned to Battle Cry as we take you deeper into the Indian Navy's quest for new fighters.
The The Indian Navy places a great premium on Atmanirbharta and self-reliance, but for its immediate fighter needs, it has been forced to look abroad once again. And that's why the F-18 Super Hornet from the United States and the Rafale from France now go head-to-head for what is being called the multi-role carrier-based fighter for the Indian Navy.
A sight that enthralled aviation buffs across the world. A US Navy F-18 Super Hornet thrown out over the Arabian Sea by an Indian Navy ski jump ramp at its Goa air station. A series of flights earlier this year to prove to the Indian Navy that the American fighter was a fine fit for India's aircraft carriers. But the Super Hornet hasn't been the only one devouring Goa's legendary salty air. French Navy Rafale jets also flew in to flex muscle in Goa and show off their ability to meet the Indian Navy's specific needs. The two foreign fighters are in an official face-off to win an Indian Navy contract for anywhere between 30 to 50 fighters. Called the Multi-Role Carrier-Based Fighter or MRCBF contest, things are now speeding up on this program. For starters, these two jets are the only two active contenders capable of operating off the Indian Navy's new indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant. But things aren't as smooth as Boeing and Dassault, the two aviation giants that make the two contenders, would have hoped. For starters, both the Super Hornet and Rafale are relatively large jets, and there have been concerns if they can be transported safely on the small aircraft lifts built into the INS Vikrant. Recognizing these concerns, the makers of both aircraft have separately reassured the Indian Navy that there would be no problem. But there's another issue. Given that both the Rafale and Super Hornet are flung into the air traditionally using a steam catapult launch system on the aircraft carriers of their respective nations, the Goa trials were designed to settle this doubt once and for all in India. The Indian Navy's quest for a modern fighter for its aircraft carriers isn't an isolated effort, but tied quite directly to the Indian Air Force's separate acquisition effort for 114 multi-role fighters of its own. Both the Super Hornet and Rafale are in contention for the much larger Indian Air Force requirement as well. While Team Rafale hopes it already has a first mover advantage since the Indian Air Force already operates 2 squadrons of the French fighter, Team Super Hornet believes close India-US ties and a giant industrial partnership package could swing the deal Washington's way. But in India's defense procurement labyrinth, nothing is over until it's over. And the question remains, will the Indian Navy be forced to look abroad once again for fighter jets? Or could the solution to its combat fleet needs be met from within India itself? Stay tuned to Battle Cry as we now show you what India's own aviation complex is offering to the Indian Navy.
One of the most exciting prospects for the Indian Navy is this aircraft that's currently on the Indian Aviation Complex's drawing board and could be a fully indigenous aircraft solution for the Indian Navy's needs. It's called the TED-BF, and it could, by early next decade, be the solution to the Indian Navy's requirements. But will it be ready in time is the big question.
Just weeks before the COVID pandemic engulfed the world, this happened out in the Arabian Sea. A sequence bursting with significance. An indigenous naval light combat aircraft landing for the first time on an Indian Navy aircraft carrier. Tests of this homegrown fighter have continued steadily over the last 2 years. But there's a problem. This fighter doesn't meet the Indian Navy's performance requirements. It is underpowered, flies on a single engine, and cannot carry an adequate combat payload to be an effective fighter jet. As a result, the Naval LCA will never have a frontline role in the Indian Navy's carrier-based fleet. But that doesn't mean it won't be leading to bigger and better things. Enter a new project called TED-BF. That's short for Twin-Engine Deck-Based Fighter. The TED-BF, now under development by India's aviation complex, will be crafted taking the many valuable lessons of the Naval LCA program. With more powerful twin engines, the TED-BF will be a higher performance aircraft in every respect. Most importantly, unlike the Naval LCA, which was a navalized version of a fighter primarily designed as an Air Force jet, the TED-BF is being designed from the ground up as a carrier-based fighter for naval use. The TED-BF will also have foldable wings, essential for space saving on cramped aircraft carrier decks. The jet will also have more modern sensors, electronics and weapons with a focus on indigenous systems. For those wondering about the economic sense in building a jet for the Indian Navy, which will likely use such aircraft in smaller numbers, converting the TED-BF into a shore-based fighter jet will be a far simpler proposition than the other way round. But the program will need to take one step at a time. As the Indian Navy moves forward to choose a foreign fighter to fill its immediate needs, the TED-BF will be racing against time to be ready for its customer no later than the end of this decade. The good news is work has already begun. If things stay on track, a first flight of the TED-BF could take place within the next 5 years. And if the TED-BF hits all its timeline targets, for the Indian Navy's aircraft needs, the sky could be the proverbial limit.
And just as a reminder, as the Indian Navy looks for a foreign fighter to fix its current fighter woes, the Indian Air Force has a much larger quest for very similar fighters. In fact, the same two fighters that are in contention for the Indian Navy contract are also vying for a possible order from the Indian Air Force. Here's a look at that.
हमेशा जुल्म का पंजा मरोड़ता हूँ मैं। खुदाबान अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रब्बिल आलमीन।
रफेल जहां दी रहमत करके सच्चे बादशाह वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह।
We are very thankful today for this blessed occasion that has granted to us for the induction of these aircrafts to our country.
Images from 3 years ago of India's Defence Minister welcoming India's first Rafale fighters. The Air Force remembers this as a day of great relief and delight. But it also remembers that it has received only 36 fighters, a fraction of the 126 fighters it had originally said it needed. Something is better than nothing. Yes, but what next? What about the remaining 100-odd fighters that the Air Force had planned for? Well, here's what's happening on that front. Program name, multi-role fighter aircraft. Numbers required, 114. Squadrons, 6. Status, ongoing. Officially kicking off in April 2018, as many as 7 foreign fighters are prospective contenders for one of the biggest fighter purchases in the world. One of these fighters, from the US, Europe and Russia will win a contract to supply a handful of aircraft from their foreign factory and build the remaining 100-odd jets in India in a joint venture with an Indian strategic production partner. Let's go through the contender lineup, one by one. Contender 1, Rafale from France. Perhaps the most familiar contender is the French Rafale. The fighter that already populates 2 Indian Air Force squadrons. The fighter is hoping that this by itself gives it the biggest possible advantage in the contest. Since the Indian Air Force has already invested large sums of money building infrastructure to support the Rafale fleet. Additionally, the Rafale is in contention for an Indian Navy deck-based fighter order. So its French maker Dassault is pushing the Rafale as a low-risk win-win option for the Indian Air Force. Contender 2, F-15 Eagle from USA. A surprise contender that dropped into the race was Boeing's new F-15 Eagle II, the newest and most advanced avatar of the iconic and battle-tested F-15 fighter. Boeing is hoping that the aircraft's new technologies that draw from the very latest in the US Air Force's requirements could make it a formidable contender in the sweepstakes. Other than, of course, the political clout that an American jet brings with it. Contender 3, Gripen from Sweden. Seen as an underdog, the latest version of Sweden's Gripen fighter is also in the contest. Manufacturer Saab believes it has the most cost-effective package on offer to the Indian Air Force. One that will provide India with a robust combat aircraft that does not burn a hole in Vayu Bhavan's pocket. Contender 4, Sukhoi Su-35 from Russia. Another contender that plonked itself in the race was Russia's Sukhoi Su-35, the latest avatar in the family of fighters that spawned the Indian Air Force's existing Su-30 MKI. Russia is pitching the Su-35 as a logical next step purchase for the Indian Air Force, since it already operates so many Sukhoi fighters, and therefore commonality could be a massive benefit. Contender 5, Lockheed Martin F-21 from USA. The Lockheed Martin F-21, the latest and most advanced version of the legacy F-16 fighter, remains in the Indian Air Force contest. After several twists and turns in the earlier tender, America's latest defense firm rebranded the aircraft as F-21 to suggest it was a totally different fighter with none of the vintage associations that clung to the F-16 name. The fact that Pakistan continues to operate and receive support for its own fleet of F-16 jets has been seen as a major roadblock for this fighter in the Indian Air Force contest. But with enormous political backing from the US government, it doggedly believes it has a fighting chance. Contender 6th, Eurofighter Typhoon from EU. The Eurofighter Typhoon, built by a consortium of European companies led by Airbus, was a co-frontrunner for the Indian Air Force's earlier deal. Losing out to the Rafale, the makers believe they were rejected unfairly and have since stayed under the radar, yet remained firm that they are ready to supply the Indian Air Force with their jets. As things stand, the Typhoon is an official contender for the new multi-role fighter aircraft contest. Contender 7, Boeing F-18 Super Hornet from USA. The Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet, most recently in the limelight in the big Top Gun sequel, has been in contention for an Indian Air Force contract for well over 15 years now. Boeing believes that the US Navy's decision to purchase many more Super Hornets even today, coupled with Indian Navy's consideration of this jet for tech-based operations, gives Boeing a living, breathing chance in the new contest. Contender 8, MiG-35 from Russia. And finally, a fighter with perhaps the least chance of success in the sweepstakes. Russia's MiG-35, basically a souped-up and technologically advanced avatar of the legendary MiG-29. Russia believes the Indian Air Force's big existing fleet of upgraded MiG-29 fighters makes a logic case for a similar but more advanced version of the same aircraft type, since it would perhaps save costs on infrastructure and training. Once considered a viable option, the Air Force has made it all but clear that its next choice is unlikely to be a MiG type. While the process to identify one of these fighters began in 2018, the Indian Air Force has signaled that it will be putting this program on the fast track. But how fast is that fast track? Remains the multi-billion-dollar question. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that's it on Battle Cry. Thank you so much for watching. Remember, as we always say here on the team, India's defense potential will only truly be realized when no human needs to be sent into battle and no weapon fired. See you next week.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Hello there, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's tell you what the top stories are this Saturday afternoon. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra is set to complete 1,000 kilometers and reach Ballari in Karnataka today. Rahul Gandhi will address a mega rally in the district. DNK staged a mega protest in Chennai to protest against Hindi imposition by the central government. This after parliamentary panel recommended giving priority to Hindi in educational institutions. JDU President Lallan Singh stokes a massive controversy, calling Prime Minister Dhongi, says time has come to expose the Behrupia. BJP slams unacceptable remarks, claims this shows the mindset of Nitish Kumar. An IED was detected and defused by the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora. Traffic was halted on the route as a precautionary measure. No respite for actors Nayanthara Vignesh Shivan in the surrogacy controversy. The Tamil Nadu government has formed a panel to probe whether the surrogacy was legal and whether procedures are followed or not. Some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Supreme Court has suspended the order of the Nagpur bench of Bombay High Court that discharged former Delhi University professor G.N. Sai Baba and others in an alleged Maoist links case. Sai Baba continues to remain in jail as per the order of the court is what we know. The acquittal order has been suspended by the Supreme Court. This is a link case in which a Maoist link of activist G.N. Sai Baba was found. He is going to continue to stay in jail is what we know. It's a setback for the former DU professor G.N. Sai Baba. My colleague Kanu Sharda is getting us more details on that story. Joining us from Supreme Court of India right now. Kanu, on what grounds has the Supreme Court today suspended the order of the Bombay High Court? This doesn't give any relief. In fact, means more trouble for GN Sai Baba.
Yes, Neha, the trouble is more for the Sai Baba and other accused in the case, because the Supreme Court has went on to say that the sanction on the basis of which was the High Court judgment was given was bad in law, and it went on to say that that Section 45 of the UAPA, which requires a sanction to be given in these kind of cases, have not been considered by the High Court at all. High Court has not gone into the merits of the case, which it should have gone, but basically only on the basis of because the High Court has not gone into the merits of the case, the Supreme Court has took a view and suspended the sentence, the order of the release, which was given yesterday only. So Sai Baba and all the other 5 accused will have to stay in jail only, and the court has issued notice on the few questions of law that it has been framed today, and the next date of hearing is December 8th.
We'll come back to you for more on that story. Setback for former DU Professor GN Sai Baba continues to be in jail. Moving on, personal attacks on Prime Minister Modi continues. Months after his party broke ranks with the BJP, JDU President Lallan Singh has called the Prime Minister dhongi or fake. Lallan Singh, questioned why Modi called himself backward, claiming there were no backward classes in Gujarat. Lallan Singh said when Modi became the chief minister, it included his caste in the backward class category in Gujarat, calling it a duplicate backward. He said Modi was duty-bound as the Prime Minister to give an account to the people of the country about his caste. BJP, on the other hand, slammed Lallan Singh over this remark, saying that it showed his anti-backward feudal mindset.
अब बताइए ना, 2014 के चुनाव में इस देश के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पूरा देश भर में घूम कर कहे कि हम अति पिछड़ा है, हम अति पिछड़ा है। अरे गुजरात में अति पिछड़ा है? गुजरात में अति पिछड़ा नहीं है, गुजरात में पिछड़ा वर्ग है। ये उस पिछड़ा वर्ग में भी नहीं थे। जब ये मुख्यमंत्री बने गुजरात के, तब इन्होंने अपने समाज को पिछड़ा वर्ग में शामिल कर लिया। तो डुप्लीकेट है, या ओरिजिनल कहां से आता है? अभी डुप्लीकेट आदमी घूम घूम के पूरा देश भर में कह रहे हैं कि हम अति पिछड़ा से आते हैं।
सारी शर्म शालीनता भूल गए हैं। वो एक पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है ना, सांसद भी है ना, कोई शर्म नहीं बची है क्या? क्या मतलब है इसका भाई? आप भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में इस तरह की स्तरहीन टिप्पणी करेंगे? ये राजनीति का स्तर वो कहां ले जा रहे हैं? वो छोटे कार्यकर्ता होते तो मैं जवाब भी नहीं देता। वो जदयू के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं।
ललन सिंह खुद अगड़ी जाति से आते हैं, इसलिए वो पिछड़ी जातियों के लोगों पर प्रश्न उठाते रहते हैं, और इतने साल उनके साथ सत्ता में रहे तब प्रश्न उठाए। आज क्योंकि चुनाव में वो नीतीश कुमार को प्रोजेक्ट करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी की जाति पर प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। और प्रधानमंत्री ने कभी जाति की बात नहीं करी। हाँ, वो पिछड़ी जाति से आते हैं और वह समाज के हर वर्ग की बात करते हैं, परंतु इनकी राजनीति सिर्फ जाति धर्म में ही बटी हुई है। इसका जवाब नीतीश कुमार जी को देना चाहिए कि वह जाति की राजनीति करेंगे या प्रगति की राजनीति करेंगे।
देखिए, उनका जो संदर्भ है वो ये है कि किस टाइमलाइन में कब तक ये तथाकथित जाति वहाँ उस लिस्ट में नहीं थी, ओबीसी की फेहरिस्त में, और कब आई। और मुझे स्मरण है कि जब तक वो मुख्यमंत्री रहे गुजरात के, तब तक इसका जिक्र भी कभी नहीं हुआ। जब राष्ट्रीय फलक पर उन्होंने कोशिश की आगे बढ़ने की, तब इस बात का जिक्र हुआ। बल्कि यहाँ तक हुआ कि प्रियंका जी के एक बयान को उन्होंने स्वयं इतना तोड़ा मरोड़ा कि जो बात कही गई थी उन्होंने उसको जाति की ओर रुख मोड़ दिया।
प्रधानमंत्री को जितनी ये गालियां देंगे, इस मुल्क की जनता, इस मुल्क की आवाम उनसे उतना प्यार करेगी। और प्रधानमंत्री का अपमान जब कोई करता है तो पूरे देश के लोगों के दिल पर ठेस पहुंचती है। क्या उनके भाग्य में इन विपक्षी नेता की गाली लिखी। ये मर्यादा तोड़ने वाला बयान है और इसके लिए देश की जनता कभी क्षमा नहीं करने वाली।
सर, जब तक जेडीयू आप लोग
किसी भी दल के नेता, चाहे कोई भी हो, छोटा कार्यकर्ता हो या प्रधानमंत्री हो, उनके जातिगत आधार पे आलोचना करना या इस तरह का कोई बयान देना, मैं समझता हूँ इस तरह के बयान से बचना चाहिए। कांग्रेस का स्पष्ट मानना है कि हमें जातिगत आधार पर टिप्पणी करने से बचते हुए उनके कार्यों का मूल्यांकन के आधार पर उसका विश्लेषण करना चाहिए, उनकी विफलताओं को उजागर करना चाहिए, उस पॉइंट पर आलोचना करनी चाहिए। क्या क्या वादा खिलाफी प्रधानमंत्री ने किया है, किस तरह से देश की जनता को धोखा दिया है, कैसे महंगाई बढ़ी है, बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, हमें इस पर बात करनी चाहिए।
Rohit Singh is getting us more details on that story, joining us from Patna right now. Rohit, we've spoken about this in the past as well. These are personal comments, and as we've always seen, it doesn't really go down well with the people also, given the fact that Narendra Modi continues to be a very popular leader, isn't it? But what really prompted Lalan Singh to do this, to say this? And what does the JDU have to say? Are they endorsing it?
Well, see, Sneha, the BJP and the JDU have been at loggerhead ever since Nitish Kumar has snapped ties with the Saffron Party and joined the Mahagathbandhan. Ever since the war of words are flying high between the two parties. And in this context, yesterday we saw that Lalan Singh, who has already been making critical remarks against the BJP leaders like Amit Shah, yesterday went on to target Prime Minister Narendra Modi directly, questioning his caste credentials, calling him Behrupia, calling him a duplicate, Pichra, and also Dhongi. He used all these words for the Prime Minister. And today also he did not stop. Today also he has tweeted many pictures of the Prime Minister where he's wearing in different attires, and really calling him a Behrupia through all these tweets and his comments. So all these comments which have been made by the JDU national president himself have not gone down well. Has not gone down well with the BJP, and we have seen a host of top BJP leaders coming out and hitting out at Lalan Singh for making these comments. Because remember, these comments have not been made by any small-time leader or any spokesperson of the party. The comment has been made directly by the national president of Janata Dal United, who is number 2 in the party after Nitish Kumar. So these are huge comments, and that is why we are seeing there's a backlash. And also the Congress party, you see, the Congress party.
I'm going to talk to you about that, Rohit, because we have some news just coming in. I'm thanking you for the moment. Let's go across straight to this big story that we are breaking from Shopian and Jammu and Kashmir. Terrorists shot and injured a Kashmiri Pandit in Shopia is what we're learning. More details are awaited, but the continuous and the unsparing attacks on minorities in Jammu and Kashmir continues. Another Kashmiri Pandit has been targeted, this time in Shopia. We'll just go across to my colleague for more details on that story to understand how the person in question, the victim here, is doing. Terrorists have injured a Kashmiri Pandit. Attack on minorities in Jammu and Kashmir continues, unfortunately. Ashravani has more on that. Ashraf, first of all, how is the victim doing? Tell us a little more about that.
Saniya, this is another unfortunate incident of terror in the Shopian district. It is the Mujikund village, small village, where a Kashmiri Pandit has been shot. He has got injured in that terror attack and has been shifted to the Shopian hospital for treatment. Area has been cordoned off by the security forces and a massive hunt has been launched for the terrorists responsible for the shooting on a minority Kashmiri Pandit in Shopian. It is not the first incident in the district. In fact, it is the 4th incident during last 3 months, particularly 2nd incident in last 2 months in the Shopian district, where specifically minorities, Kashmiri Pandits, which are a handful of population in the Kashmir Valley, are being targeted. Here also today, just few minutes before, this attack took place on an individual who is residing in that particular village of Shopian district, and now area has been cordoned off. The injured victim has been brought to the hospital for treatment, and police is seeing the matter that who were the responsible for this shootout on a Kashmiri Pandit, and the main focus is not only to save the life of this a minority community member here in the Shopian district, but also to nab those attackers responsible for this firing on a minority member of a Shopian district.
Yes, what is the administration now saying and doing? Because Ashraf, we've seen so many Kashmiri Pandits out in the streets as well, saying that this has to be nipped in the bud, and that continuous targeting of Pandits, not just Pandits, Ashraf, as a matter of fact, other minorities, including Hindu minorities also, continues in your area.
Yes, absolutely. There was some kind of operations, massive operations launched after the specifically killing of minority members in the month of April this year. Then there was a pause. There was not any specific target of minorities or non-locals in the Kashmir Valley. But we have seen since the abrogation of Article 370, specifically non-locals and minority members of Kashmiri Pandit communities are being targeted. They were provided the security residencies in different parts of the districts, which are the transit migrant camps. But despite all, some pockets of the Kashmiri Pandits are living in the far-flung and rural areas. In fact, the security has been provided to those minority populations in different parts of the Kashmir Valley. But here we are not getting that. What was the reason that this Kashmiri Pandit, despite the security to his village, has been targeted, whether he was out from the house in any market or at a field outside his residence where he has been targeted, that is yet to be seen. The details are emerging. As soon as these details will come up, we will share with our viewers.
All right, Ashrafani getting us all of those details. Yet another Kashmiri Pandit has been attacked in the valley. More news coming in this afternoon. The National Human Rights Commission has taken cognizance of shocking human sacrifice incident in Kerala in which 2 women were brutally murdered. The panel has issued notices to Chief Secretary and the DGP seeking a report in this entire matter. Shibi Mole has more details on that story. This is a story that has shocked the conscience, Shibi, of the entire nation, not just Kerala, and that's the reason why the NHRC has had to step in. Were there lapses in this case in terms of the accused having had a history of committing similar crimes in the past? Where has been the lapse? What more can you tell us?
Well, Sneha, absolutely. Like you mentioned, this is one case that has shocked the conscience of not just Kerala but also the entire country. In fact, the NHRC has now taken note of this, and they've asked the Chief Secretary as well as the Kerala DGP to submit a report within 4 weeks. In fact, before this, the Kerala Women's Commission had also taken note of this and asked the Kerala DGP to submit a report within 2 weeks of the investigation. Now, the investigation, like you were mentioning, there are many angles that the police are looking into right now. In fact, today in Pathanamthitta, all the 3 accused will be taken to the crime spot and will be the police has to collect evidences, because even though the accused have given statements and but to prove this before the court, the police need evidence, is what the commissioner was repeatedly saying. Now, the top angle that they will be examining is whether there is any other reason other than the human sacrifice aspect behind this murder. In fact, also the belongings of both the victims here, the Fatma and Rosemary, both the victims, there is jewelry that they had, which, as per police, was given to Shafi. So now that needs to be probed. Like, where did this go? Was there any other reason? And was there any other victims? Now, as per police, like as per sources, that there are 12 missing complaints, 12 women who were missing in the last few years. So in Pathanamthitta itself. So now that needs to be probed, is what the police is doing. In fact, they're going to probe all the recent missing cases in Kerala, especially the women missing cases, to see if there is any connection with this particular incident. Also, the psychological aspect. Now, the commissioner, the Chief Police Commissioner, repeatedly said that Shafi, the mastermind here, is a psychopath. So, that aspect. It is more than the murders here. The way it was committed is what has shocked everybody. So that will be investigated. And now, yes, since the National Human Rights Commission has taken notice that this is one case that will, that is before the police, and it's something that the police.
Shivi Mole getting us all of those details, and thanking you for the moment. We have more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. Former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy has hit out at the centre, joining the bandwagon of netas accusing the Modi government of imposing Hindi across the nation.
According to the development which we are seeing now, he wanted to forcibly introduce Hindi language to the whole country by suppressing ultimately all regional languages. But already from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, even West Bengal, protest started. It will going to divide the country again. Several kind of problem we are going to face it tomorrow. We also from Karnataka, we are going to oppose it about this development.
Nagarjun Dwarkanath is getting us more details on that story. This again is an emotive issue, be it Tamil Nadu where the DMK is protesting, Naga or where Karnataka also can't be left behind, given that the so-called imposition of Hindi has been a matter that has found a great deal of traction. And here's a state that goes to polls in just a few months from now, isn't it?
In Karnataka, language and water has always been emotive. Sneha, Kaveri water and Kannada language are very, very emotional issue for the Kannadigas here. So, JDS chief and also former Chief Minister Kumaraswamy has once again hit out of the centre, saying the centre is trying to force Hindi on southern states and suppressing the emotions of Kannadigas, Tamilians and Telugu people. This comes at a time when DMK is protesting in Tamil Nadu on anti-Hindi and sentiments and Hindi imposition. Here, Kumaraswamy also is reiterating the fact that it's because of the central government and directly attacking the BJP that it's because of them Hindi imposition is happening, and he would not let this happen, at least in Karnataka.
Naga, thanking you for the moment. Nagarjun Dwarkanath getting us that report of former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy. They're saying that Hindi imposition is not going to be allowed. Not too far away from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu also, this matter is just snowballing. There is no end to the language war in Tamil Nadu where the DMK is protesting. It's a statewide protest against the imposition of Hindi as the medium of instruction in central government institutions. Udayanidhi Stalin, the son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the youth DMK leader, led a massive protest today, saying that this is a covert conspiracy on the part of the BJP-led central government. This comes after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin condemned the BJP-led union government's decision against the alleged imposition of the Hindi language. Stalin in a statement said, sacrifices of the young people made in history against the imposition of Hindi, and said not to impose another language war on us. Narayan Tirupati of the BJP is with us. Narayan Tirupati, what does the BJP think of the protest on so-called Hindi imposition that the DMK is in fact alleging against the centre? The AIDMK also pretty much is on the same page.
See, this protest is happening because of the to hide the deteriorating law and order problems in Tamil Nadu, and also the mismanagement and the bad administration of the governance in Tamil Nadu. Because actually, what is the evidence of the documents they have said about the imposition of Hindi in this issue? The Official Languages Committee has proposed or has given some recommendation which is very confidential. So how can a Chief Minister so irresponsibly say that the government is trying to impose Hindi? Even if that is right, it means that Hindi and the other regional languages in Group C states, obviously the local languages are going to develop. So if
more news coming in. Terrorists have shot dead a Kashmiri Pandit at Shopian. Telling our viewers more about that big story where Kashmiri Pandits continue to be targeted in the valley. And this time around, once again, the attack is in Shopian, is what we are learning. Ashraf Wani will be joining us for more details. But remember, these are targeted attacks, not just on Kashmiri Pandits, but on Hindus, the minorities living in Jammu and Kashmir. Terrorists have killed, is what we know. There are targeted killings continuing in the valley. And from the information that we have, it does appear that the Kashmiri Pandit who was attacked by terrorists in Shopian has now succumbed, is what we are learning. Ashraf, we spoke to you a few moments ago where you spoke about the attack on the Kashmiri Pandit. We have a confirmation that the Pandit has now succumbed to the injuries?
Yes, absolutely, Saniha. Unfortunately, this Kashmiri Pandit, namely Puran Krishnan, but of Taraknath, son of Taraknath, but of Gund, Shopian, succumbed to his injuries. He was shot just half an hour back in his village, where he got seriously injured, then was shifted to nearby hospital, where doctors declared him brought dead in this terror attack. Now, as I said, area has been cordoned off by the police and army to nab those terrorists who were responsible for the killing of this minority community member, Kashmiri Pandit, here in the Shopian district of South Kashmir. This is not, as I said, this is not the first attack on the minorities in the Kashmir Valley. In fact, it is the fourth attack in Shopian district only during last 6 months, and second attack during the last 2 months in the Shopian district. Despite all the claims by the security agencies as well as by the government that elaborate security has been arranged for all the minority members across the Kashmir Valley, despite once again this soft target by the terrorists in Shopian district of South Kashmir. Now we are seeing that the situation is very tense. Some of the relatives and some of the minority members who are residing in the Kashmir are protesting in the area against this brutal killing, in fact joined by the local population, because despite all the claims by the government and the security agencies, they are not able to save these precious lives of the civilians here in the South Kashmir, particularly of the minority community. Saniha.
All right, Ashraf Vani, thanking you for the moment. Ashraf is getting us the unfortunate news this afternoon of yet another Kashmiri Pandit being killed in the valley. Ashraf, in fact, I'm being told, let's talk about this in greater detail. Kashmiri Pandits, I was asking you earlier as well, Ashraf, and let's talk a little more about that, are actually very upset, isn't it, with the administration, and they've also been out on the street saying that you have to do more to protect us. This isn't good enough.
Absolutely, Saniha. Basically, we have seen for last 6 months all those Kashmiri employees who are the government employees and serving the Kashmir Valley were agitating first in the Kashmir Valley, then they were allowed to move away from the valley and proceed for Jammu. And also in the Jammu for last 6 months, they are protesting and requesting the government to shift them to safer places in the Jammu, because Kashmir is not safe the minorities. Today, this claim has proven true, because once again, when government was saying that there is not any kind of threat to the minorities and the non-locals, despite those all claims, once again, one innocent civilian has been killed in the Shopian district of South Kashmir. Now, government has to come up with that. Where was the breach of security? Because, as I said, all those villages have the minority security pockets in the Kashmir Valley, where some of the individuals of the minority community, particularly Kashmiri Pandits, are residing. How this attack took place, where was the breach of security? That is the big question which the government and the authorities have to answer. Because it is not the first such killing in the Kashmir Valley. There was a series of killings, particularly where the minorities and the non-locals were targeted. It started since April and it continued for many weeks at that time. Then massive operations were launched against the terror groups and the militants and the modules responsible for those killings. But today, when everything was being projected as calm across the Kashmir Valley on the security front, once again a minority community member has been targeted in the Shopian, and unfortunately he lost his life.
Any word, Ashraf, to reach out to Kashmiri Pandits or to talk about what really has happened here? Also, do touch upon whether the investigations have reflected anything just yet exactly as to who is behind this.
Saniha, it is very unfortunate and such a story where there are always being tall claims made by the government, because we have seen that how the process of bringing back the Kashmiri Pandits to the Kashmir Valley has derailed. This initiative started in 2004. Then it was started by the UPA government. Then a pace was brought by the NDA government and the current government led by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He himself assured the Kashmiri Pandit community during 2014 elections that they will be returned back. But big question is, when Article 370 was abrogated, the biggest claim what was made by the government of India was that it will make a way forward for all those displaced Kashmiri Pandits who had left Kashmir in terrorism in 1990, and they will be returning back home. But so far, so many years, 3 decades passed, not a single Kashmiri family has returned back to the Kashmir Valley. In fact, all those who, all those risks, were living despite all those terrorism acts in the Kashmir Valley, were residing in the Kashmir Valley. Now they even are they are feeling very unsafe, and that we have seen during the month of April and May, that many much families who were residing in the Kashmir Valley since 90s have seen all the ups and downs of the Kashmir Valley, are now compelled to leave the Kashmir Valley. And today, this individual who was the resident of a Shopian district of a small village, he, despite all the ups and downs in the Kashmir Valley, didn't left the valley. But today, what he has faced, he has just given his life for staying in the Kashmir Valley. And that is a big question the government and the authorities have to answer, that if so many things were told during the last many months, that all the security, all the minorities had been assured a soundproof security across the Kashmir Valley, how this specifically a member from a minority community, a Kashmiri Pandit, has been targeted once again, that also in the district of Shopian. Where is the breach of security? That is the big question. Probably the authorities, the government will come up with the statement soon, because as I have said, that there is very much anger not only in the Kashmiri Pandit, pocket full of Kashmiri Pandit community which is residing in the Kashmir Valley, but also the neighbors of this individual who was living in a remote village of Shopian district in South Kashmir.
All right, Ashraf, I'm going to come back to you for more on that story, but this is Shopian, where yet another Kashmiri Pandit has been targeted. Unfortunately, has succumbed to the injuries, is what Ashraf is telling us. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break, and news continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360.
Our world is filled with many scenic, interesting, weird and some creepy places, and we'll tell you about 5 weird islands of the world. This island is in Mexico. The island is surrounded with many dolls across it, and the story begins 50 years ago when only one man used to live there. One night he found a dead girl in the lake along with a doll, so he hung a doll on the tree in memory of her. This is where things got out of hand. He started having many nightmares, and so he hung more dolls around the island. He died in 2001, but the island is visited by tourists quite often. On the island of Socotra, you find trees and plants that are nowhere. Up to a third of this island is endemic. This island is isolated, and it's also called as the most island-looking place on Earth. In 2008, this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It lies in the Arabian Peninsula, but is considered to be a part of Africa. So when do you plan to visit this place? Off the coast of Dubai are 300 man-made islands. This was made to look like the world. It took $13 billion to build these islands. It was constructed using tons of sand from the Persian Sea. People can buy part of the island and name it even. Its construction was started in 2003 and was completed in 2008. But due to the financial crisis of 2008, these islands weren't bought by many. Now it's just abandoned pieces of land. Is this the cutest island or what? The island is filled with rabbits all around. This place is known as Okushima Island. But let's tell you that behind this cuteness, there's also a dark past. During World War II, this island was built to develop poisonous gas to attack China. Due to the poisonous gases, more than 80,000 soldiers of China died. This island was a secret, and Japan even removed it from the map at that time. Now, this island only has a museum here with many of these cute creatures. It's said that these rabbits were left here by a school and then multiplied into a bunch of them. You know, Maldives is a beautiful, fancy island, but beyond that lies a waste island. It was built to get rid of the waste that was covering the island, and every day around 700 tons of waste was generated. When it was burnt, it would pollute the island and affect tourists. To solve this issue, they made this island. But many believe that it needs to get rid of this waste that's polluting the clean water. These are the 5 weirdest islands that we found on Earth. Do you know about any others? Let us know in the comments.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Tech Today from Berlin. What makes these European cities smart, truly smart, using technology? Also, what we're covering on the show is when you're traveling, and a lot of people seem to be traveling now, what are the best pair of noise-cancelling headphones that money can buy? We have them on the show. And of course, EVs and a lot more on this special broadcast of Tech Today. I'm your host, Ayush Alavadi, and this is going to be an action-packed episode. Now that we've unboxed this, if you look at this case, what if I told you it's housing one of the world's best active noise cancellation headphones? That's right, the Sony XM5s. Now the XM series, the XM3, 4 were always the undisputed champions every year with each generation. These ones have gotten a bit more expensive, and there's a few design changes as well. But are these still the world's best noise cancelling headphones? Well, let's find out. Well, when you take it out of the case, an absolute beauty. The Sony XM5s here in India. Is this the device that you should be gifting your uncles and your aunts and your brothers and sisters this Diwali? Well, that's what we're going to tell you. As soon as you open it, they're much lighter. This headband seems very comfortable the minute you put it on your head. You know, even while testing it right now, everything out here was completely wiped out. I couldn't hear anything. That's how good the noise cancellation is, and I'm not even switched it on yet. It's just the ear cups that seem very comfortable. I think that's something Sony has worked on. This headband is very, very comfortable. I just hope with a little bit of wear and tear, because these are headphones which you'll want to invest in for some time at least, that they can last a bit of wear and tear in terms of durability. There's a bunch of features which have been amazing on the XM series over the past few years, and I think Sony has continued that legacy. For instance, you put them on, and perhaps you're on a flight or a busy street, and someone comes to talk to you. The minute someone comes, there's two things that could get you back into the real environment. The first one would be speak to talk. The minute you start talking, the noise cancellation is turned off, and it goes into transparency mode, letting you have that conversation, and then of course the music is drowned out. And if you want to do this manually, supposing you're keen to listen to an announcement, all you have to do is take your right hand on the right ear cup, and there you go. It's super noisy right now because the noise cancellation is turned off and I can hear everything. Take it off, voila, and now the noise cancellation is back on. I find these small software and hardware hacks quite interesting on the Sony XM series, but there are things which aren't working in its favor. They're a lot more like the AirPods Max now, which are maybe twice the price. But these, of course, are platform and software agnostic. You can use them on an Android device. You can connect them with an Apple device as well. You can download the app, the Sony Headphones app, and all sorts of features open up to you. Let's talk about the amazing features, then the good features, and then the not so good features. And that's a very small list, spoiler alert. The really good, amazing features are of course two. The noise cancellation and what's it like to answer phone calls on this. If you're editing for long periods like we do on the show, or you are traveling on a flight, and we've used these on all our travels non-stop. And the two things that really work are noise cancellation and of course the battery life. The battery life is around 30 hours, similar to last year's model, but I think this packs in a little bit more juice. When we're talking about active noise cancellation, look, the XM series have been the undisputed kings. There are great headphones from Bose, from Sennheiser, even the AirPods Max. But the noise cancellation on this is an other level. And this year, it's gotten even better. And the real feature which has changed and gotten so much better is using these for calls. So you'd imagine if you had these on-ear headphones, they're not going to be ideal for calls. I have been absolutely stumped by the call quality. People on the other end don't even know that I'm using headphones. Sometimes it's even better than using your ordinary phone microphone because this has 4 beamforming microphones. That means they direct the sound accordingly, and I am absolutely mind-boggled, stumped by the sound quality you get on phone calls. That's something you didn't expect from these headphones, and it's changed a lot from the previous years and in comparison to all the other rivals in this space. So when you talk about noise cancellation, undisputed king, and of course, when you're talking about call quality, that's a pleasant welcome surprise. Look, it's not all hunky-dory. There are a few things that we didn't like, especially if you're a Sony XM series fan. The previous ones looked similar, well, sort of similar, not entirely the same, but they could fold as well. A lot of you all write in the Ask segment saying, are they a great upgrade from the XM4? Look, in terms of noise cancellation and calls, definitely. In terms of battery life, maybe a little, but in terms of design, it's potato. It depends on how you interpret this new design. If you want a more compact sort of a setting, then the XM4s and the XM3s are great, and they're all available, and they're much cheaper than these headphones. So maybe that's something you want to consider. But then again, if you're talking about design, I think overall, if you've got them on your ears and you have a decent backpack to keep this case in, they're fantastic. The real question is, how do the XM5s compare to other rivals in the market from Bose and Sennheiser? That's not really the apples to apples comparison. Unfortunately or fortunately, you got to compare these to the XM4s, which were last year's headphones, still available for 5,000 rupees less. They fold as well and slightly different design, but they're not the latest and greatest from Sony, which happen to be the XM5s. Do you want to consider that for its design? That's up to you. But after testing these extensively, I can safely say that if you're looking for the best noise cancelling headphones in the market in any form and the best call quality you've had on anything that you've put on your head, maybe sometimes even better than your iPhones or Android devices, then the Sony XM5s at an introductory price of 27,000 rupees, which could then eventually go up to 35,000 rupees. So at 27,000 rupees, if you've saved up for the festive season, these are a must buy. For the past few years, there's been so much talk of smart cities in India, and India's Smart Cities project is well underway. But what makes a city truly smart? How do you use technology to make the whole process a lot more efficient? Well, I caught up with someone who knows the smart cities here in Berlin. Here's what he had to say. Well, on Tech Today, I have a very special guest with me here at the Siemens HQ in Berlin, Matthias Rebellius. Thanks so much for joining us on Tech Today.
Yeah, hello. Hello, everybody out there. So it's good.
Matthias, you've worked so much in smart cities, and in India, we have a very robust smart cities plan. But from a technology perspective, I wanted to understand what are the true parameters that Indian cities should be working on to make them truly smart using technology.
If you say it's only two, a lot needs to be done, of course. But if it's two, definitely making more digital, and then also more renewable, more sustainable. So how to do this? First of all, we need more renewable energy sources, outside the cities or inside the cities, and connect all of the assets. So we need smart metering, and then also more intelligent grid to manage the complexity and increasing complexity in the low voltage grid, especially with all the e-car charging infrastructure, and also the decentral generation that we are having. And this will provide more sustainability in cities.
I think that's fascinating. You mentioned EVs as well. Now, we've seen a lot of EVs here at Siemensstadt, but of course, we are trying to push for EVs in India in a big way as well. Charging infrastructure, range anxiety. Are there things out there in terms of smart mobility that tech companies like Siemens have to offer as well, which can make the whole process a lot more efficient?
Yes, we also talk about the hybrid world. That does not mean that we have hybrid cars only, but we live in. There's an evolution of things. So the number of EV cars will of course increase, but not only in the private world, but it's also we talk about autonomous driving. We talk about charging as a service and electrical fleet management, which is a very important point, and also for bus charging, for example. We have in all of these areas we have examples around the world, also in India. And I do see this increasing significantly, and it needs investments also from the cities, the states, and also from private investors.
We're standing in front of an iconic historic building, and it's fascinating to see the mix of traditional architecture and all these smart solutions. Is this the way forward for the world? Smart cities similar to this one in Berlin?
Especially here, as we are celebrating our 175th birthday of Siemens today here in Berlin at this site, and we are just about to start the refurbishment, one of the largest here in Siemensstadt, where we combine the historic legacy, which we will also preserve for the next generations, with modern technology and making it a net zero, fully sustainable campus, open also for where people live and work. Have also research and develop and deploy the technologies for the future, where we also will be supporting for the next 175 years as one of the most relevant tech companies in the world.
Matthias, thanks so much for speaking to us. An absolute pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, you know what they say, when you're in Rome, do as the Romans do. But now I'm in Berlin, so I'm doing what the Germans do, which is enjoying a traditional currywurst. It looks yummy. For a desi traveling all the time, this is a blessing. Spicy, a lot of curry powder. That's great because that's what I have access to at this point. But you might have access to a lot more snacks in the fridge, so go get them and then enjoy the second half of the show. I'll see you soon.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected.
E-scooters galore here in Europe, but if you want to see a review on these e-scooters, what's it really like, the user experience, then let us know on our social media handles or in the comment section below. But for now, there's an EV revolution that's brewing, not just here in Europe, but in India as well. India's not far behind when we talk about electric mobility, and things are getting better and better. There's one such company, Ather, which enjoys a very loyal, engaged community. But are they happy with the new Ather bike? Well, let's actually see if it's a true bang for your buck.
The Ather 450X Gen 3 is the third iteration of the 450X range of EV scooters by Ather. So is it truly a generation ahead of its predecessor? And how practical is it to own it and ride it? Let's find out. From the look of it, the Ather 450X Gen 3 looks just like its predecessor. It comes in similar paint schemes, although it has a new set of mirrors and tires as well. We can ride this scooter in 3 modes: Eco, Sport and Ride. It doesn't offer a hyper mode which Ola scooters usually offer, which is for very high and extreme speeds.
The Ather app is the companion to the Ather 450X Gen 3 scooter. This would help in bringing all vital details of the scooter just at the tip of your fingers whenever you want. Moreover, this scooter comes with another unique feature. It has a built-in SIM by Jio, which would help with navigation, ride statistics, remote location tracking, remote charging and other exciting features. Most of these features are freely available until December 2022. Post-December, these features would be chargeable under 2 plans: Ather Connect Lite, which would cost Rs 375 for a quarter, and Ather Connect Pro, which would cost Rs 700 for a quarter.
Although this scooter looks a lot like its predecessor, but it has a 3.7 kilowatt-hour battery positioned right beneath the scooter floor. Moreover, it has a 105 kilometer range as per Ather True Range estimations, which is a 20 kilometer upgrade from its predecessor. The large battery doesn't mean that this scooter is going to take too long to charge. Ather says that this scooter is going to charge from 0 to 100 in about 5 hours 40 minutes. You know what we found out? When we charged this scooter from 30% to 100%, it took us only 2.5 hours. We tested this scooter here in Noida. Noida is spread across 203 kilometers, but Ather only has a handful charging grid stations. Although this scooter comes with a charger that's compatible with a 5 ampere socket, it's worth noting that specifications like these are not available everywhere in the city. One could argue that a permanent solution would be to get a charger installed in the basement of your building. But do you realize how difficult it is to get an approval from a cooperative society for such things? Moreover, what about people who are living as tenants or paying guests who often change homes? Have you thought about what would happen to students who would want to ride an EV like this, but their hostel administration would not allow them to get a charging point built in the campus? Although the Ather 450X Gen 3 comes with lots of new features, a better battery, better range and whatnot, but it seems like it's not a practical choice yet, maybe because of the lack of infrastructure.
News just coming in from the valley, and this is rather distressing. Targeted killings in Kashmir continues. Terrorists have fired upon and murdered a Kashmiri Pandit in Shopian. The victim has now been identified as Puran Krishnan Bhatt. That is the name of the victim. The area has been cordoned off and search operations are underway as we speak to nab the terrorist. Horrific pictures coming in. Very distressing visuals on your screens right now, and we strictly advise viewer discretion on the Kashmiri Pandit who has just been murdered in the valley. So targeted killings of Kashmiri Pandits and minorities continues unabated, as always, sponsored by Pakistan. The victim here, Puran Krishnan Bhatt. Family in distress. Pictures coming in from Shopian, where the body of the victim has now been shared by authorities. Sunil Ji Bhatt has more details on that story. Sunil, I'm losing count of the number of times I'm having a conversation with you about the number of targeted killings in the valley. This is frustrating. This is upsetting to the core. Can't even imagine what the family members are going through. Just really tell us what really happened here.
Absolutely, Sneha. Terrible news coming in from the Kashmir Valley. Another targeted killing has been reported, this time from South Kashmir, Shopian district. A Kashmiri Pandit named Puran Krishnan Bhatt. He was on his way to his orchard and there was a group of terrorists who suddenly fired at him. He was seriously injured and he was rushed to the district hospital, Shopian. Unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. Now the security forces have cordoned off that entire area and an intense search operation is on. But once again, a Kashmiri Pandit has been targeted, and this is going to once again, create fear psychosis among the Kashmiri Pandits, because already hundreds of Kashmiri Pandits recently fled the valley. They were the government employees who were serving in the valley. They fled the valley, and for last more than 150 days, they have been sitting on a dharna in Jammu, demanding their transfer to Jammu. But the authorities haven't taken any decision as far as their demand is concerned. But another targeted killing has taken place of a Kashmiri Pandit in the Kashmir Valley, and this is definitely going to create more fear among the handful of Kashmiri Pandits that are left in the valley. As far as the authorities are concerned, they are saying that they are taking all adequate steps to ensure security of the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandits. But unfortunately, targeted killings continue to take place in the valley. Sneha.
Sunil, there are so many issues to talk about. Right from what is the authorities doing to give security to all of these Kashmiri Pandits, given that there has been a pattern to all of this. They also have been out on the streets saying that the government and the authorities must do much more to protect us, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. The security of the Kashmiri Pandits is a matter of concern for everyone, and the authorities in the recent past have taken many steps to boost the morale of the Kashmiri Pandit community and to give them a sense of security. But unfortunately, these killings continue to take place. This time, this killing has taken place in the Chaudhry Gund area of South Kashmir, Shopian district. The security forces have cordoned off the area and they are trying to trace the perpetrators of this heinous crime. The terrorists carried out another targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley. The government has been assuring the Kashmiri Pandits that Kashmiri Pandit government employees that their security will be taken care of and they should report back to their offices. But unfortunately, targeted killings continue to take place, and the Kashmiri Pandit, the government employees who have been protesting here in Jammu for last more than 150 days,
yes,
they are saying that they are not going to return because the atmosphere is not conducive for their return and for their survival in the valley.
So unfortunate. This is their homes. Imagine being driven out of your homes. Amit Raina is with us, an activist, also a Kashmiri Pandit. Amit, we can't even begin to imagine how you all feel not being a part of your home anymore, not being able to go back home anymore. And these targeted killings continue. Attacks against Kashmiri Pandits. We've had reports of another Kashmiri Pandit being killed today.
See, the blood of Kashmiri Pandit being killed in Kashmir is not on Pakistan, is not on terrorists. It is squarely on government of India and the Supreme Court of this country. For years, we have been begging Supreme Court to please to order and form an SIT to investigate the reasons for why Kashmiri Pandits are being killed in Kashmir. and Supreme Court every time finds an excuse. The government of India refuses to form an SIT on its own, refuses to put a judicial commission to find out what are the reasons that led to the exodus and genocide of Kashmiri Pandits. So Pakistan continues to do what it has been doing for 32 years. The problem is our state refuses to act the way it has to act. Now look at the US. There are mere 800 families living in Kashmir. The people who chose to stay back in 1990s. The population will not be more than 2,600. Now, if you can't ensure safety of 2,600 Kashmiri Pandits in the valley, how are you going to get 5 lakh Kashmiri Pandits back and ensure safety for them? Plus, you are insisting today that 5,000 employees of PM package who have been protesting after killings of so many Hindus in Kashmir, especially the PM package employees, that it is not safe for us to be in the valley. You are insisting that they should come back and be sacrificed. For what? So that you can tell the world that you have situation in control in Kashmir. No, it is not. And it will never be in situation in control because you have allowed the terrorists to get away with everything they have been doing. You do not form judicial commissions. There are no convictions till date. There are no fast-track courts on the convictions. So a terrorist knows that if he kills someone, at least he is not going to get punished by the law of this country. He may attain martyrdom as a way jihad specifies, but he is not going to get punished. And that is very sad what is happening.
What should the government do immediately, Amit Raina, as we continue to mourn the murder of these Kashmiri Pandits, and not just Kashmiri Pandits, also minority Hindus in the valley?
No, first and foremost is that they need to move these Kashmiri Pandits and Hindus who are vulnerable
Amit,
to
please
attack.
hold on to your thoughts. I want you to continue to stay with us. I'm bringing in Ashok Pandit as well. He's joined us on the phone line. Mr. Pandit, your reaction to this horrific story that we are reporting on, yet another targeted killing of an innocent Kashmiri Pandit in Shopian this time around.
This will keep on happening. This will keep on continuing because the terrorists know that we have no godfathers, we have no protectors. Nobody is going to protect us. We are going to be just used for vote banks. We are just going to be used as, as animals in the museum, lambs in the museum, to tell the world that Kashmir is normal because Kashmiri Pandits are living there. And terrorists on the other side want to prove that terrorism still exists and they will keep on killing us. So we are going to continue to lose Kashmiri Pandits. It's a matter of shame, because from last so many days, the last 3-4 months, the Kashmiri Pandit employees are there on the streets shouting, screaming, weeping that please relocate us, please relocate us. We are not safe in Kashmir. We are not safe in Kashmir. The women are on the streets. The young children are on the streets for last so many months that if we don't relocate us, we'll keep on losing our lives. But nobody has given a ear to it. Nobody is listening to us. Nobody is bothered. And we were expecting, in fact, everybody is was waiting for another killing to happen. Because if you couldn't protect Rahul Gandhi, or if you couldn't protect the killings before that, you would not be able to protect another Kashmiri Pandit. Because it's very difficult to have security around every Kashmir, 5,000 to more than 5,000 Kashmiri Pandits in Kashmir. So they are very vulnerable. That's what we have been shouting and screaming. 5,000 Kashmiri Pandits employees who are there under Prime Minister's package in Kashmir, relocate them to Jammu and other places of the country till the time Kashmiri Pandits feel safe in Kashmir. But no, you don't want to do that because you feel that will be a defeat. You will lose. You'll be a loser. That Kashmiri Pandits are coming back and will be considered as an exodus of another exodus of Kashmiri Pandits. But the truth is that Kashmiri Pandits are unsafe. Kashmiri Pandits are dying. The history is repeating. Since last 32 years, Kashmiri Pandits are being sacrificed, are being used as lambs, scapegoats, and they are continuing to give their lives to protect, to tell the world that Kashmir is normal. And I demand today, and I make a demand on behalf of all the Kashmiri Pandits, at my district, that the entire community is demanding today to the LG, to the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, to Honorable Home Minister, that within 24 hours, relocate these Kashmiri Pandits from Kashmir and relocate them to Jammu till the time things are normal. And you'll be ashamed, you'll be sad to know that about 10 days back, the government had issued a notification asking Kashmiri Pandits, protesting Kashmiri Pandits to come to Kashmir and your attendance will be taken by the system. And if you don't come, your salaries will not be given. Last 2 or 3 months, the salaries are not given to the Kashmiri Pandits.
You know, Mr. Pandit, I just want to ask you this one thing. It keeps intriguing me. You know, I'm not dissing the efforts of the government when they do some sort of a crackdown on people, you know, who are having terrorist links and are holding government jobs. But I would say that this is, you know, this is very little in the direction of ensuring that Pandits then build that trust to come back to the valley, isn't it?
You see, nobody is denying that government is not doing enough to fight terrorism. Nobody is denying that. That's a separate topic altogether. There's a separate subject. Terrorists, the security forces are losing their lives and they are on it. The government is on the terrorists. But my issue is that how do we protect Kashmiri Pandits? We are also human beings. We can't be scapegoats. I'm not saying that the situation is not better than what it was in 1990s. I'm not saying that. But because the terrorists want to prove that Kashmir is not normal, they will only keep killing Kashmiri Pandits because we are soft targets. We don't have ammunition in our hands. We are all educated people. We don't believe in violence.
Soft target is the word that you use. Yes, I understand. You know, we'll talk about that, Mr. Pandit. In fact, I'm just going to go across to our guest. Sandeep Mawa, I'm being told, is now joining us. Your reaction to what has happened? We've been talking ad nauseum about how the government needs to do much more to protect Kashmiri Pandits. I mean, Shopian particularly is the place from where maximum targeted killings are reported. How difficult is it to improve the security in this particular area?
See, there was a high input from last 3 to 4 days that the Kashmiri Pandits would be targeted. I am a Kashmiri Pandit living in Srinagar. I was informed personally by the SSP Srinagar. So there was a high input that Kashmiri Pandit would be targeted. Now I don't know that the Shopian SSP should answer it. The Shopian police should answer it. If there was a high input, how come they could make such a blunder, leaving some Kashmiri Pandits vulnerable? It is very unfortunate. We are trying to bring peace. We are doing all efforts, risking our life for peace in Kashmir. But government has to pull its socks. Enough is enough. I'm not going, no Kashmir is going to run away. Kashmiri Pandits are not running away. But government needs to pull up its socks and work in a better security scenario where we feel safe and protected.
Sandeep Mawa, you know, the government has said that all is okay in the valley, if not all perfect. Things are improving in the valley and there is confidence. They're investing in Kashmir. You know, what does all of this really mean if the people who belong to Kashmir are not able to go back home? What does it really mean for you?
See, I told you, the plan is the militancy is in the last phase. This is expected. The minorities would be targeted. That is the plan of Pakistan. We know it. That is the plan of ISI. But see, if you know the plan, how do you prevent it? How do you sabotage the plan? That's what the question should be. We are contributing. Every Kashmiri Pandit living in Kashmir is not that we don't have other avenues to go outside the state of the country. But we are standing with our own great country. Only to show solidarity with the government and with the nation. They are letting us down. See, investment is coming. There is perfectly things are falling in place. I'm not denying that. But I'm saying where is the protection for the Kashmiri Pandits? If you know they are the soft targets, the government should create a mechanism. They should provide them security. You have a huge security grid. You can't provide security. It is very unfortunate that a Kashmiri Pandit was vulnerable in his own field in Shupia. And there you know, it's a militancy hub. How could you make such mistakes? That is the question I put to the agencies and the police.
It's a losing count, Sandeep Mawa. These are targeted killings. This is Puran Krishan Bhatt who has been murdered, is what we are learning. The family, of course, is in great distress. And then there is anger on the streets as well. Sandeep Mawa, you know, a few days ago, and this has been ongoing, Pandits have had to come out on the roads, on the streets, and telling the government, do your job, give us security. We are not safe in the valley. How does one really build trust if this is what Kashmiri Pandits have to do? Ask what is their right, basic security in a troubled region.
That is what I'm trying to tell you. The government should pull up its socks. Enough, you have a huge security grid. You should provide security. That is, if you want Kashmiri Pandits to stay. If the plan is something else, then I can't answer that question. I am contributing. My people are contributing. We are doing whatever best for the nation we can do. The best is we are risking our life for Kashmir. Now, government should act. That is what my simple understanding. Agencies will always play their role, but government should act. The police should act. Knowing that, I know, personally I was called by the SSP Srinagar that please take care for these 2-3 days. And we were taking care. At least inform us. We'll manage our security, but at least inform us. A vulnerable Kashmiri in his own field and shot that, it is very unfortunate. It is very, absolutely unfortunate.
Okay. Sandeep Mawa, I'm thanking you for the moment. Undoubtedly, it is unfortunate that Kashmiri Pandits are being targeted in such a way. And today we are talking about another murder that has taken place in Shopian. Listen in to the soundbite. In fact, it's video that has come in of an eyewitness from Shopian.
ये तो इधर से आता था बाइक पर भी 2 लड़के आए थे इधर तो यहाँ तो एक वो तो घर चला गया बाइक वाला बस यहाँ तो ये पहुँच गया बस पीछे से उसको फायर किया और फिर पास है ना पता नहीं हमने सिर्फ टास देखा है इधर इसकी एज 45 होगी
तो क्या ये था
नहीं ये सेल्फ
Going across straight to these pictures that are coming in. Once again, and absolutely rightly so, Pandits have taken to the streets. Sunil Bhatt is getting asked more details on that story. Sunil, once again, Pandits have had to come out on the streets to say that this is their right. They need to be protected. This is a troubled region.
Absolutely, Sneha. The Kashmiri Pandit government employees who were serving in the valley, they fled recently after the spate of targeted killings that took place in the Kashmir Valley. They have been on dharna for last more than 150 days. Their demand is that they should be transferred to Jammu region because in the Kashmir Valley they are not safe. The atmosphere is not conducive for their survival. But the authorities are saying that transfer to Jammu is not possible. However, these Kashmiri Pandits, government employees, have been protesting there in Jammu outside the Relief Commissioner's office. The administration on its part has said that they have transferred Kashmiri Pandits to the safer areas, but within the Kashmir Valley. They have been transferred to district headquarters. But these protesting Kashmiri Pandit government employees have been saying that that even district headquarters are not safe. Now, with another killing taking place in the Kashmir Valley today, this is going to create more fear among these government employees and they are going to intensify their agitation. Sneha, back to you.
Undoubtedly they will, because there is grouse that the government has not done enough. Why not increase the security? Sunil, I want to talk to you about Shopian, where there have been several targeted killings, more so in this region where the family members have come out and said that should this one killing not be an eye-opener? What does it really take to increase the security in Shopian per se? Tell us what are the challenges here?
Well, Sneha, Shopian district is in the South Kashmir region, and this has been a hotbed of terrorism for decades. There are a handful of Kashmiri Pandits who stay there who did not leave the valley in 1990. But now even they have been targeted, particularly in Shopian district also. We have seen that many Kashmiri Pandits have been targeted and many non-locals have been targeted. And even laborers have been targeted from other states who are working in the Kashmir Valley. So these killings are taking place. The administration on its part has been saying that they have beefed up security in and around the areas where the members of the minority community lives. But once again, a killing has taken place. We are yet to get a full report from the administration that how did terrorists manage to reach to this area where this member of the minority community was staying. And as per the statement, the tweet that has come in from the Kashmir police, it says that this Kashmiri Pandit was on his way to his orchard. And while he was on his way to his orchard, a group of terrorists spotted him and they fired at him. And he was seriously injured. Then he was rushed to the hospital. Unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries there. But once again, terrorists are sending out their message loud and clear that presence of Kashmiri Pandits is not acceptable to them in the valley. and their presence is like an eyesore for Pakistan, for terrorists, and many pro-terrorist elements in the valley. So the government now needs to look into this matter very seriously, because the Kashmiri Pandits have been protesting for a long time now, and they have been saying that the government hasn't done enough to mitigate the sufferings of the displaced Kashmiri Pandits for last more than 3 decades. And in 2010, when the then government, UPA government, had given a package, they had announced a package, employment package for the displaced Kashmiri Pandit youth, but they were told that they will have to serve in the valley. Hundreds of Kashmiri Pandit youth went there, but now with the spate of killings taking place, they are saying that they are not safe in the valley and they should be transferred to Jammu. Sneha.
You know, Sunil, also several of our activists and Kashmiri Pandits who joined us before a few moments ago did say that they're expecting judicial intervention in this matter as well. And there is a sense of disgruntlement with the Supreme Court as well. Talk to us a little about how things stand as far as the legality of these issues are concerned.
Well, Sneha, not once but many times Kashmiri Pandit organizations and even other NGOs have filed petition before the Honorable Supreme Court of India, and what they had demanded is that an SIT inquiry should be ordered into the killings of the Kashmiri Pandit, into the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandit. But on all occasions, the Supreme Court rejected the petition. On one occasion, it said that why did the Kashmiri Pandit organization reported to the Supreme Court after 30 years. On another occasion, the Supreme Court asked the petitioner to approach the government. On another instance, the Supreme Court asked the petitioner to approach J&K High Court. So the Kashmiri Pandit community is disappointed with the approach of the Supreme Court. They are saying that so many petitions have been filed before the Supreme Court, and it was last ray of hope for the displaced community, but even Supreme Court hasn't given the kind of justice they wanted. They're saying that they have approached the successive governments for last more than 3 decades, but the government has totally turned a Nelson's eye towards their problems, and their last ray of hope was on the Honorable Supreme Court. But even Supreme Court hasn't viewed their matter favorably. That's what they are saying.
Sushil Pandit, activist from Kashmir, Kashmiri Pandit himself, joining us. Sushil Pandit, your take on what has happened, your sense of disappointment, not just with the government, but also with the courts when it comes to the matter of securing Pandits in the valley.
It is outrageous. The government has left only 2 choices with Kashmiri Pandit employees under Prime Minister's package. The 2 choices are either die by the jihadi bullets or die of destitution, because we will stop your salary for not going and killing yourself in Kashmir. This coming from an insensitive government which claims to have normalized Kashmir and wants to push us like lambs to slaughter back in the valley when nothing exists in terms of security infrastructure. There is no frisking. There are no checkpoints, there are no drop gates, there is no CASO, there is no CADO, there is nothing to deter people carrying guns and killing at will. Jihad has been given a free run in the name of winning hearts and minds. Our lives are not for experiments like this. We are not lab rats, we are not guinea pigs. And the Home Minister, who just traveled to Kashmir and claimed everything was normal and is going to push the state into elections, must wake up, smell coffee, and stop wasting precious lives of those Hindus who have barely escaped a genocide in Kashmir 32 years back. If we were to be wasted like this, we wouldn't have run away from Kashmir, leaving our homes and jobs and wives, work and family. This is unacceptable. This is pathetic. We cannot be sitting ducks in your experiment.
All right.
In mindless secularism, in mindless normalcy, in pretension.
Sushil Pandit, I understand your sentiments at this point in time. Thanking you for the moment, for joining us and sharing exactly what you expect from the government, because this time around, viewers, we're getting information of Yet another targeted killing in the valley. This is a Kashmiri Pandit being targeted by terrorists. I'm going to try and go across to my colleague Sunil G. Bhatt also for more details. That protest has now taken place. There is an ongoing protest against the government, against these killings. For the moment, a series of reactions that have come in.
आतंकी गतिविधियां हो रही हैं तो स्वाभाविक बात है कि इस प्रकार के लोग कहीं ना कहीं उनका समर्थन करते हैं, उनको उसके बारे में जानकारी देते हैं, तो उसी कारण से इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होती हैं। तो एक बार पूरी छानबीन करके जिन लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है, ऐसा और बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है ताकि जो मिलिटेंसी को जड़ों से उखाड़ना और जीरो टॉलरेंस का जो एक चल रहा है उसमें तभी कामयाब हो पाएंगे।
Reaction coming in from Ravindra Raina of the BJP. Listen in.
पिछले एक महीने में हमारी सेना और पुलिस ने कश्मीर के अंदर आतंकवादी संगठनों के सभी बड़े टॉप कमांडर्स को मौत के घाट उतारा है। उससे इन आतंकवादी संगठनों में बौखलाहट है, घबराहट है और उन्होंने इस प्रकार से निहत्थे और निर्दोष पूरन कृष्ण पंडिता साहब को निशाना बनाया है। ये तमाम कातिल आतंकवादी जमीन के पाताल से भी निकालकर इनको इनके कुकर्मों की सजा हम देंगे।
Heard from the Jammu and Kashmir president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that is the JNK unit, Ravindra Raina, talking about a befitting reply. But these are terrorists who are sponsored by Pakistan, and that really is no secret. Another Kashmiri Pandit has been targeted in the valley. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on that story for the moment. It's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
China's debt trap has pushed the island into one of the tragic financial crises. Now the IMF has agreed to restore macroeconomic stability within the country. Sri Lanka reached an agreement with the IMF where it said that it will provide a loan worth $2.9 million to Sri Lanka. The extended funds will help Sri Lanka to restore their sustainability. The 48-month program is yet to be approved by the IMF management. IMF Senior Mission Chief Peter Brewer reinforced the need for urgent short-term support for Sri Lanka to avert a humanitarian crisis in the country. To get IMF's assistance, Sri Lanka must adhere to their conditions. The island country has to implement major tax reforms. This includes making personal income tax more progressive while broadening the tax base for corporate income tax and VAT to meet a primary surplus of 2.3% of GDP by 2024. They have to introduce cost recovery-based pricing for fuel and electricity to minimize fiscal risks arising from the state-owned enterprises. Mitigate the impact of current crisis on the poor by raising social spending and rebuild foreign reserves through restoring a market-determined and flexible exchange rate. Restore price stability through data-driven monetary policy action, fiscal consolidation, phasing out of monetary financing as well. Finally, Sri Lanka must reduce corruption vulnerabilities by improving fiscal transparency and public financial management. India helped Sri Lanka by offering financial packages worth $500 million credit facility, gasoline imports and credit for critical imports from India. India has sent also $2.4 billion through currency swaps, loan deferrals. But it's not helped Sri Lanka enough. Apart from India, Japan might send financial aid. In fact, if approved, IMF support comes at a time when China is taking advantage of the country's condition. Sri Lanka has fallen apart due to its poor governance, corruption and lack of transparency. China has refused to help the country. China has leased Sri Lanka's Hambantota port for 100 years. China's move to set up its ship has also alarmed India's security. The Hambantota port gives Sri Lanka a direct access to link the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea. However, Sri Lanka's president has said China does not have permission to use the port for military purposes. Sri Lanka's GDP to debt ratio has been continuously increasing since 2010. The island nation has been facing a down spiral since then. And the pandemic in the last 2 years has worsened their economic conditions. If IMF approval comes through, Sri Lanka will be able to stabilize their economy over the period of 4 years. The IMF package will indeed help raise the government's revenue to support fiscal consolidation. It will raise new prices for fuel, electricity, social spending and rebuild depleted foreign reserves.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, Bollywood actors Gauhar Khan and Malika Arora turned showstoppers for Lakme Fashion Week in Mumbai. The reality TV star left her fans speechless with a glamorous showstopper avatar.
The FDCI ex-Lakme Fashion Week opened in Mumbai with designer Anamika Khanna, who interestingly also closed the FDCI India Couture Week earlier this year. The collection featured cotton pants, prints and silk paired with casual denim. What stood out was the use of 3D floral shapes and forms and the fluidity in tailoring technique. The color palette was refreshing blend of yellows, reds, black, indigo and emerald. Innovative draping set the opening tone with Anamika Khanna's showcase. The next highlight was the INIFT launch pad where Gauhar Khan turned showstopper.
I love working for students पहले से ही, but I must say ये students इनके सारे outfits जो थे वो student जैसे बिल्कुल भी नहीं थे. They were well finished, they were well structured, they were beautifully thought about because the concept was street style.
Mrunal Thakur walked the ramp in red for designer Mishru. Diana Penty walked for Pallavi Mohan. Designer Shahab Durazi returned to the runway after 12 whole years. His collection was a vast ensemble of silhouettes right from tailored separates, evening gowns, soft blouses, well-tailored jackets and pants. Shantanu and Nikhil had Kriti Sanan as their muse at their showcase.
Such a stunning collection, and the ramp, I think the ramp looked so mesmerizing, when I just, I remember when I just stepped in and I saw it for the first time, I was like, wow, this is you really feel that, regal, royal sort of a feeling and the era that they are trying to transport you into with their collection.
Shantanu and Nikhil showcased their collection titled Capella. They revisited the opulence of the Baroque era and the majestic chandelier, which reflected in the overall set design too. The embroidery and craftsmanship spelled elegance, all inspired by Baroque motif leaves lace and architecture too. Just like the interiors of a Baroque palace, the color palette was off-white, mint gold and charcoal. The Capella collection was one for the history books as far as the designers are concerned. It took years for the designer duo to create this bridal haute couture collection. It was their originality and craftsmanship marrying the overall theme that created the Capella Showcase. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Well, that story and much more up on our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. That's it from me for the moment. Weekend programming continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve their sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
The largest producer of mustard in the world is facing a heat wave. We're talking about Canada. The delicious Dijon mustard is France's favorite condiment. A heat wave across the ocean in Canada has caused a drastic shortage. The shortage is evident in France. Canada supplies 80% of the mustard seeds to France. Because of the drought, the Canadian harvest became half in 2021. This has propelled France to grow their own crop. Remember, Europe is battling a fuel crisis and a power crisis post the Russia-Ukraine war. Mustard seeds have become more attractive after a drop in the prices of grains and oil seeds. Jérôme Garbet, a mustard expert, said that 15,000 tons of mustard seeds should be produced, meeting 40% of the requirement. Luc Vandermeysen, president of the Burgundy Mustard Association, said that store shelves should be replenished in October. He also said the shortage will be completely over in early 2023. We're very confident for Christmas. Being an agrarian economy, India produces its own mustard. Rajasthan is the largest mustard producing state in the country, therefore it's never going to be a problem for India.
I wouldn't advise anybody to go to an acting school. I would advise them to go to an Amitabh Bachchan set. I think that's... but you haven't done theatre.
Amateur theatre, everybody's done that.
that kind of stuff. But so, like acting on stage, would you call that something you would enjoy? I would, but not now. I won't be able to do it now. Why not? Because I'm scared. It's tough to be on theatre. It's very tough. I won't remember my lines. That's to start off with. But you have an elephant's memory, and no. It's really tough to be able to do theatre. I admire all the people that do it. I've seen you learn a 4-page monologue in like 1 hour, and it was word to word. That's another question I always wanted to ask you: is do you always stick to the script, the dialogues, or do you like to improvise? No, I stick to the script because I just feel that the writer is the most important person in a film. He's not just a writer, he's an actor, he's a director, he's a set designer, and he's a music director. Because when he writes those lines, he imagines everything. And it's the toughest job to do. So if he's written something, he's gone through this entire process, and he's gone through this process with his director, with everyone. And I feel it's very disrespectful to say, hey, this is rubbish. I'm going to say what I feel like saying. I just want to respect that. So never thought of direction? Oh, no. Why not? I don't know how to direct. I don't know how these people do it. I mean, to direct is to tell a story, right? And I'm sure you'll have some story to tell us. No, but to tell a story through a lens, that's tough. How do you know where to put a trolley or a crane, what lens to use, and where to walk? How to tell the artist, I want you to do this here and do this there. I'm unable to do that. Can you write a story though? I've never tried. Never tried. Because it happens to me, that I wake up one day, if I'm going to sleep, I get this really exciting, inspiring idea, and I share it with a couple of people and they react very well to it. And then I just get lazy and I can't take it anywhere because I don't have the knack of writing. Because I think writing is a skill which you're either born with or you're not. You can't really develop it. So that's why I wanted to ask you, did you ever write a story? Did you ever come close to writing a script? No, but this is a great quality. And I'm glad that you shared this with me because if you do have these moments, I would, even if you're in the middle of the night, just get up, put on the lights, speak it out. Now we have wonderful instruments. Just speak it out, record it. Give it to somebody if you're not writing it. Give it to a friend of yours who is a writer. And say, these are my thoughts. Can you write something on it? And you never know, something very valuable may come out of it. Singing and dancing with heroines in Ooty and Kashmir and all of that, or you're happy you're done with that? It's a terrible labor. And I hate it. And because I had to do it as my profession, I've just gone along with it. And there were a couple of incidents in the earlier part of my career when I was asked to do a song, and I was replaced from that film because I couldn't sing, I couldn't dance, I couldn't move. So I think that has remained like a stigma for me. But I hate it when I have to do a song and I have to do movements. And the kind of stuff that you guys do now is impossible. I mean, how can different parts of your body move in different directions? Well, and still be in rhythm and Sara Zamana, Hasino Ka Divana, also different muscles and parts of moving. Nothing at all. You just had a guitar and just some dark glasses so you don't see anybody. And you're just strumming the guitar and just moving very simple steps. But to watch you doing all your steps, gosh, it's impossible. I can never do that. So another query I had, or help I needed, is that my personal life is being written a lot about. Yeah. And mostly the negative side of it, or they portray me as this cad or this, this flirt or whatever. How do I get out of that? Because That's always going to happen because negative sells like mad. He's a good boy. He goes home at 6 in the evening. He has his dinner. The truth. Sits with his parents and just relaxes. He's a cad. He finished his shooting. He went to see this girl, picked her up. He was drunk. He was doing this. That's headlines. You have to contend with that.
Do you still enjoy it, because now after when a film's released and you get so many messages and, now because of social media, people are also interacting with you. Do you enjoy the praise or you feel like I've heard it now on to the next?
I store every one of them. Because soon enough, when you're unable to walk and you're in this, this typical rocking chair that they call, I wish to go there and read them. Yours will be there.
Yeah, but you'll need another lifetime to read everything. No? How will you finish it?
No, it's not that. It's good to keep visiting it. I think, technology today has made it very accessible. It's all on just one little computer and you just press a few buttons and everything comes down. You can pick and choose, what you want to listen to or what you want to hear and read. But I think it's, sometimes it's quite invigorating to be able to read a praise that may have come at the time when you did a performance, but go back several years and then read it. It's like opening an old file where some of your childhood photographs, letters that you wrote to your parents or your parents wrote to you. It's lovely to just go through them.
What keeps you going? When you wake up every morning, what is it that tells Amitabh Bachchan, let's go to the sets again?
Yeah, because I have a commitment and I've accepted that commitment and I need to fulfill it.
Is it like a drug that you have to be there?
Oh yes, I think when I'm not working I feel so insecure and say, gosh, what's going to happen tomorrow? And once you make a commitment, then obviously yes, you want to prepare for it. You're apprehensive about what's going to happen, whether you'll be able to deliver the goods or not. And it's very challenging. It's wonderful to live in that space, but that's the kind of apprehension that we
enjoy it as much as you did in 1969?
Oh yes. More I
Do you
hope.
even remember Saath Hindustani now?
Oh yes, I do.
Do you think about it when you're on the sets here? It's now 37, 38 years.
There are many people, there are many locations, there are many incidents that happen in the studios that we have worked in, and sometimes you get nostalgic and you talk about it and nobody listens to you because why did this old man hammering about? Yahan par humne ye film ki thi, or yahan par ye film ki thi, or this was where I did this shot and this. You remember this. It's very natural.
When I think of the stars that you acted with, Nutan, Hema Malini, Rekha, the works in the late 60s and 70s. Do you sometimes feel,
what am I doing here?
What are you doing here?
Yeah, I
they're
do.
Closer to your granddaughter's age, possibly.
Absolutely. The average age on sets these days where I work is about 25, 30, and I'm 75. So yes, there's a huge age gap, and I say, what am I doing here? But I love the atmosphere. I love this generation. Not that I didn't love the earlier generation as well. It was wonderful being with them. My status, my role status has changed. I used to play younger people then. Now I'm the older person. And I just admire the talent that we have in this generation, their intensity, their clear-headedness as to where and what they want to do. I just admire that because I don't have that kind of quality. And I wonder where they get all this acumen from and how they develop themselves into being so perfect in their very first outing. I have not got that confidence, but they have. And I hope that I can imbibe some of that myself someday.
Easier acting with a Tapasi or a Deepika than a Nutan or a Hema Malini in those days?
Absolutely, because at that time you're wondering, gosh, this is Nutanji, this is Hema Malini.
Vahida Rahman.
This is Vahidaji, who's, a great fan. And, I did a film called Reshma Shera,
yes.
There were lots of shots that were taken in burning sands of Jaisalmer, and there were times when she used to be barefooted, and I used to run with her chappals and say, she's going to burn her feet. And from then to be playing her leading man, it's an incredible journey. But the fact is that cinema allows you to do that, and that's the wonderful thing about cinema.
And when they call you uncle or sir,
yeah, that's fine.
You're okay.
I hate being called uncle is fine because yes, I am the uncle age. Sir is not appropriate. Just my name would be fine.
So how are you going to celebrate your birthday?
Quietly.
Quietly meaning just write a blog, have a birthday cake, celebration.
I'm against this whole cake thing, you know. I mean, why do we have a cake? And nobody's been able to answer this question. Why do we have a cake? Why a cake? Where did this come from? Why candles? Why burn them? And then you blow them off. Why? For what reason?
Maybe that samosa wala, you once told me about a story of a person who came with a box of samosas to you.
I don't mind bringing khoya or some mithai or jalebi or something, kheer. They're lovely Indian dishes, but why a cake?
So if someone wants to give Amitabh Bachchan a birthday gift,
give me, I don't eat sweets, but give me anything. Give me khandvi, anything, you know, Indian. I'll be very happy with that.
And you're happy to be with the family rather than have to come up on the terrace and wave?
Well, you know, if there are people that want to see me, yes, I go out every Sunday to greet them. If there are people that want to meet me on my birthday, I go out especially to meet them. But, you know, I would rather be at home with my family.
Is there one significant moment that you'd like to share with us, that probably that you and your father shared, that we'd love to know about?
There are many incidents, and you know, my father's life has been a most amazing existence. But if there's any one incident you want to know, is one that I've often spoken of. I was in boarding school in Sherwood, in Nainital, and I was fond of theatre. I used to work on stage. I'd won the Best Acting Cup in 1 year, just prior to Senior Cambridge, which was the final year of school. And the next year, I was again in the school play, and the kind of role that I had and the expectation from everyone was that I was obviously going to win the cup again. But on the eve of the play, I got measles and I fell ill. And I was hospitalized and wasn't allowed to perform on stage. And this was devastating. You know, you're 12, 13, 14 years old, and it's Founders Week, and you know, parents come and visit you, and people come, and it's, you know, it's a great atmosphere, and you have the school play, and you're going to come up there and perform, and your parents, whom you haven't met for 6-7 months, have come all the way from home to watch you. And that one moment of glory that you were about to be presenting to them has been snatched away by this illness. So you are devastated. And so I was in hospital, and our school was on a hillside. So our hospital building was here somewhere, and lower down was the playing field, and at the edge of the playing field was our hall, Millman Hall, where all our plays and meetings used to be held. And so from this position I could actually see and hear what was happening in the hall, because in the mountains sound travels really fast. And I was broken absolutely. But the moment the play started, my father actually came up, because he was there to attend the Founders Week celebrations. And he came and sat with me throughout the duration of the play next to me, and just kept talking to me to keep my mind away from that, and gave me one of the most important and valuable lessons of my life, which was that agar tumhare man ka ho to acha, agar tumhare man ka na ho to zyada acha. So I never understood this, you know. I was annoyed. I said, you know, how can you say this? I wanted to act in that play, and you are saying ki nahi hua to zyada acha hua. So he said, no, agar tumhare man ka nahi hua hai to wo bhagwan ke man ka hua hai, aur bhagwan jo hai wo tumhare liye kabhi bura nahi chahenge, isliye wo zyada acha. And I find that I tend to use this with my kids when I want to explain to them something, you know, if there's a failure in their life, or if there's a failure in my life, or if there's a failure in a friend's life, I tell them, you know.
अमित जी, आप जब सामने होते हैं शब्द हमेशा कम पड़ जाते हैं, समझ नहीं आता शुरू कहाँ से करें, लेकिन मैं आपकी इजाज़त के साथ, चूंकि आपके पिताजी की कविता की कुछ पंक्तियां हैं, इसीलिए तू बोलने की हिमाकत में करूंगी। तू न रुका है कभी, तू न थमा है कभी, तू न मुड़ा है कभी, की शपथ की शपथ की शपथ, अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ। जब अमित जी आज भी बाबूजी श्री हरिवंश राय बच्चन का जिक्र आता है सामने, तो हम एक अलग अमित जी को देखते हैं, एक अलग बच्चन साहब को वहां पर देखते हैं। हमने एजेंडा के लिए जब सबको आमंत्रित किया था और उसमें कहा था अमिताभ बच्चन के साथ हमारा सेशन होने वाला है, तो हमने मधुशाला का जिक्र किया था। आपकी आवाज, वो अल्फाज मिलते ही एक अजीब सा जादू, अजीब सा तिलिस्म आता है वहां। अमित जी की सबसे पसंदीदा पंक्तियां उसमें कुछ हैं जो आप बार बार पढ़ते हो, बार बार कहते हो? कुछ पंक्तियां हमारे लिए कह दें यहाँ पर।
मुझे कुछ पंक्तियां याद है, मैं सुना दूंगा।
जी जरूर। हम तो यहाँ से, मैंने तो यहाँ रखा है कि उसमें मैं पलट पलट के बोलूँ, ये वाला भी सुना दीजिए।
जी। मधुशाला 1933 में लिखी गई थी, 1933, और 1935 में पहली दफे उसका प्रकाशन हुआ। पहली बार बाबूजी ने मधुशाला बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी में एक कवि सम्मेलन हुआ तो वहाँ सुनाई थी। तकरीबन 135 उसके क्षण हैं, पंक्तियां हैं, और जब शुरू किया तो फिर लोगों ने उनको रुकने नहीं दिया, और पूरी 135 पंक्तियां उनको याद थी, और पूरी 135 पंक्तियां उन्होंने एक ही सिटिंग में उनको गा करके सुनाया था। उसके बाद काफ़ी वो प्रचलित हो गई मधुशाला, और आज भी मुझे बड़ा ताज्जुब है कि आज के भी बहुत से लोग हैं यहाँ पर जो कि उसको सुनना चाहते हैं। कुछ पंक्तियाँ उसकी सुना देता हूँ। बाबूजी तो इसे गा करके सुनाया करते थे, यहाँ तो गाने लायक मैं हूँ नहीं। कि मदिरालय जाने को घर से चलता है पीने वाला, मदिरालय जाने को घर से चलता है पीने वाला, किस पथ से जाऊं असमंजस में है वो भोला भाला। अलग अलग पथ बतलाते सब, अलग अलग पथ बतलाते सब, पर मैं ये बतलाता हूं कि राह पकड़ तू एक चला चल, पा जाएगा मधुशाला। एक बरस में एक बार ही जलती होली की ज्वाला, और एक बार ही लगती बाजी जलते दीपों की माला। दुनिया वालों, किंतु किसी दिन आ मदिरालय में देखो कि दिन को होली रात दिवाली रोज मनाती मधुशाला। मुसलमान और हिंदू हैं दो, एक मगर उनका प्याला, एक मगर उनका मदिरालय, एक मगर उनकी हाला। दोनों रहते एक न जब तक मंदिर मस्जिद में जाते, बैर बढ़ाते मंदिर मस्जिद, मेल कराती मधुशाला।
मैंने हमेशा माना है कि मोहनलाल जी हमारे देश के सबसे प्रख्यात कलाकारों में से हैं। उनकी कला क्षमता जो है उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं हो सकती। बहुत सी मैंने उनकी फिल्में देखी हैं और बहुत ही असाधारण तरीके से वो बहुत ही ऊंची बात कर जाते हैं, चाहे उनका फेशियल एक्सप्रेशन हो या उसको परफॉर्मेंस का हो। वो देखने में बड़े एक आम इंसान की तरह लगते हैं, लेकिन जब पर्दे पे वो अपना वो काम दिखाते हैं तो अद्भुत है। और मैं उनको बड़ा मानता हूँ एक कलाकार की हैसियत से। तो जाहिर है कि उनके साथ काम करके मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता हुई, और ख़ास तौर से इस तरह के एक रोल में जहाँ पर वो मेरे साथ ही नहीं बट जिनके खिलाफ मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, तो कहीं ना कहीं बुरा भी लगता है कि जिनको मैं एडमायर करता हूँ, जिनकी प्रशंसा करता हूँ, जिनको मैंने अपने दिल में बहुत नज़दीक रखा हुआ है एक कलाकार की हैसियत से, उनको मैं मारूं पीटूं तो वो अच्छा नहीं लगता है। लेकिन क्योंकि ये किरदार ऐसा था और उसको ऐसा करना है, इसलिए हमें करना पड़ा। बहुत ही अद्भुत कलाकार, बहुत ही नेक इंसान। और मैंने हमेशा माना है, देखिए कि दक्षिण भारत की जितनी भी फिल्म इंडस्ट्रीज हैं उनके अंदर जो अनुशासन है और जो संयम है वो हमारे नॉर्थ की इंडस्ट्री में नहीं है। दुर्भाग्यवश धीरे धीरे यहाँ भी परिवर्तन आ रहा है, चीज़ें बदल रही हैं, लेकिन वहाँ पर एक संयम और एक अनुशासन, एक डिसिप्लिन जो वहाँ का है वो बहुत ही अच्छा है। और मैं वो बड़ा आकर्षक एक उनका एक पहलू है। बहुत ही संभले हुए, सीधे, क्रिएटिविटी को, जो क्रिएटिव लोग हैं, डायरेक्टर्स को, प्रोडक्शन वैल्यूज़ को, समय को के आभास को समझना और उसको एक रिस्पेक्टेबिलिटी देना, उसके लिए उनके मन के अंदर एक आदर पैदा करना, ये सब कुछ वहाँ पर है।
आप शायद ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि जो लोग एक तरह की ख्याति या एक मुकाम पे पहुंच जाते हैं, एक तरह की ख्याति प्राप्त करते हैं, उसमें से क्या ऐसी चीज है जिसे आप नापसंद करते हैं?
बिल्कुल।
और मुझे कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं लगती। अगर हमारा जो व्यवसाय, हमारा जो कार्य है वो जनता के लिए है और जनता का स्नेह और प्यार मिलता है तो हमें अच्छा लगता है। ऐसा समझना कि हम लोग उससे अनभिज्ञ हैं या हम उसके साथ जुड़ना नहीं चाहते, ये बहुत गलत बात है। हम सब के सब चाहते हैं कि हमारा आदर हो, हमारा मान हो, हमारा सम्मान हो,
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग हमें देखने आएँ, हमारी प्रशंसा करें। हर क्रिएटिव आदमी के लिए ये एक बहुत ही आम चीज़ होती है कि वो चाहे कि उसकी प्रशंसा हो और उसका जो काम किया उसकी प्रशंसा हो। ये हमें प्रोत्साहित करता है कि हम और आगे बढ़ें और अच्छा अच्छा नेक काम करें। तो ऐसा समझना कि यही चीज़ जो है सारी ज़िंदगी हम लोग इसी में लगा देते हैं कि लोग हमारी तरफ देखें, हमारी तरफ आकर्षित हों, हमारे काम को देखें, हमारे काम की प्रशंसा करें। और फिर जिस मकाम पे हम, ऐसा कह रहा, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, अगर यदि हम किसी मुकाम पे पहुंच गए फिर कहें नहीं साहब मुझे यहाँ जाना ठीक नहीं लगता, या ये मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता, या ये कैमरामैन क्यों हमारे नाक के सामने खड़ा हो जाता है, या ये इस तरह के प्रश्न क्यों पूछते हैं, या ये जनता हमसे ऐसे क्यों बात करती, ये ठीक नहीं है। ये जनता का अधिकार है, आपका भी अधिकार है और मेरा भी अधिकार है।
पहली बात तो यह है कि हाँ, मैं मध्यम वर्ग से का एक शख्सियत है मेरी, और मैंने अपने समस्त जीवन में जो अब तक मैं जिया हूं, मैंने कभी ये नहीं माना है कि मेरी जो श्रेणी है वो अब बढ़ गई है। घटी जरूर हो तो ये शायद क्या मालूम, लेकिन मैं अपने आप को वही समझता। दूसरी बात यह कि देखिए, सबकी एक इच्छाएं रहती हैं हर वर्ग में। जो अमीर वर्ग है वो चाहता है कि और अमीर हो, और उसका वो धंधा है वो करता है, और ऐसा सोचने में उसकी भी बुराई नहीं है। मध्यम वर्ग है वो कहता है कि हमें अब एक अवसर मिला है आगे बढ़ने का, और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि देश के अंदर जो भी इकोनॉमिक रेवोल्यूशन आया है 1990 के बाद, उससे ये मध्यम वर्ग जो है वो बढ़ा है और बहुत सारी उपलब्धियां इनको प्राप्त हुई हैं, और अच्छा है देश के लिए।
OLX
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. this digital world where thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform brands, commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
Watching India Today.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Ballari Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the star. Another targeted killing in the valley. A Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead by terrorists in Shopian. The victim, identified as Puran Krishan Bhatt, was on his way to his orchid farm when terrorists brutally murdered him. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra reaches its last leg in Karnataka. Top party leaders including DK Shivakumar, Siddaramaiah, Ashok Gehlot are present at the mega rally in Ballari, which is being addressed by Rahul Gandhi. DMK staged a mega protest in Chennai to protest against alleged Hindi imposition by the central government. This after parliamentary panel recommended giving priority to Hindi in educational institutions. JDU President Lallan Singh stokes a massive row, calls Prime Minister Modi a dhongi, says time has come to expose the Behrupia. BJP slams unacceptable remarks, claim this shows the mindset of Nitish Kumar. An IED was detected and defused by security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora. Traffic was halted on the route as a precautionary measure. Cutting across to Rahul Gandhi speaking in Ballari, Karnataka.
24 घंटे लगा ले, 50 साल लगा ले, ये आपके खून से, आपके डीएनए से नहीं निकाला जा सकता. यार ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಒತ್ತಡ ಹಾಕಲಿ, ಆದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ರಕ್ತದಿಂದ ಆ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆ ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. हम चल रहे हैं, भाईचारे के लिए चल रहे हैं, मगर यात्रा में 2-3 और मैसेजेस हैं. ನಾವು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸಹೋದರತ್ವಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ಯಾತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಷಯಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. यात्रा में चलते हुए मैं बहुत सारे युवाओं से मिला हूं. ಯಾತ್ರೆಯ ನಡಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು युवकरನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. कॉलेज में, यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, स्कूल में पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. और मैं उनसे पूछता हूं, क्या करना चाहते हो? पढ़ाई कर रहे हो, क्यों कर रहे हो, बाद में क्या करोगे? ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಮುಂದಿನ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತೀರಿ? क्या करना चाहते हो? पढ़ाई कर रहे हो, क्यों कर रहे हो, बाद में क्या करोगे? ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಮುಂದಿನ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತೀರಿ, ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. कोई मुझे कहता है सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर बनूंगा, कोई कहता है लॉयर बनूंगा, डॉक्टर बनूंगा, कोई बच्ची कहती है मैं पुलिस फोर्सेस में काम करना चाहती हूं. ಯಾವ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ನಾನು ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕನ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. उसके बाद मैं उनसे पूछता हूं, क्या तुम्हें लगता है, तुम्हें भरोसा है कि कॉलेज के बाद, स्कूल के बाद तुम्हें नौकरी मिलेगी? ಅದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ನೀನು ನಿನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಪೂರೈಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿನಗೆ नौकरी सिगुत्ता? जवाब मिलता है भरोसा नहीं है, हमें नहीं लगता कि हमें नौकरी मिलेगी. उत्तर ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ನಮಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ನೌಕರಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. आज हिंदुस्तान में 45 साल से सबसे ज्यादा बेरोजगारी है. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನದಲ್ಲಿ 45 ವರ್ಷದ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗ ತಾಂಡವಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था हर साल 2 करोड़ युवाओं को रोजगार दूंगा. प्रधानमंत्री ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ 2 ಕೋಟಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. कहां गए 2 करोड़ रोजगार? ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದು 2 ಕೋಟಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ? उल्टा करोड़ों युवाओं को बेरोजगार कर दिया है. ಅವರ ನೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ಯುವಕರು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಕಳೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. कर्नाटक में 2.5 लाख सरकारी पोस्ट वेकेंट क्यों हैं? कर्नाटक ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ನೌಕರಿಗಳು ಯಾಕೆ ಖಾಲಿ ಇದೆ? और प्रधानमंत्री की पॉलिसियों ने नोटबंदी, जीएसटी और उन्होंने जो कोविड के समय किया उसके कारण 12.5 करोड़ युवाओं रोजगार खो गए. प्रधानमंत्री ಅವರ ನೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಅವರೇನು ನೋಟ್ಬಂದಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಜಿಎಸ್ಟಿ ಅವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ತಪ್ಪಿನಿಂದ 12.5 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನ अच्छा कर्नाटक में अगर आपको पुलिस का सब इंस्पेक्टर बनना है तो आप 80 लाख रुपए देकर बन सकते हो. ನೀವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 80 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಲಂಚ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. पैसा है तो कर्नाटक में आप सरकारी नौकरी खरीद सकते हो. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ನೌಕರಿ ನೀವು ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. पैसा नहीं है तो जिंदगी भर बेरोजगार रहो. ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಜೀವನ ಪರ್ಯಂತ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಇರ್ತೀರಿ. कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स में स्कैम, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर की नौकरियों के लिए स्कैम,
ಸಹಕಾರಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಗರಣ, ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರ ನೇಮಕಾತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಗರಣ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ನೇಮಕಾತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಂಡ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಹಗರಣ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
इसीलिए कर्नाटक की सरकार को 40% की सरकार नाम दिया गया है.
ಆದುದರಿಂದಲೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ 40% ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಂತೂ ಬಿರುದು ಕೊಡಲಾಗಿದೆ.
जो भी करवाना है 40% कमीशन देके करवाया जा सकता है.
ಏನೇ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ 40% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
तो यात्रा बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा उठाने के लिए भी हमने की है.
ಈ ಯಾತ್ರೆ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಜನರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾತ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
And as if unemployment is not enough, as if hatred and violence is not enough, you are faced with the highest prices you have ever been faced with.
ಇವತ್ತು ಬರೀ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂಸೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಒಂದು ಬೆಲೆ ಏರಿಕೆ ಇದೆ.
Prices keep rising.
ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಲೆ ಏರಿಕೆ ಗಗನಕ್ಕೇರಿದೆ.
They don't stop.
ಅದು ನಿಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ.
The Prime Minister in his speeches used to say cylinders cost 400 rupees.
ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಅವರ ಭಾಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ 400 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
In every speech he used to explain how our mothers and sisters are suffering because gas cylinders cost 400 rupees.
ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅವರ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಂದಿರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಬಡವರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ 400 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ ಬೆಲೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅದರಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Today that same cylinder costs 1000 rupees.
ಇವತ್ತು ಅದೇ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದರ ದರ ಇದೆ.
So that of course was Rahul Gandhi, who's addressing that mega public rally in Ballari, Karnataka, the Bharat Jodo Yatra on its final leg as it moves out of the state of Karnataka.
ಇವರೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರೇನು ಸಫರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
News coming in right now. It's an update on the probe into the Kerala human sacrifice horror. The police have taken all 3 accused to the crime spot to collect evidence. That's the latest information that's coming in from Pathanamthitta district in Kerala, where just a few days ago a horrific case of human sacrifice had emerged. 3 accused had been taken into custody. That included a couple as well, but the prime accused, Mohammad Shafi, was said to be the masterminds of the crime. Shibi Mol is joining me over the phone line right now. Shibi, give us more details. The 3 accused, including the prime accused, Mohammad Shafi, have been taken to the crime scene, the House of Horrors.
Yes, Paulini. In fact, all the 3 accused in the case has been taken to the crime spot in Pathanamthitta where this murder took place. Right now, the police first they're trying to figure out if there was any more murder committed, because they're first using the dog squad there. In fact, the dog is they're marking spots wherever the dog has found any symptoms or anything of that sort. So once they mark the spot, they're planning to dig these places and see if there was any further murders committed. Because right now we know only about 2 people, but one of the top angles that the police were investigating was whether any more murders committed. Because in Pathanamthitta district itself, from sources we are getting to know that in the last few years around 12 women went missing. So this is one thing that police is investigating. So the first thing, they will mark these spots, and right after that they're planning to dig these holes and see if there was if they're able to find any more bodies or something. And after that only they will be investigating. Based on whatever they find from the spot, they will be questioning all the 3 accused again And from what we're knowing, the whole day they will be there, they will be questioned, they want to collect evidence. The police has repeatedly said that they need to collect evidence to prove this because the statements given by all the three accused has been changing since the last 2 days. First, they said that even in fact in the cannibalism charges also, the first from the statements they were saying that they did cook the body parts in eat, but that again police were saying that we can prove this only after collecting evidences. Now they're also investigating whether there will be any other angle, like whether there was any other reason other than the human sacrifice attached to this. Because there's a lot of theories going around, like if there was any other reason or if there was any other intention behind these killings. And the way these women were murdered also sparks a lot of,
Absolutely. So there are several angles, of course, that the police continue to probe as far as this horrific case of human sacrifice from Kerala is concerned. Shibi Mole, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Telangana security forces on high alert after intel received of a possible attack by the Popular Front of India. After the attack on RSS and Hindu activists in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, intelligence is that similar incidents could take place in Telangana as well. Notice to keep vigilance on PFI and its affiliates has now been issued. So Telangana is now on high alert after intelligence inputs suggest that there could be a possible attack by the Popular Front of India. Remember, the Popular Front of India as an outfit has been banned by the Ministry of Home Affairs for a period of 5 years for their alleged links to terror activities in the country. Several leaders and members of the Popular Front of India have in fact been arrested by the National Investigation Agency, which is the nodal agency conducting this investigation into its syndicate and network in the country and how far they reach and what were their plans. Now, of course, intelligence input suggests that there could be a possible attack by the PFI in Telangana, which is why Telangana police and security forces on the ground are on high alert. In yet another instance of targeted killing, a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead by terrorists in Shopian district. Puran Krishan Bhatt was attacked near his residence in Chaudhry Gun area of South Kashmir, and doctors declared Mr. Bhatt brought dead after he was shifted to a Shopian hospital. The area has been cordoned off and a hunt has been launched to catch the criminals. Bhatt has 2 school-going children, a girl who studies in class 7 and a younger boy who is in class 5, according to his relatives. The latest killing comes barely a couple of months after another Kashmiri Pandit, Sunil Kumar, was shot dead by terrorists at an apple orchard in Shopian district. His brother Pintu Kumar was injured in the attack as well.
ये तो इधर से आता था, बाइक पर भी 2 लड़के आए थे इधर, तो यहाँ तो एक वो तो घर चला गया बाइक वाला, बस यहाँ तो ये पहुँच गया, बस पीछे से उसको फायर किया। फिर पास है ना, पता नहीं, हमने सिर्फ टांस देखा है इधर। इसकी एज 45 होगी।
तो क्या ये था?
नहीं, गवर्नमेंट ये सेल्फ
पाकिस्तान की और आतंकवादियों की हर साजिश को विफल करेंगे। जिन्होंने भी कश्मीरी पंडित नौजवान को निशाना बनाने की साजिश की है और कोशिश की है, उन सबको इसका हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। सेना और पुलिस ने चारों तरफ सारे क्षेत्र की नाकाबंदी कर दी है। बहुत जल्द ये साजिश करने वाले पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी ज़मींदोज़ हो जाएंगे।
आतंकी गतिविधियां हो रही हैं तो स्वाभाविक बात है कि इस प्रकार के लोग कहीं ना कहीं उनका समर्थन करते हैं, उनको उसके बारे में जानकारी देते हैं, तो उसी कारण से इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होती हैं। तो एक बार पूरी छानबीन करके जिन लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है, ऐसा और बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है ताकि जो मिलिटेंसी को जड़ों से उखाड़ना और जीरो टॉलरेंस का जो एक चल रहा है उसमें तभी कामयाब हो पाएंगे।
This will keep on happening. This will keep on continuing because the terrorists know that we have no godfathers, we have no protectors. Nobody is going to protect us. We are going to be just used for vote banks. We are just going to be used as as animals in the museum, lambs in the museum, to tell the world that Kashmir is normal because Kashmiri Pandits are living there. And terrorists on the other side want to prove that...
From last 32 years, we have seen that majority number of Kashmiri Pandits have been constantly killed. Massacres happened, no individual killings have been taken place. We have lost already 2 PM package employees at their working places, and no other Kashmiri Pandit who have not migrated from the Kashmir Valley. We were protested from last 154 days, and our demand was to provide a safe environment. And safe environment, so far we feel that it is only Jammu where Kashmiri Pandits can be feel secure, but unfortunately government is not hearing to us, and I hope that government...
You can see that massive protests are being staged, angry protests are being staged by the members of the Kashmiri Pandit community. They are saying that the Kashmiri Pandit government employees who are serving in the valley must be transferred to Jammu as they are not safe there. Targeted killings continue to take place in the valley. They are demanding that the government employees belonging to the Hindu community must be transferred to Jammu. So clearly they have now intensified their demand, and they are saying that how long the members of the Kashmiri Pandits will have to suffer like this. With video journalist Iraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from Jammu for India Today.
Okay, those pictures coming in right now from Shopian, those live pictures, you can see the number of people who've come out on their streets because anger seems to be growing over this targeted killing, because this is not the first such incident in recent times of targeted killing of a minority community member in Kashmir. You earlier heard from some of those protesters over there who said that they want justice, they want to feel safe and secure, they want to be, those in government jobs want to be transferred out of the valley into the Jammu region because they do not feel safe, and they do feel that their constant pleas for safety and security, for additional security, are falling on deaf ears. Those protests, of course, and outrage on the streets of Kashmir growing at the moment. Another targeted killing today in Shopian district, from where those pictures are coming in right now, of a Kashmiri Pandit who was killed by terrorists. A manhunt has been launched by the security forces to nab his assailants, but you can see the anger that spilled out on the streets over there. Those pictures from Shopian, where members of the Hindu community, the Kashmiri Pandit community, have come out on the streets and are outraging over these repeated incidents where Kashmiri Pandits, Kashmiri Hindus, non-locals are constantly being targeted in the valley. They do not feel safe, they do not feel secure, is what they're saying. Ashraf Ani is joining me over the phone line right now. Ashraf, we can see the anger, the outrage that seems to have spilled out on the streets because Kashmiri Pandits are saying, we want justice, we do not feel safe, we do not feel secure.
Absolutely, Paulomi. This kind of anger is visible in the Kashmir since the month of April, when this specifically targeted killings started in the Kashmir Valley, and specifically the Kashmiri Pandits and the non-locals were main target of the terrorists. Since then, the government employees working in the Kashmir from the Kashmiri Pandit community were on strike in the valley. Then they were allowed to move to Jammu, and they are striking there too. Now today, very unfortunate, this incident, despite the claims by the government and administration and the security agencies that everything is perfect, there is a security, but despite that, this lonely Kashmiri Pandit living in the Shopian village was shot dead. In fact, we can see the anger not only in the Kashmiri Pandit community, but in fact the neighbors of the village who was living with these Muslim neighbors for last 30 years, despite all the ups and downs in the militancy across the Kashmir Valley. So very unfortunate. Now there are questions which are being raised around the security, because there was a security guard who was guarding this particular hamlet in the village for the minorities, where those persons were at that time. Also the army camp is not far away from the spot where this killing took place. That will be also in the question. And also now the DIG spoke on the spot, and he said that it is the responsibility of the police officers and the security agencies in the area. They have to answer that where was the breach in the security. This
Absolutely. Absolutely. Where was the breach in the security? If security was being provided to this particular hamlet is the question, but you can see the outrage that's out on the street. Sunilji Bhatt is in fact on the ground over there right now, joining me live. Sunilji, those protesters clearly anguished by what is happening month on month, not feeling safe, not feeling secure anymore, demanding answers from the administration. Sunilji, if you are able to hear me, please speak to some of those protesters. What are they telling you? What exactly is the sentiment on the ground? Because we can see they're outraged, they're out on the streets.
Right. Polemy, behind me, you can see that a large number of Kashmiri Pandit government employees are protesting. They were serving in the valley, but few months ago they fled the valley and came to Jammu. And since then they have been staging dharna here in Jammu. It has been more than 150 days now that they have been protesting and demanding their transfer to Jammu. They have been saying that the atmosphere in the valley is not conducive for their survival. They are saying that transfer is must. They should be transferred immediately, because their lives are not safe in the valley. With another killing taking place today in South Kashmir, Shopian district, these government employees belonging to the Kashmiri Pandit community, they have intensified their agitation. They have blocked one of the prominent roads here in Jammu, and they are raising slogans against the administration, and they are also saying that they must be transferred to Jammu region. मुझे बताइए कि जिस प्रकार से लगातार कश्मीरी पंडित जो समाज के जो लोग हैं उनकी हत्याएं हो रही है, आप लोगों की मांग है कि you should be transferred to Jammu. Do you think that the government will accept this demand now because another targeted killing has taken place?
Government को जो है ये demand accept करनी है. Government has to accept this demand. The security scenario in Kashmir is not conducive for Kashmiri Pandit employees and Kashmiri Pandits at large. Sanjay Tikku, president of Kashmiri Pandit Sangharsh Samiti, has been constantly voicing his concerns to the administration. He has written 2 letters to the Home Ministry. But the government of India is paying deaf ears to the security concerns of Kashmiri Pandits. It's right time for government to act and to act fast.
What do you want now?
We have only one demand. For the past 5 months, we are only raising one demand in front of the administration, that attach Kashmiri Pandit employees serving under Prime Minister's package to Jammu until the security scenario in Kashmir improves. This is our single point demand. We never demanded promotion. We never demanded seniority. We never demanded accommodation.
Polemy, I will just tell you that there are many organizations of the Dogra Hindu community here in Jammu who have lent their support to the agitation of the Kashmiri Pandit community. We have with us Mr. Zorawar Singh Jamwa.
Okay, so those of course are some of those angry voices that are coming in from Shopian. Of course, in Shopian this incident happened, the reaction of course being felt on the ground in Jammu, where Sunilji was speaking to some of those protesters demanding security for their brethren in the Kashmir Valley. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals.
Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
It is very important that we bring the people of India together, make sure that they are united. so that India is strong. And that is the aim of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The Bharat Jodo Yatra is designed to listen to the people of India.
Bharat Jodo Yatra, spearheaded by Gandhi sign, kicked off more than a month ago on the 7th of September from Kanyakumari. This 150 days of Yatra is scheduled to cross 12 states, spanning a distance of nearly 3,500 kilometers. Of the 12 states, the Yatra on its 37th day has covered 1,022 kilometers. Rahul Gandhi and his supporters have walked 679 of this 1,000-odd kilometers, and the rest has been covered in cars. They are now in Karnataka's Ballari, and in the next 113 days, they will have to cover 2,548 kilometers.
Battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
Our world is filled with many scenic, interesting, weird and some creepy places, and we'll tell you about 5 weird islands of the world. This island is in Mexico. The island is surrounded with many dolls across it, and the story begins 50 years ago when only one man used to live there. One night he found a dead girl in the lake along with a doll, so he hung a doll on the tree in memory of her. This is where things got out of hand. He started having many nightmares, and so he hung more dolls around the island. He died in 2001, but the island is visited by tourists quite often. On the island of Socotra, you find trees and plants that are nowhere. Up to a third of this island is endemic. This island is isolated, and it's also called as the most island-looking place on Earth. In 2008, this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It lies in the Arabian Peninsula but is considered to be a part of Africa. So when do you plan to visit this place? Off the coast of Dubai are 300 man-made islands. This was made to look like the world. It took $13 billion to build these islands. It was constructed using tons of sand from the Persian Sea. People can buy part of the island and name it even. Its construction was started in 2003 and was completed in 2008. But due to the financial crisis of 2008, these islands weren't bought by many. Now it's just abandoned pieces of land. Is this the cutest island or what? The island is filled with rabbits all around. This place is known as Okushima Island. But let's tell you that behind this cuteness, there's also a dark past. During World War II, this island was built to develop poisonous gas to attack China. Due to the poisonous gases, more than 80,000 soldiers of China died. This island was a secret, and Japan even removed it from the map at that time. Now, this island only has a museum here with many of these cute creatures. It's said that these rabbits were left here by a school and then multiplied into a bunch of them. You know, Maldives is a beautiful, fancy island, but beyond that lies a waste island. It was built to get rid of the waste that was covering the island, and every day around 700 tons of waste was generated. When it was burnt, it would pollute the island and affect tourists. To solve this issue, they made this island. But many believe that it needs to get rid of this waste that's polluting the clean water. These are the 5 weirdest islands that we found on Earth. Do you know about any others? Let us know in the comments.
Greenhouse gas emissions are a looming threat to climate change. Industries are finding ways to capture and store carbon. This helps in reducing the emissions and reducing the overall impact of carbon on the environment. Carbon capture and storage is a way of reducing industrial greenhouse gas emissions. It involves recovering the carbon gas at its source and holding it in underground reserves. First, the carbon dioxide is separated from the smoke or combustion fumes. Industrial emissions comprise up to 15% carbon dioxide. The rest is mainly water vapor and nitrogen. Separating the gases is costly, accounting for about 2/3 of the overall capture and storage process. Capture techniques are constantly evolving. Extracting the carbon dioxide post-combustion is a well-mastered method, but it's relatively energy-intensive. Another possibility is removing the carbon dioxide before the fuel is burnt. Development of this process is ongoing. Once separated, the carbon dioxide is compressed and transported by pipeline, boat or tanker to underground or deep-sea storage facilities. It is injected far underneath gas-tight layers of rock and stored under pressure until it reaches a near liquid state. Suitable storage sites include end-of-life oil and gas fields or extremely deep layers of porous rock impregnated with salt water.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to this India Today special. I'm Akshrita Nandagopal. There's a new film that everyone's talking about, a new KGF, a new Pushpa. It's a Kannada film called Kantara, and it's now hit theatres in Hindi as well because of the craze, the following and the amazing reviews that this film got. We're going to be talking about this film. Joining me on this broadcast is filmmaker and actor Rishabh Shetty as well as actor Saptami Gowda, both of whom have done a fabulous job in the movie and are receiving accolades all across. Rishabh, I'd like to begin with you. Big congratulations. Did you expect this response?
Thank you so much. ये दो चीजें कभी भी नहीं था मेरे पास, जो expectation and excitement. So ये मुझे लगा कि ये concept लोगों को पसंद आएगा, लेकिन इतना बड़ा जो सक्सेस हो रहा है अभी, ये मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था.
Saptami, were you overwhelmed when you saw the kind of response? Because this film actually released about 2 weeks back in Kannada. It's because of the massive response that you got that now you are forced literally to dub it in Hindi and release it again.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is still very
overwhelming, and then it's still, the feeling hasn't just sunk in yet. That we're all very happy and we're proud that the movie is taking off this way and people are loving it. So the amount of effort and the amount of love we put into it while making the movie is paying off. So it is overwhelming. At the same time, we're all very proud of it.
And I think it's so well deserved. I feel so proud when I hear of these kind of movies. This year has been amazing for all of us, hasn't it? I started off talking about Pushpa. I started off talking about KGF, Bahubali. Rishabh, your film is now in that same league.
तो इसलिए बोला था मैं, ये एक्सपेक्टेशन एक्साइटमेंट नहीं है मेरे करके.
When you see all the messages, Kicha Sudeep has messaged on this. So many people, really. Prithvi Raj has put out a message also. Raj and DK, they appreciated your film. Many of them have come forward to say that this is one of the best films they've seen in years. How did it feel when you got these responses from so many veteran actors, filmmakers?
Feels good. मतलब ये अभी जो बॉलीवुड, टॉलीवुड, सैंडलवुड, ये सब था पहले. अभी जो इंडियन सिनेमा बन रहा है, सो इस जनरेशन में हम लोग वो एड्रेस कर रहे हैं. ये लैंग्वेज का बैरियर छोड़ के हमारा जो रीजनल रूटेड एक कहानी हम लोग बताया, तो वो दुनिया के सब लोग ऐसे ओपनली ले रहे हैं, सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, वो लोग सक्सेस कर रहे हैं. एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लाइक टू ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್. ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀವಿ. क्योंकि वो लोग इतना पब्लिसिटी किया, इतना माउथ पब्लिसिटी हुआ था, वाइल्ड फायर जैसा ऐसा स्प्रेड हो गया. सो उन लोगों के वजह से अभी हिंदी में भी रिलीज हो रहा है. नॉन कन्नड़ा लोगों को भी वो लोग सजेस्ट किया, लेके जाके पिक्चर दिखाए हैं. सो वो एक विचार मैं मेंशन करना चाहता हूँ. सो इसलिए इतना बड़ा रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है. एंड अभी जो बैरियर छोड़ के एक रीजनल रूटेड हमारा जो कल्चर क्या है, हमारा सिस्टम क्या है, हमारा बिलीफ क्या है, ये सब बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था एक फिल्म में लेके आने के लिए. सो वो भी मैं एक फोकलोर जैसा लेके आया था. जो कोस्टल कर्नाटक का जो रिचुअल है, जो दैवाराधने, भूतकोला बोलते हैं हम लोग, शायद आप भी जानते हो. सो
No, so I wanted to ask you about that, Rishabh. Jaise, you're talking about these cultures, like the sentiments of Bhuta in coastal Karnataka, the sport of Kambala. How do you get Hindi audiences to connect with these cultures, these traditions? Can they understand that?
Yeah, definitely. Basically, it's a conflict between human and nature. So, मनुष्य और प्रकृति के बीच में जो संघर्ष है, वो बताने जा रहा हूँ मैं. So, प्रकृति और मनुष्य का बीच में जो ब्रिज है, वो हम दैव मानते हैं. सो वो एक एनर्जी, एक प्रकृति का बीच का जो पॉजिटिव एनर्जी है, वो हम लोग सोसाइटी का, एक समाज का एक समानता रूप में लेके आने का एक मैसेज भी है उसमें. सो I always thought more regional is more universal. So अभी जो उधर का जो बैकड्रॉप में लिया, उधर का जो कल्चर, उधर का जो रिचुअल्स और बिलीफ, ये सब लेके आके मैं दुनिया को बता रहा हूँ. सो ये सारे यूनिवर्स कैसे लेते हैं करके, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ रिचुअल्स, ऐसा कुछ बिलीफ, ये हर जगह है. नॉट ओनली इन कोस्टल कर्नाटका. तरीका अलग है, जो प्रकार अलग है. सो भारत का हर कोने में, हर गांव में ऐसा कुछ रिचुअल्स रहेगा. सो हम लोग वो मानना पड़ता है कि हमारा लाइफस्टाइल भी वैसा है. सो इसलिए मुझे वो कॉन्फिडेंस था कि ये दुनिया में किधर भी जाओ, ये संघर्ष तो है.
And I think what's great is that people now in many parts of the country will learn about coastal Karnataka. There are so many cultures and traditions that many of us have in our villages, in our towns, that people don't know about. I think this opens doors to what happens in coastal Karnataka, the beliefs there, the traditions there, and just a glimpse really into that. So hopefully it will get people thinking and more curious about it. Saptami, what do you really, do you think stands out about the movie that it's grabbed so much attention and so much praise right now?
I think there's an underlying issue that we're trying to talk about in the movie, that is, the human and the encroachment issues. But it's being said in a way that everybody can connect with. Like, for example, there's every element in the movie that you would expect in any other movie. So there's there's humor. There's a lot of humor throughout the movie. There's a beautiful love story. There's a conflict that happens not only externally but within the characters as well. And each character is crafted so well like the character graph of each character. There's a justification to every character, and moreover, like people are talking about the climax, and there's a beautiful climax that happens, and leading to that climax also, there are the way the culture is being used and shown around, just to to bring out that issue that all of us have faced or seen in the world. I think these elements that we've used in the movie, I think people are going to connect with it. So these are the elements like humor, like I said.
Yeah.
So these elements help bring out the issue more in a better way.
If you look at the film industries, Rishabh, there's a lot of talk right now about Bollywood, Tollywood, Collywood, Sandalwood also. And even if you look at the film industries in the South, it's always considered that, Mollywood, Collywood and Tollywood produces great cinema. Sandalwood doesn't do a great job in producing great films. Do you think that narrative at least is changing thanks to your film now, thanks to Vikrant Rona, thanks to KGF and KGF 2? Do you think finally that narrative is changing?
इस जनरेशन में हम ओके है करके हम सोच सकते हैं, लेकिन भारत चित्ररंग को अभी इंडियन फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को कन्नड़ा फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का कंट्रीब्यूशन बहुत बड़ा है. बहुत अच्छे महान कलाकार थे, डॉक्टर राजकुमार, डॉक्टर विष्णुवर्धन, शंकर नाग, उससे पहले भी बहुत सारे स्टार्स थे, बहुत अच्छे डायरेक्टर्स थे, पुट्टना कनगाल, शंकर नाग जी, बहुत सारे सिलिंगे, ऐसा बहुत सारे लेजेंडरी फिल्म भी है. ये बहुत पुराने की बात है कि वो 30 इयर्स पहले इधर से लोग उधर जाके उधर आके कन्नड़ा फिल्म देख के उधर के राइट्स लेके आके रीमेक करते थे. सो उसके बाद बीच में कुछ हमारा कन्नड़ा इंडस्ट्री को मतलब उतना मेन स्ट्रीम नहीं था, इधर उधर अच्छे फिल्म आता था, लेकिन कंसिडर नहीं करते थे. आज आफ्टर केजीएफ के बाद जो लिस्ट बोला आपने, हाँ. जो दूसरा तरीके से एक रास्ता खुला है, एंड लोग भी अभी ये आप बोला ना, ये भी सैंडलवुड, टॉलीवुड, बॉलीवुड, ये बॉलीवुड, ये सब छोड़ के इंडियन सिनेमा का रिकॉग्नाइज कर रहा है. अभी वो रीजनल कन्नड़ा का हम कंटेंट किया तो भी लैंग्वेज बैरियर छोड़ के हर जगह देख रहे हैं. वो एग्जांपल है, कन्नड़ा वर्जन हम लोग कांतारा रिलीज किए, सब जगह बहुत अच्छे से चला. बॉम्बे में बहुत कन्नड़ा लोग नॉन कन्नड़ा को लेके जाके पिक्चर दिखाए, उसके बाद वो लोग सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं. बहुत सारे ट्वीट्स पढ़ा था मैं. इधर भी शुरू हुआ 10 शो से, लेकिन 2 दिन के बाद 120 शोज हो गया था. दैट इज फर्स्ट स्ट्राइड रीजनल लैंग्वेज का एक फिल्म. मराठा मंदिर जैसा थिएटर में भी पिक्चर डाले हैं, बहुत अच्छा रेस्पॉन्स मिला है. So I think वो सब जा रहे हैं अभी, वो भी पूरे के पूरे मिलके इंडियन सिनेमा बन रहे हैं.
And I think it's all from word of mouth. It's all from social media.
Definitely.
And,
definitely.
I've read so much about this film. I can't wait to go watch it. Very sadly, I haven't seen it yet. But Rishabh, you're saying yes, that right now cinema transcends boundaries, that it's so easily dubbed, it's put out in different languages, but there's a need to also recognize where it comes from, that this is originally a Kannada movie, and that pride also I'm sure you have somewhere.
Definitely, because मैं एक हमारा जो सॉइल का हमारा जो रीजनल और कोर कंटेंट मैं बता रहा हूँ, उसमें भी हमारा जो बिलीफ क्या है, हमारा जो कल्चर क्या है, जो ये सब मेरा वो एक रीजनल कंटेंट बता रहा हूँ. मेरा सोच था कि ये कन्नड़ा में भी जाना चाहिए, कन्नड़ा में भी लोग देखना चाहिए जो ओरिजिनल कंटेंट किधर से किया है करके. सो कौन सा लैंग्वेज का फिल्म है, किधर का स्टोरी है, ये सब जानना है. लेकिन वो कन्नड़ा ऑडियंस ने इतना प्यार दिया, इतना सपोर्ट किया, वो फिल्म वैसा ही जा रहा है, उसके पीछे हम लोग जा रहे हैं. सो ये प्लान भी नहीं था थिएट्रिकल डब करके हिंदी में इतना डिमांड आएगा. होम्बाड़े फिल्म्स जो उतना बड़ा प्रोडक्शन हाउस, उतना सॉलिड रख के इधर अनिल तदानी जी भी ज्वाइन हो गए. उसके बाद जो नॉर्थ इंडिया में हिंदी का 2500 स्क्रीन्स में डाल रहा है. सो सब जगह अच्छा रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है. क्रिटिक्स का भी एक शो थे, उधर भी बहुत अच्छा रेस्पॉन्स मिला. इट्स वेरी हैप्पी टू सी दैट.
There are many stars who've decided now to move to the Hindi film industry. There are many from the Telugu industry also who have moved. Saptami, a bit of a controversial question. Why do you think that movies, Telugu movies, Kannada movies, Malayalam, Tamil, all of them seem to be doing much better than Hindi films?
I, like you said, it's a very, even perspectives matter that way. I think people, like, for example, people are now open to every kind of movies. For example, Parasite, that won at the Oscars last year, was put out in Korean. It was a Korean movie. It was put out in that language, but it still did very well across even our nation. So I think when you're trying to, I think we should never let go of our roots. And when you bring that out, when you bring that essence out, people are connecting more to it. So I'm sure, for example, in Mumbai, Ganesh Chaturthi is such a big festival here. So if there are stories around that and people bring out those stories, I think even the Mumbai audience or even down the south, people will be more willing to watch it. And it's not that Bollywood movies aren't doing well. Like, for example, recently Gangubai did really well even down south.
Yeah.
So I like Sir said, now there's no language barrier as such, and people are waiting to watch good content. So even the audience perspectives have changed now. It's not just the language. If
you're right. I think language is no longer a problem, right?
Yeah.
You either see it dubbed, you see it with subtitles, so everyone gets to see all content. But the question is, Rishabh, why is it that the Hindi film industry is not able to produce as good content as many of the filmmakers, like S.S. Rajamouli, like yourself, like so many others that I can name here? At the end of the day, you look at Hindi films and compare them to a Bahubali, to a KGF, to a Kantara, they're not matching up. Why is it that content that's coming in from the South film industry seem to be much better right now? Would you agree at least it's better?
I think it's a circle. Season जैसा आम का सीजन, बनाना का सीजन, ऐसा वो चलते रहता है. उसमें कोई ये नहीं है, क्योंकि इंडियन फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में हिंदी फिल्म का जो बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है. जमाने से हम लोग देख के आ रहे थे ये हिंदी फिल्म, जो स्केल, जो स्टोरीज देखते थे हम लोग. बहुत अच्छे बड़े लेजेंडरी कलाकार है, बहुत अच्छे लेजेंडरी डायरेक्टर्स भी है इधर. आई थिंक ये तो हर इंडस्ट्री में ये प्रॉब्लम था. मतलब अभी कन्नड़ा ऐसा कर रहा है, इससे पहले 10 साल पहले हमको ज्यादा मानते नहीं थे. तेलुगु का भी डाउनफॉल था. अप्स एंड डाउन्स आर देयर. तो वो हम क्या है ना, एक सक्सेस आ गया तो ये मन में लेके हम इधर रख के ये सक्सेस किया हम लोग, ये करते नहीं. फेलियर भी वैसा ही आता है. ठीक है, दोनों हम इक्वली लेना है. आई थिंक इधर का जो फिल्म मेकर्स है, ये हिंदी सिर्फ एक स्टेट नहीं है, पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में बहुत सारे जगह हिंदी बोलने वाले लोग हैं, हिंदी समझते हैं. उधर का भी जो रूट्स का जो कोर कंटेंट लेके आके ये लोग मतलब प्रेजेंट किया, तो फिल्म बनाया तो लोग डेफिनेटली देखते हैं. उसमें कोई ये नहीं है.
No, if I were to give you an example, see, very often when I spoke to a lot of experts about this, they said that it's because these filmmakers go into issues that are very close to people's hearts, traditions, cultures, like your film also, and does justice to it. So you see a latest Hindi film trailer that's come out with Prabhas, Adipurush. And it's about the epic Ramayana. So it's a story that we all know, we hold very dearly, but a film like that, if it was done in the South, would be hailed. Now in the film industry, in the Hindi film industry, there's a lot of questions, a lot of controversy over it, because they're saying that Ravan is being portrayed in this way and that way. So do you think that there's a lot more controversy in the Hindi film industry unnecessarily?
नहीं, हर जगह है ना वो कंट्रोवर्सीज, किधर नहीं है, हर जगह होता है. अभी क्या है ना, अभी सोशल मीडिया आने के बाद लोग उनका व्यूज एक्सप्रेस करते हैं. सो उनको क्या हो रहा है, कैसा लग रहा है, वो सब उन लोगों का पर्सपेक्टिव है. उसमें मेरा कमेंट्स नहीं है. जो हर जगह है, मतलब अभी सोशल मीडिया इतना ये है, उसमें इतना पॉजिटिव भी है, नेगेटिव भी है. लोग स्ट्रेट अवे एक्सप्रेस करते हैं. अभी फिल्म का जो देखने का जो पर्सपेक्टिव भी चेंज हो गया. लोग क्या है ना, अभी कभी भी मैं मानता हूँ बहुत ज्यादा अपडेटेड कौन है बोले तो वो ऑडियंस है. सो कौन अपडेट नहीं हुआ है, हम फिल्म मेकर्स और स्टोरी टेलर्स है. क्योंकि अभी मैं कांतारा किया, ये 1 साल का पुराना स्टोरी बता रहा हूँ आप लोगों को मैं. सो ये कुछ चीजें, कुछ सिनेमा बनते हैं, हम लोग 2 साल 3 साल लेते हैं. 3 साल का पुराना स्टोरी हम लोग अभी बता रहे हैं. अभी जो प्लेटफॉर्म से लोगों को, वो लोग ऐसा देख रहे हैं कि अभी अपडेटेड वर्जन का कुछ वर्ड सिनेमा, किसी दुनिया का किसी कोने का कुछ लैंग्वेज का फिल्म देख रहे हैं, तो वो लोग अपडेटेड है. अभी जो लोग फिल्म देख के रिव्यू करते हैं, कैसा है कि एडिट के पर्सपेक्टिव से, VFX के पर्सपेक्टिव से, स्टोरी, नरेशन, स्क्रीन प्ले, डायलॉग्स, एवरीथिंग, परफॉर्मेंस, तो कॉस्ट्यूम्स, ईच एंड एवरी डिपार्टमेंट में वो लोग बात कर रहे हैं. सो मैं इसलिए, हमारा इंडियन सिनेमा का स्ट्रेंथ है हमारा कोर, हमारा जो रूट्स है, हमारा जो कल्चर है, इसी को लेके आने का है. सो वो हम भूल नहीं सकते, भूलना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि दूसरा लैंग्वेज का कुछ हम लोग देखते हैं, लाइक शायद वाइकिंग्स में जो बोलते हैं, उन लोगों का जो कल्चर दिखाते हैं प्रॉपर हमारा इंडियन कल्चर जैसा है. उधर टेम्पल भी है, जो उन लोगों का रिचुअल भी वैसा ही है. सो हमारा मन में, अगर इंडिया छोड़ के बाहर गए तो एक ही तरीके से हमको सोचते हैं हम लोग, वैसा नहीं है. तो हमारा जो कोर क्या है, उधर जाना है, वो वैसा स्टोरी लेके आना चाहिए. हमारा जो सॉइल का जो स्टोरी है वो लेके आना है. वो आपको किसी का प्लेटफॉर्म में भी नहीं देखने से मिलता है. वो सिर्फ आपका गांव का स्टोरी है. वो उधर के लेके आके दिया तो लोगों को पसंद आएगा. लोगों को, मतलब ये स्टोरी में नया नहीं है. मतलब हम क्या क्रिएट करते हैं, बोलते हैं हम लोग क्रिएटर, वी कांट क्रिएट एनीथिंग. नेचर में सब कुछ है, दुनिया में सब कुछ है. हम लोग उधर से इन्फ्लुएंस होके, उधर से देख के वो हम रिक्रिएट करने के लिए ट्राई कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
But Rishabh, with all this that's being talked about, and so many of your colleagues also venturing into Bollywood, is that the next step for you? Next Bollywood film?
No. I want to make films in Kannada.
Okay.
So
make in Kannada and dub in Hindi?
हाँ, वो अभी लोग इतना ओपन है, इतना प्यार दे रहे हैं. सो अगर हम कुछ नया कुछ बताए तो ओपनली ले रहे हैं. सो एंड वो क्यों, अभी कांतारा को इतना रिकॉग्निशन आ रहा है, हमको इधर लेके आके डब करके रिलीज करने के लिए इतना लोग का भी हेल्प है, पब्लिसिटी भी ऐसा कर रहा है. क्यों है कि मैं कन्नड़ा फिल्म इंडस्ट्री आया हूँ, उधर मुझे लाइफ मिला, मेरा कहानी बताने के लिए स्टेज मिला, मुझे सब कुछ दिया है कन्नड़ा फिल्म इंडस्ट्री. आई डोंट वांट टू do that. I want to make films in Kannada. So सब कंटेंट, कुछ कंटेंट चीजें मैं लेके आके दुनिया को दूसरे लैंग्वेज में बोल सकता हूँ. कुछ चीजें like last films which I have done called सरकारी हिरिया प्राथमिक शाला कासरगोडु. It's about Kannada schools in a border area. Okay, that films can't dub in Hindi and other language.
Agreed.
क्योंकि एक केरला कर्नाटक का बॉर्डर में जो कन्नड़ा स्कूल है, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, उधर का कुछ बताने जा रहा हूँ. उधर का जो लैंग्वेज पॉलिटिक्स क्या है उसके बारे में था, वो कन्नड़ा में ही देखना चाहिए.
100%. I'll agree with you. I'm very happy that you said that, because it makes me immensely proud that you're saying I will continue to make Kannada films as well. Saptami, before I wrap this up,
I feel always proud. I am Kannadiga.
I 100%. I'm sure you do, and it's shown clearly, not just in this movie, but in your answer just now when you said I will continue to make Kannada films. That's great to hear. Saptami, before I wrap this up, your message to the audiences, for someone who's going into the theatre with an open mind to watch Kantara, what would you tell them about the experience they're going to be witnessing?
You're going to have the best experience of your life when you're going to go watch Kantara. It's going to take you. So we've created a world for you called the world of Kantara. So you're going to experience the world of Kantara along with the characters. You're going to become one of the characters in the village, and you're going to experience the culture with us sitting at the theaters today. So you're going to 100% come out, be in that world, and when you come out of the theaters, you're going to be left, with a thought process and with an amazing climax too.
I think the reviews also largely speak for themselves. Rishabh, final question from you as well. Your message to the audiences on what to expect from Kantara, and I also want to know from you what's next.
वो पता नहीं, मोस्टली 2 महीने छुट्टी लेके बीवी बच्चों के साथ भाग जाऊं. सो 2 महीने के बाद सोचता हूँ. बहुत साल हो गया उन लोगों को टाइम नहीं दिया मैं. तो मैसेज या टेक अवे, you will experience a very beautiful positive energy in the film. So आपको एक हमारा जो कल्चर क्या है, हमारा रिचुअल क्या है, हमारा बिलीफ क्या है, जो हमारा जो भारतीय संस्कृति क्या है, ये रूटेड क्या है, ये रीजनल रूटेड हम बोल रहे हैं, कोर बोल रहे हैं, क्या है ये, इसमें एक भगवान का जो शक्ति है, मतलब डेमी गॉड कहते हैं हम लोग, दैव पंजुर्ली, दैव गुलिका, वो हम मानते हैं. वो एक बहुत अच्छा एनर्जी. सो वो एक शूट करने समय में भी वही फील हो रहा था मुझे, एक शक्ति, एक एनर्जी मुझे जा रहा है. वही एनर्जी स्क्रीन में ट्रांसफर हो गया, वही एनर्जी स्क्रीन से ऑडियंस को ट्रांसफर हो गया. आई थिंक यू विल एक्सपीरियंस दैट.
Thank you so much, Rishabh. Thank you, Saptami. Congratulations again for the amazing response. I'm sure now when I'm speaking to you, you've already reached a high. Next week, you'll be reaching another high and another after that because of the great reviews and experiences that people are speaking about on social media about this film. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. To all of you watching this broadcast.
Thank you so much. That high is dangerous. So let's be in a ground.
For sure. Remain grounded. And because of that, I'm hoping you both will join me very soon. Also, I'm sure once this film breaks all records very soon. To all of you watching this broadcast, watch this film, Kantara. It sends out a very important message. It's about our culture. It's about Indian traditions. And we all should be trying to learn more about every single part of the country. This one is about coastal Karnataka, and it's an unmissable story. Thank you very much for joining us here on India Today.
A touch screen enables users to interact directly with the display monitor. They become a feature of everyday life at supermarket checkouts, ATM machines, on GPS devices, and most commonly with tablets and smartphones. There are two common types of touchscreen technology. One is called resistive. Two transparent sheets are coated with a conducting material and separated by tiny dots called spacers. When the two layers are pressed together, they create an electrical circuit that indicates the point of contact. Uses include cash and ticket machines. The other capacitive touch technology is most commonly used in tablets and smartphones. A layer of insulating material like glass is coated with a fine grid of electrodes thinner than human hair. This is sandwiched between an outer protective glass layer and an LCD screen that displays the images. As the human body is also an electrical conductor, touching the screen with a finger results in a change in the electrostatic field, indicating the point of contact. More recently, smartphone manufacturers have moved towards so-called on-cell and in-cell technologies. On-cell locates the touch technology onto the outer glass, whereas with in-cell, the touch sensors are built into the actual display panel. Both approaches allow devices to be thinner and lighter. New applications for touchscreen technology now include unlocking smartphones using a biometric fingerprint scanner. When a capacitive sensor is activated, it takes a high-resolution snapshot of a fingerprint, which is compared against the information stored inside the phone. If the unique characteristics in the arches, loops, or whorls match the device, it will unlock.
Watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Ballari Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Another targeted killing in the valley. A Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead by terrorists in Shopia. The victim, identified as Puran Krishan Bhatt, was on his way to his orchard when terrorists brutally murdered him. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra's Karnataka leg concludes in Ballari, where top leaders including Rahul Gandhi addressed a mega rally targeting the Bommai government. DMK staged a mega protest in Chennai to protest against the alleged Hindi imposition by the central government. This after a parliamentary panel recommended giving priority to Hindi in educational institutions. JDU President Lalan Singh stokes a massive row, calls Prime Minister Modi a dhongi, says the time has come to expose the Behrupia. BJP slams unacceptable remarks, claims this shows the mindset of Nitish Kumar. An IED was detected and defused by security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora. Traffic was halted on the route as a precautionary measure. It's a historic moment for women in blue. Team India wins the Asia Cup 2022, defeating Sri Lanka by 8 wickets in a one-sided contest. My colleague Nikhil Naz is joining me live right now. Nikhil, a proud moment for the women in blue.
Well, that's right. India were always the favorite at the Asia Cup. In fact, had India not been able to win this title, that would have been counted as a big upset. But yes, outstanding performance by the Indian women, especially after the men's team disappointed at the same tournament not too long ago. The Indian women, I would say, didn't have the easiest of tasks just leading up to this final. Remember, they had a very heartbreaking loss to Pakistan in this tournament. They had to lift themselves up, were criticized for a few changes, but then got their act together to have beaten Thailand then in the semi-finals. And the way they beat Sri Lanka in the final, it was an all-out, one-sided contest. So remember, India has played in 7 Asia Cup finals, and remember, they won all 7 of them. Just tells you the amount of dominance that India has in this format, especially when it comes to the Asian continent. They've just been outstanding, and I think you'll remember this tournament for an all-round show. Captain Harmanpreet Kaur, after the victory, went on to say that, listen, the biggest positive that we've got in this tournament is that each match we've discovered new champions. Remember, this was the tournament before which stalwarts like Mithali Raj had quit the game. Then you had Jhulan Goswami quit the game just before the Asia Cup started. So it was a youngish team under the captaincy of Harmanpreet Kaur that's come together, and for then India to have found new champions. For example, you got a youngster Renuka Singh being adjudged the player of the match in the finals. Dipti Sharma, the standout performer with the amount of wickets that she's taken, she's another positive. Shafali Verma, one of the top run getters in this tournament. Then you had Jemima Rodrigues, the highest run getter in this tournament, and also someone who had been in and out of the team. I think her getting back into form in the middle order will also augur well. So plenty of positives then for the Indian women's team, and a moment to be proud of.
Absolutely incredible performance by the Indian women's team. Nikhil, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details.
The champions of Asia.
Shifting focus now, absolutely shocking remark by AIMIM Uttar Pradesh Chief Shaukat Ali, who has used derogatory remarks against Hindus. The AIMIM leader said despite Muslims having 3 marriages, they treat all wives with respect. But Hindus who marry once have 3 mistresses and treat none of them with respect. Listen it.
अरे यहाँ की सबसे आसान ग़िज़ा मुसलमान है। जब बीजेपी कमजोर होती है तो मुसलमानों के एक नए मुद्दे को लेकर के आ जाती है। कभी ये लोग कहते हैं तुम्हारे बच्चे ज्यादा हो, कभी ये लोग कहते हैं 2-2, 3-3 शादियां। यकीनन हम 2 शादी करते हैं तो दोनों बीवी को समाज में इज्जत देते हैं। तुम 1 शादी करते हो, 3 करते हो, किसी को नहीं बताते हो, ना उसको इज्जत देते हो।
शौकत अली और असदुद्दीन ओवैसी के लोगों को ये समझ लेना चाहिए कि उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, मुगलों की सरकार नहीं चल रही है, विदेशी आक्रांताओं की सरकार नहीं चल रही है। कानून को अगर हाथ में लेंगे, कानून से खेलेंगे तो कड़ी कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जाएगी और ऐसी कार्रवाई होगी जो नजीर बनेगी।
My colleague Santosh Sharma is now joining me live on this absolutely shocking and objectionable. The statement, Santosh, that has been made by the AIMIM Uttar Pradesh chief. What is the party saying about it?
Actually, Shaukat Ali gave a very objectionable statement on this, that Hindus get married more than one woman, and they didn't give them the recognition. They didn't give them the recognition of their wife. They keep them as a captive. This is the very objectionable remark given by the Shaukat Ali. Now Shaukat Ali is saying that I was not. There was no intention to saying this to get any feelings hurt of any Hindu brothers. But Shaukat Ali, what he has said in a public meeting, that is very objectionable, and that's the reason many political parties, even from the BJP and from the Hindu saints, we can say the Raju Das from the Ayodhya, he said that this is unacceptable remark given by the Shaukat Ali. This is a very derogatory statement given by the Shaukat Ali, and their party is not officially saying what Shaukat Ali said is owned by the party. They said that this is their own personal statement given by the state president of AIMIM.
Right. Santosh, stay on with us. Rakesh Tripathi of the BJP is joining us over the phone line right now. Sir, your reaction to what AIMIM Uttar Pradesh Chief Shaukat Ali has said. He said that we may have 3 wives, we treat them with respect. Hindus have 1 wife but 3 mistresses and treat none with respect.
देखिए, AIMIM की भाषा जिस प्रकार की पहले रही है, ये उसी भाषा का विस्तार है। भड़काऊ भाषा ये उनके अध्यक्ष जो है असदुद्दीन ओवैसी, उनकी भाषा है, अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी की भाषा है, ये उनके संस्कार है, उनकी पार्टी की नीति है, उनकी पार्टी की परंपरा और रीति है। इस प्रकार की भड़काऊ जबान का प्रयोग करना, समाज में विभाजन की रेखाएं खींचने के लिए प्रयास करना, लेकिन ये स्वीकार नहीं की जा सकती है। ये भाषा पूरी तरह से कानून का उल्लंघन करने वाली है और ऐसी भाषा पर निश्चित तौर पर कठोरता से कानून को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी भी इस तरह की जहरीली जुबान को बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता जो समाज में उद्वेलन स्थापित करती हो, समाज में किसी को भड़काने का प्रयास करे, ये स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता।
जी, राकेश जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. So that is of course the reaction that's coming in from the BJP, that this is absolutely unacceptable, and this is of course in some sense stoking communal passions over there, trying to divide society as well in the way that Shaukat Ali, AIMIM Uttar Pradesh chief, has made these absolutely objectionable and low-level comments. In yet another instance of targeted killing, a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead by terrorists in Shopian district. Puran Krishan Bhatt was attacked near his residence in the Chaudhry Gund area of the South Kashmir district. Doctors declared Bhatt brought dead after he was shifted to a Shopian hospital. The area has been cordoned off and a hunt has been launched to catch the assailants. Bhatt has 2 school-going children, a girl who studies in class 7 and a younger boy who is in class 5, according to relatives. The latest killing comes barely a couple of months after another Kashmiri Pandit, Sunil Kumar, was shot dead by terrorists at an apple orchard in Shopia district. His brother Pintu Kumar was also injured in the attack.
को पता ही है कि TFF ने इसको क्लेम किया है, TFF ने फ्रीडम फाइटर करके उनका एक प्रॉक्सी नेम उसने क्लेम किया है, लेकिन हमारी अभी कुछ भी श्योर हम लोग अपनी ओर से नहीं बोलेंगे।
उस टाइम when this incident happened,
जी सिक्योरिटी तो यहाँ पे थी, एक हमारा जो गार्ड लगा हुआ है, ये जो छोटा सा क्लस्टर है वहाँ पे जो हमारा गार्ड लगा हुआ है वो गार्ड यहाँ पे
सर गार्ड भी है, आर्मी का कैंप भी 200 मीटर पे, उसके बाद भी ये चीज हो रही है।
हाँ, इसमें हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि इसका रीज़न क्या है, क्योंकि वो स्कूटर से उनके किसी अपने जान पहचान के साथ ही वो स्कूटर से कहीं बाहर गए हुए थे और वो स्कूटर से लौटे थे। वो अकेले नहीं थे, वो 2 लोग थे। इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो अभी चश्मदीदों की ओर से आया है कि टारगेट करने वाला एक ही था जो इस पे सामने था। आगे पीछे अगर कहीं कोई छुपा हो वो तो अभी किसी ने स्पॉट किया नहीं है। तो चीज़ें अभी चल रही हैं और चीज़ें भी क्लियर हो जाएंगी।
ये तो इधर से आता था, बाइक पर भी 2 लड़के आए थे इधर, तो यहाँ तो एक वो तो घर चला गया बाइक वाला, बस यहाँ तो ये पहुँच गया, बस पीछे से उसको फायर किया। और फिर पास है ना पता नहीं, हमने सिर्फ टास देखा है इधर। इसकी एज 45 होगी।
तो क्या ये था?
नहीं, ये सेल्फ
पाकिस्तान की और आतंकवादियों की हर साजिश को विफल करेंगे। जिन्होंने भी कश्मीरी पंडित नौजवान को निशाना बनाने की साजिश की है और कोशिश की है, उन सबको इसका हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। सेना और पुलिस ने चारों तरफ सारे क्षेत्र की नाकाबंदी कर दी है। बहुत जल्द ये साजिश करने वाले पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी ज़मींदोज़ हो जाएंगे।
तो आतंकी गतिविधियां हो रही हैं, तो स्वाभाविक बात है कि इस प्रकार के लोग कहीं ना कहीं उनका समर्थन करते हैं, उनको उसके बारे में जानकारी देते हैं, तो उसी कारण से इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होती हैं। तो एक बार पूरी छानबीन करके जिन लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है, ऐसा और बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है ताकि जो मिलिटेंसी को जड़ों से उखाड़ना और जीरो टॉलरेंस का जो एक चल रहा है उसमें तभी कामयाब हो पाएंगे।
This will keep on happening. This will keep on continuing because the terrorists know that we have no godfathers, we have no protectors. Nobody is going to protect us. We are going to be just used for vote banks. We are just going to be used as, you know, as animals in the museum, lambs in the museum, to tell the world that Kashmir is normal because Kashmiri Pandits are living there. And terrorists on the other side want to prove that terrorism still exists and they will keep on killing us. So we are going to continue to lose Kashmiri Pandits. It's a matter of shame, you know, because from last so many days, the last 3-4 months, the Kashmiri Pandit employees are there on the streets shouting, screaming, weeping that please relocate us, please relocate us. They are not safe in Kashmir. They are not safe in Kashmir. The women are on the streets. The young children are on the streets from last so many months that if we don't relocate us, we'll keep on losing our lives.
The blood of Kashmiri Pandits being killed in Kashmir is not on Pakistan, is not on terrorists. It is squarely on government of India and the Supreme Court of this country. For years, we have been begging Supreme Court to please to order and form an SIT to investigate the reasons for why Kashmiri Pandits are being killed in Kashmir. And Supreme Court every time finds an excuse. The government of India refuses to form an SIT on its own, refuses to put a judicial commission to find out what are the reasons that led to the exodus and genocide of Kashmiri Pandits. So Pakistan continues to do what it has been doing for.
My colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt is now joining me live from on the ground in Jammu. Sunil Ji, we heard the anguish, we heard the outrage, we heard so many voices saying this has been happening, this will continue to happen. How is the administration responding? Because this is not the first such instance of targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit.
Absolutely, Pallavi. As far as the J&K administration is concerned, it has time and again said that it has taken many steps for the security of the minorities in the Kashmir Valley. But still killings are taking place in the valley, and today another targeted killing took place of a Kashmiri Pandit named Puran Krishan Bhatt. And here in Jammu, there are hundreds of Kashmiri Pandit government employees who had gone to the Kashmir Valley in 2010 under Prime Minister's special employment package. Recently, most of them fled the valley, and since then they have been staging dharna here outside the Relief Commissioner's office. And here you can see that an official from the Jammu administration is also here. He is trying to pacify the protesters here. The grievance of this community is that the authorities are not listening to them. They want their transfer to Jammu region. They don't want to serve in the valley. They feel that the situation in the valley is not conducive for their survival, and they are saying that the administration administration has assured them that security will be provided, but still killings are taking place. The J&K administration on its part says that it has transferred the Kashmiri Pandit government employees to the district headquarters, but still killings are taking place, and the people here, Kashmiri Pandit community says that they don't feel secure in the valley. They don't want to live there. They want to stay in Jammu. They should be transferred to Jammu. And as far as the today's killing is concerned, this Kashmiri Pandit I beg your pardon, Puran Krishan Bhatt was staying in the valley for last 32 years. Even during the peak of terrorism, he did not flee the valley. But recently, when Kashmiri Pandit Sunil Kumar Bhatt was assassinated, then his family fled the valley. They came to Jammu, and recently he went back to valley again. He wanted to visit his orchards. There was some field work there related to that. He went to the valley, but unfortunately he was targeted, and he has been assassinated by the terrorists. He was seriously injured, and he was rushed to the district hospital Shopian, where he succumbed to his injuries. But this killing has triggered massive outrage among the Kashmiri Pandit community. Here you can see outside Jammu's here in Relief Commissioner's office for the displaced Kashmiri Pandits. This office is of the Relief and Rehabilitation Commissioner Migrants in Jammu. These Kashmiri Pandit government employees have been staging dharna here for last 150 days, and they want that they should be transferred to Jammu. The administration is saying that they need to go back to the valley, serve there. They will be transferred to safer areas, but that is not acceptable to these employees. We will speak to some of the protesters here who have been staging protests here for last 150 days. मुझे बताइए, जिस प्रकार से कश्मीर में हत्याओं का सिलसिला चल रहा है, आप क्या चाहते हैं कि सरकार को क्या फैसला लेना चाहिए?
अब तो बोल बोल के थक गए। अब हमें ऑलमोस्ट 150 दिन हो चुके हैं। हम तो अब कितनी बारी हमने इंटरव्यूज़ दे रखे हैं, कितनी बारी बोल दिया है। अब तो ये जग जाहिर है, सरकार को तो पता ही है हमें क्या चाहिए। लेकिन अब ये मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, एक डेस्परेट सिचुएशन आ चुकी है। या तो हमारे
आश्वासन सरकार ने दिए हैं, उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
आश्वासन से कुछ नहीं होगा। आश्वासन तो वो पिछले 4 महीने से दिए जा रही है, जब से किलिंग शुरू हुई है। सिक्योरिटी बढ़ेगी, ये करेंगे, लेकिन अगर अब ऑन ग्राउंड प्रैक्टिकली भी देखा जाए, हर किसी को सिक्योरिटी देना इज नॉट पॉसिबल। ये प्रैक्टिकलिटी है ही नहीं। आप एक जोन बनाएंगे।
You want that Kashmiri Pandit government employees should be transferred.
हमें यहाँ पे जब तक वहाँ पे हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अमित शाह जी, हमारे माननीय गृह मंत्री जी राष्ट्रीय मंच पे पार्लियामेंट में ये नहीं कहते कि अब कश्मीर सबके लिए, ना हमारे लिए, ना वहाँ के लोगों के लिए, ना कश्मीरी मुस्लिम्स पंडित सबके लिए सेफ नहीं है, तब तक
Polemy, you just heard from this gentleman. He is saying that the situation is not conducive for the survival of the Kashmiri Pandits in the valley, and the assurances that have been given by the government are not enough. The only solution is that the Kashmiri Pandits who are staying in the valley currently, most of them are the government employees. They should be immediately transferred to Jammu region, and they don't want that Kashmiri Pandits to get killed, because time and again the government have given assurances, but then again killing taking place. Right now you can see, Polemy, there is an official from the Jammu administration who is trying to pacify these protesters, but these protesters are very angry. They are demanding answers from the J&K administration, and they are saying that they should be transferred to Jammu region. So clearly the agitation of these government employees has been going on for last more than 150 days, and now they have intensified their agitation. They are saying that they should be transferred to Jammu. Polemy, back to you.
Right. Sunil ji there, of course, reporting from those protests that have been going on for a very, very long time, and that anguish, of course, only growing with news coming in that there has been yet another targeted killing of a minority community member in the Kashmir Valley. Sunil ji, thank you so much for joining us with those details and those perspectives from the ground. Let's listen into more reactions that have been coming in.
It is outrageous. The government has left only 2 choices with Kashmiri Pandit employees under Prime Minister's package. The 2 choices are either die by the jihadi bullet or die of destitution, because we will stop your salary for not going and killing yourself in Kashmir. This coming from an insensitive government which claims to have normalized Kashmir and wants to push us like lambs to slaughter back in the valley, when nothing exists in terms of security infrastructure. There is no frisking, there are no checkpoints, there are no drop gates, there is no CASO, there is no CADO, there is nothing. Jihad has been given a free run in the name of winning hearts and minds.
There was a high input from last 3 to 4 days that a Kashmiri Pandit would be targeted. I am a Kashmiri Pandit living in Srinagar. I was informed personally by the SSP Srinagar. So there was a high input that Kashmiri Pandit would be targeted. Now I don't know that the Shupia SSP should answer it, the Shupian police should answer it. If there was a high input, how come they could make such a blunder, leaving some Kashmiri Pandits vulnerable? It is very unfortunate. We are trying to bring peace. We are doing all efforts, risking our life for peace in Kashmir. But government has to pull its socks. Enough is enough. I'm not going, no Kashmir is going to run away. Kashmiri Pandits are not running away. But government needs to pull up its socks and work in a better security scenario where we feel safe and protected.
News coming in right now. BJP slams DMK over Hindi imposition protest. BJP says artificial issue being created by the DMK. It says that the Congress imposed Hindi, DMK allied with them. The BJP says that the DMK is using the issue for political mileage. Listen in to what the BJP has had to say.
DMK is a master in diverting issues, especially people's anger, electricity bill. So they have picked up an artificial issue which has got no basis. So they have imagined, they have invented some parliament committee report and they are speaking as if they have seen that report, as if the government has accepted, as if the government is implementing it. Hindi issue is long dead. Whatever political mileage DMK wanted, they have derived it by creating artificial issues, by adding some issues to an existing issue, non-existing issue. So that issue is fully dead after Modi ji has come, because he's the only Prime Minister in India's history who has made in the education Hindi as not compulsory. No other Prime Minister has done it.
So that is what the BJP has to say. That was, of course, BJP Tamil Nadu Chief Annamalai speaking with the media over the DMK's protest. Akshay Nath is live with me at the moment. Akshay, the BJP, of course, saying the DMK is creating an issue. Who has exactly seen that parliamentary committee report? Who says that that report has been accepted by the centre?
Yes, exactly. That's a question that the BJP has also raised in the state of Tamil Nadu right now. Paulami, what has happened is that the proposal that has been submitted by, Union Ministry, especially Home Minister Amit Shah, that has what raised this question, and it was seen that soon after Mr. Amit Shah had submitted a report on the proposal, immediately we had seen Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin stating that they will not be accepting any kind of imposition of Hindi, and many senior leaders of the DMK have also been saying that when states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana have raised their concern, why is the Union Home Ministry keeping mum about it? Why not give out a clarification and lay the topic to rest? Since there has been no clarifications from the centre also, the issue is just becoming bigger by the day. Paulami, already we are seeing that the DMK's youth wing today had a massive protest in Chennai city, and it was seen that hundreds of people had gathered and all of them had raised slogans against imposition of Hindi, and they said that they're not against the language Hindi, only the thought of imposing Hindi as an educational medium.
Okay, so that is of course what the DMK is saying, that they're not against the language, they're against the imposition of it as the medium of instruction. Akshay, thank you so much for joining us. That's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health Free.
China's debt trap has pushed the island into one of the tragic financial crises. Now the IMF has agreed to restore macroeconomic stability within the country. Sri Lanka reached an agreement with the IMF where it said that it will provide a loan worth $2.9 million to Sri Lanka. The extended funds will help Sri Lanka to restore their sustainability. The 48-month program is yet to be approved by the IMF management. IMF Senior Mission Chief Peter Brewer reinforced the need for urgent short-term support for Sri Lanka to avert a humanitarian crisis in the country. To get IMF's assistance, Sri Lanka must adhere to their conditions. The island country has to implement major tax reforms. This includes making personal income tax more progressive while broadening the tax base for corporate income tax and VAT to meet a primary surplus of 2.3% of GDP by 2024. They have to introduce cost recovery-based pricing for fuel and electricity to minimize fiscal risks arising from the state-owned enterprises. Mitigate the impact of current crisis on the poor by raising social spending and rebuild foreign reserves through restoring a market-determined and flexible exchange rate. Restore price stability through data-driven monetary policy action, fiscal consolidation, phasing out of monetary financing as well. Finally, Sri Lanka must reduce corruption vulnerabilities by improving fiscal transparency and public financial management. India helped Sri Lanka by offering financial packages worth $500 million credit facility, gasoline imports and credit for critical imports from India. India has sent also $2.4 billion through currency swaps loan deferrals. But it's not helped Sri Lanka enough. Apart from India, Japan might send financial aid. In fact, if approved, IMF support comes at a time when China is taking advantage of the country's condition. Sri Lanka has fallen apart due to its poor governance, corruption and lack of transparency. China has refused to help the country. China has leased Sri Lanka's Hambantota port for 100 years. China's move to set up its ship has also alarmed India's security. The Hambantota port gives Sri Lanka a direct access to link the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea. However, Sri Lanka's president has said China does not have permission to use the port for military purposes. Sri Lanka's GDP to debt ratio has been continuously increasing since 2010. The island nation has been facing a down spiral since then. And the pandemic in the last 2 years has worsened their economic conditions. If IMF approval comes through, Sri Lanka will be able to stabilize their economy over the period of 4 years. The IMF package will indeed help raise the government's revenue to support fiscal consolidation. It will raise new prices for fuel, electricity, social spending, and rebuild depleted foreign reserves.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscriber's pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve the sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to take a very hard look at ourselves, to reassess what we are doing with our physical health and our mental health. There were things that we would never do before the pandemic, which the pandemic has now forced us to do. In that sense, COVID-19 has been an eye-opener. It is for this reason that we put together Health 360 for our viewers, to just tell them how it is time to get back to the basics. I'm Sneha Mordani, and today we are going to talk about something that is extremely important for all of us. That is good sleep. So why is sleep so important? Undoubtedly, it rejuvenates your body and mind. Rest, of course, is extremely important, but it also helps you keep a dozen mental and physical health diseases at bay. Take a look.
Fatigue, anxiety, irritability, lack of concentration, forgetfulness, exhaustion. If you go through all of these or some of these regularly, you may want to maintain a sleep diary and consult a neurologist or a psychiatrist. These could be telltale signs of sleep deprivation.
Now, a common question asked many a times is, how do I know that I'm sleep deprived? And of course, apart from feeling tired, when you wake up feeling, exhausted or tired, that's one of the common symptoms. But apart from that, excessive, sleepiness, yawning, lack of concentration, headaches, irritability, just feeling exhausted and tired, even sometimes forgetfulness and anxiety. So those could be the early symptoms that you're getting sleep deprived, and it's time to catch up and cover up for that sleep, deficit that you are creating.
The body's ability to function declines if one does not get enough sleep according to one's age. But what is optimal sleep for different age groups?
Now, the amount of sleep varies with age. For example, newborns require 14 to 17 hours of sleep, while infants from 12 to 15. Now, as their babies grow older, when they're children, 9 to 11 hours, and adults typically require 7 to 8 hours. Recommended is actually 7 to 9, and as older adults, 7 to 8.
If you don't get the optimal level of sleep, you are sure headed for some health trouble. It is almost an open invitation to different illnesses and also makes you age faster. Along with physical health, lack of sleep even has an impact on your mental health.
A lot of people who have sleep disturbances have daytime drowsiness, and because of that it becomes very difficult for them to continue to do any proper work, and they may be taking naps in the day. As a result of this, over the long term, it impacts their relationships and can also cause depressive disorders related to sleep disturbances.
But why does sleep deprivation even occur?
The problem of why sleep deprivation occurs can also definitely be behavior related. Nowadays, due to all the screen time that we all have, what we don't realize is that the amount of screen time that we show our brain, our eyes, our brain, there is actually more production of cortisol and less production of melatonin, which is required for sleep, and cortisol is what keeps us active. Apart from that, health issues, hypothyroidism, some people might have obesity, that will also contribute. If somebody is obese, they're not going to get a restful sleep. They might be snoring at night, that was they're not getting enough oxygen, so that is sleep apnea. That could also be a problem. Then apart from that, the most common, of course, personal obligations and work obligations, especially in the younger generation.
This is fixable. Firstly, maintain a sleep diary if you are unable to sleep. Then, consult a neurologist or a mental health practitioner like a psychiatrist. Ensure you are being monitored by any of these doctors. After all, when kids were studying poems, very early on in their life, it is drilled into them, perhaps for a reason, that early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy and wise. Time to revisit it for real. Meanwhile, here's wishing you some sweet dreams. In New Delhi, Chethi Narula for India Today.
Research has now found a link between sleep apnea and cancer and also dementia. This sleep disorder actually kills thousands of people across the world. Very recently, singer Bappi Lahiri died of sleep apnea. But many of us don't even know what this disease really is. and what are the signs and symptoms of it. Patients don't even know if they're suffering from it. Our next report breaks down sleep apnea for you.
आँख मिला के पूछे हाय हाउ आर यू, हाथ मिला के पूछे हाउ डू यू डू, स्टाइल पे इसकी स्माइल पे इसकी, हाय तबीयत बड़की शहर की लड़की.
Popular singer Bacha says he's fighting sleep apnea. Bappi Lahari died earlier this year. Cause of death, sleep apnea. Capital Breakfast Show presenter Roman Kemp suffers from sleep apnea.
We did something right, and these guys are continuing the tradition. You guys got to give them their flowers. Give these their flowers.
American Idol judge Randy Jackson.
Doing it hard, man.
And Star Trek actor William Shatner, both of them suffer from sleep apnea. The list is endless. Obstructive sleep apnea is one of the most commonly observed type of sleep apnea, a disorder that millions suffer from. Sleep apnea is a serious sleep disorder where breathing repeatedly stops and starts. This happens when the soft tissues supporting your throat and tongue relax, which causes your airway to close momentarily, cutting off breathing. Periods when breathing stops completely are called apnea. There are three main types of apnea. Obstructive sleep apnea. This is more commonly observed and happens when your throat muscle relaxes and cuts off breathing. Central sleep apnea. This happens when your brain can't send proper signals to the muscle that controls your breathing. And complex sleep apnea syndrome, when you have both central and obstructive sleep apnea. Do you suffer from it? Well, you won't know, but ask your bed partner if any of these following symptoms they noticed. Loud snoring. Episodes in which you stop breathing during a sleep. Gasping for air during sleep. Awakening with a dry mouth. Morning headache. Difficulty staying asleep. Excessive daytime sleepiness. Difficulty paying attention while awake. Irritability and night sweats. In India, more than 40 lakh people suffer from obstructive sleep apnea.
Obstructive sleep apnea is a very common form of a sleep-related breathing disorder. Though it is seen in children as well, it is more commonly seen amongst adults, especially men who are more than 50 years of age, who are obese, or women who are in their postmenopausal period. The prevalence of obstructive sleep apnea is as high as 25% in the men, and it is as high as 10% in women. That means every one of the 4 men is known to suffer from some severity of this obstructive sleep apnea.
So how is sleep apnea treated then? For milder cases, doctors would prescribe you different treatments, including lifestyle recommendations.
Weight reduction by diet control and regular exercise is strongly recommended in sleep apnea. Avoid alcohol, sleeping pills, and quit smoking, which increase choking in the throat. Sleeping sideways helps in reducing obstruction in upper airway. Please remember that lifestyle management can cure obstructive sleep apnea in a majority of the patients.
For more serious cases, doctors recommend continuous positive airway pressure or CPAP machine.
So in a positive airway pressure, normally the doctor asks you to wear a mask over your nose, which is then connected to a machine via a tube, through which a positive airway pressure goes inside your nose and the upper airway and tend to keep the upper airway open even during sleep. A continuous use of this CPAP device is known to reverse most of the ill effects of the obstructive sleep apnea.
Sleep apnea can cause high blood pressure, increase your chances of having a stroke, plus it can lead to depression or changes in your mood. In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today. Other than sleep apnea, there are many other sleep disorders that you must know about. The most common one is insomnia, which is the inability to fall asleep and stay asleep. Restless leg syndrome is a sleep disorder in which a person's leg tends to move throughout the night, causing disturbed sleep. Narcolepsy, which is severe daytime drowsiness. Somnambulism, which is sleep talking and sleep walking. circadian rhythm disorders, which is the inability to sleep and wake at the right times. And the last one is parasomnia, which again is a sleep disorder, acting in unusual ways while sleeping. It is also associated with sleepwalking and also waking from sleep, talking or eating at night times. Well, it is widely believed that the COVID-19 pandemic did indeed mess up with our sleep patterns and led to a lot of anxiety. Now it has been documented that indeed coronasomnia is a thing, and heat waves are not helping our sleep patterns either.
Is it boiling hot in your city? Is the humidity out of control? And are you tossing and turning in your bed every night? Well, you're not alone. The temperature around you plays a key role in how well you sleep, and heat waves, it's been scientifically proven, messes up your sleep cycle completely. This has to largely do with your in the night to help us sleep. The hormone melatonin serves essentially as a natural alarm clock. When it's nighttime or time to sleep, it widens the blood vessels in our hands and feet to get rid of heat from our bodies. Now, what happens if the air around us is hot too? It becomes a lot harder for our bodies to cool off, and thereby our sleep patterns are affected.
If you consider our brain to be a machine which keeps on running, so as every machine needs a rest, that's how our brain also needs a rest. So sleep is important to reset our mental function. So it's very important that we all should at least sleep for 7 hours every night.
When temperatures go up, deep sleep gets impacted, and deep sleep for at least a few hours is the bare minimum we all need to ensure our body truly gets the rest it needs.
an adult should sleep at least 7 hours. The sleep contains multiple parts. Some of the parts when we sleep are deep sleep, which is in medical terms called REM and NREM sleeps. These have got separate importance in terms of serving different higher mental function of our body.
Now add to the rising temperatures all the sleep challenges that we faced in the last 2 years due to COVID, and it's a deadly cocktail. The pandemic ruined sleep cycles. The stress and anxiety of COVID added to the work from home patterns completely hit our lifestyle choices. A recent survey by a social media platform found that 54% Indians surveyed confirmed their sleep patterns changed post the pandemic, and most Indians said it was due to sleep apnea, trouble falling asleep, needing more hours of sleep, or simply staying asleep in the night. This has now even got a term called coronasomnia, caused by personal stress, by the grief of losing a loved one, and even anxiety over any COVID-related news.
At times, getting a psychological support and mental support is very important. Some of the sleeping pills at times help, but if you have got any of those symptoms, do see a doctor for proper evaluation and advice.
The pandemic, coupled with the rising global temperatures, has led to a vicious cycle of no sleep, leading to stress and vice versa. But a good night's sleep is very, very important. Bureau Report, India Today.
So how does your clinician really diagnose your sleep disorders? This is how they do it. First of all, they study your medical history. They also importantly study your sleep history, physical examination, sleep study. Now these sleep studies monitor data about your body when the patient is asleep. Data is actually about various things. It can be about brain wave changes, eye movements, also about your breathing rate, your blood pressure, your heart rate, and your electrical activity of the heart and other muscles. Let's now talk about all foods that are going to help you regulate your sleep better. First of all, ashwagandha is extremely popular. Why does ashwagandha help you regulate your sleep? Ashwagandha contains vithinolides that help de-stress. It also contains triethylene glycol that brings on sleepiness. Among nuts, almonds are supposed to be great, and they also contain magnesium that help you sleep better because it relaxes your muscles. Almonds also help in regulating sleep, regulating melatonin. Chamomile tea, which also again is extremely popular, it contains zapiginin, which is an antioxidant that promotes sleep. Pumpkin seeds also help you sleep better. These are power foods. It contains tryptophan that raises serotonin and melatonin. Nutmeg milk also is supposed to help you sleep better. It is actually a glass of milk that works wonders. A dash of nutmeg which helps in raising melatonin. A zillion apps are now available to tell you how to sleep better. So which are these apps really, and which of these ones will be serving the purpose? Our tech correspondent Ayush has put together this report to help you understand which
is a real problem. Research studies have shown that not getting adequate sleep can lead to health risks like diabetes, depression, high blood pressure, and obesity. At home, we always hear our folks telling us that the blue light on our devices is bad for us and keeping us awake at night. But there's enough technology on those very devices which could help us sleep better as well. There's software and hardware hacks to ensure you track your sleep and health too. So is a good night's sleep just an algorithm away? Well, let's find out. Now, a good way to get started is with a fitness tracker. And while the Apple Watch is a fantastic health and fitness companion, it's not the only product which tracks your sleep. You can get much cheaper options that could get you fairly accurate readings like your sleep stages, overnight heart rate variability, that's called HRV, respiration rate, blood oxygen saturation levels, and even skin temperature. You have trackers from Garmin, Fitbit, and even Xiaomi which do the job quite well. Even Samsung's Watch 4 has an interesting feature where it listens for your snoring whilst you're sleeping and even records it. Wake up the next morning and the watch will give you a sleep quality score and tell you how to improve it. There's devices by Google like the Nest Hub which can monitor your sleep by just placing them on the nightstand. But if you want to ensure quality sleep without investing much in all of these devices, then there's a bunch of apps that could sort you out as well. For instance, there's Pillow, a smart sleep assistant for the iPhone which can track your sleep even if the phone is kept nearby. It has a smart alarm clock, personalized insights, and also plays sleep aid sounds. Slumber is another interesting one, which is targeted at helping you beat insomnia by reading out a collection of sleep-inducing stories and meditation routines. Then there's the Calm app, which is super easy to use and has a section which tells you bedtime stories for kids and us adults as well. It has interesting stories narrated by celebrities like Matthew McConaughey, but I'm not sure if I want to hear lines from his Wolf of Wall Street role yet though. There's also meditation routines on the app made specifically for sleep and tools to combat stress and ASMR. Now personally, I use the Sleep++ app on my Apple Watch. It's a third-party app and for me this combination has worked out about fine. But most of the features on this app are paid. And honestly, the free apps that I was talking about earlier get the job done anyway. So maybe some of the options that I shared earlier might be a better bet. Well, I can only hope that these Tech Today hacks have been useful and can help you get a good night's sleep.
Well, that report brings us to the end of this edition. We hope you enjoyed watching the show as much as we did putting it together for you. We also hope that some of the tips that have been offered through the course of the show is something that you can use to help improve your sleep habits. Until next time, stay safe and do take very good care of yourselves.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare, fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Another targeted killing in the valley. A Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead by terrorists in Shopia. The victim, identified as Puran Krishan Bhatt, was on his way to his orchard when terrorists brutally murdered him. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra's Karnataka leg concludes in Ballari, where top leaders including Rahul Gandhi addressed a mega rally targeting the Bommai government. DMK staged a mega protest in Chennai to protest against alleged Hindi imposition by the central government. This after a parliamentary panel recommended giving priority to Hindi in educational institutions. JDU President Lalan Singh stokes a massive row, calls Prime Minister Modi a dhongi, says time has come to expose the Behrupia. BJP slams unacceptable remarks, claim this shows the mindset of Nitish Kumar. Global embarrassment for Pakistan. US President Joe Biden calls Pakistan one of the most dangerous nations, adding its nuclear weapons are without cohesion. In yet another instance of targeted killing, a Kashmiri Pandit was shot dead by terrorists in Shopia district. Puran Krishan Bhatt was attacked near his residence in the Chaudhry Gund area of the South Kashmir district. Doctors declared Bhatt brought dead after he was shifted to a Shopia hospital. The area has been cordoned off and a hunt has been launched to catch the assailants. Bhatt has two school-going children, a girl who studies in class 7 and a younger boy who is in class 5, according to relatives. The latest killing comes barely a couple of months, in fact, after another Kashmiri Pandit, Sunil Kumar, was shot dead by terrorists at an apple orchard in Shopia district. His brother, Pintu Kumar, was injured in the attack as well.
इसमें आपको पता ही है कि टीएफएफ ने इसको क्लेम किया है। टीएफएफ ने फ्रीडम फाइटर करके उनका एक प्रॉक्सी नेम उसने क्लेम किया है। लेकिन हमारी अभी कुछ भी श्योर हम लोग अपनी ओर से नहीं बोलेंगे। इधर उस टाइम when this incident happened, जनरल माइक अपने ऊपर लो। सिक्योरिटी तो यहाँ पे थी, एक हमारा जो गार्ड लगा हुआ है, ये जो छोटा सा क्लस्टर है, वहाँ पे जो हमारा गार्ड लगा हुआ है, वो गार्ड यहाँ पे।
सर गार्ड भी है, आर्मी का कैंप भी 200 मीटर पे, उसके बाद भी ये चीज हो रही है।
हाँ, इसमें हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि इसका रीज़न क्या है, क्योंकि वो स्कूटर से उनके किसी अपने जान पहचान के साथ ही वो स्कूटर से कहीं बाहर गए हुए थे और वो स्कूटर से लौटे थे। वो अकेले नहीं थे, वो दो लोग थे। इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो भी चश्मदीदों की ओर से आया है कि टारगेट करने वाला एक ही था जो इस पे सामने था। आगे पीछे अगर कहीं कोई छुपा हो, वो तो अभी किसी ने स्पॉट किया नहीं है। तो चीज़ें अभी चल रही हैं और चीज़ें भी क्लियर हो जाएंगी।
ये तो इधर से आता था, बाइक पर भी दो लड़के आए थे इधर, तो यहाँ तो एक वो तो घर चला गया बाइक वाला, बस यहाँ तो ये पहुँच गया, बस पीछे से उसको फायर किया। और फिर पास हमें पता नहीं, हमने सिर्फ टास देखा है इधर। इसकी एज 45 होगी।
तो क्या ये था?
नहीं, ये सेल्फ।
पाकिस्तान की और आतंकवादियों की हर साजिश को विफल करेंगे। जिन्होंने भी कश्मीरी पंडित नौजवान को निशाना बनाने की साजिश की है और कोशिश की है, उन सबको इसका हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। सेना और पुलिस ने चारों तरफ सारे क्षेत्र की नाकाबंदी कर दी है। बहुत जल्द ये साजिश करने वाले पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी ज़मींदोज़ हो जाएंगे।
आतंकी गतिविधियां हो रही हैं, तो स्वाभाविक बात है कि इस प्रकार के लोग कहीं ना कहीं उनका समर्थन करते हैं, उनको उसके बारे में जानकारी देते हैं, तो उसी कारण से इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होती हैं। तो एक बार पूरी छानबीन करके जिन लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है, ऐसा और बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है, ताकि जो मिलिटेंसी को जड़ों से उखाड़ना और जीरो टॉलरेंस का जो एक चल रहा है, उसमें तभी कामयाब हो पाएंगे।
My colleague Sunilji Bhatt is now joining me live on this from Jammu. Sunilji, any sort of further movement as far as the police's effort to launch this manhunt is concerned to nab those who committed this crime?
Well, Polemy, as I said earlier, that a massive search and cordon operation has been done by the security forces there. A cordon has been laid and the security forces are on their job. The priority is to hunt down these terrorists who assassinated Puran Krishan Bhatt in South Kashmir, Shopian district. Polemy, I am right now at the Jammu residence of Mr. Puran Krishan Bhatt. A pall of gloom has descended here and relatives have assembled here and the family is totally inconsolable. They are not in a position to talk, but we have with us one of the relatives of Mr. Puran Krishan Bhatt. He is S.L. Bakshi. We will just talk to him. Mr. S.L. Bakshi, we understand that you must be in pain right now. Our sympathies are with you. But sir, just tell us about Mr. Puran Krishan Bhatt. When did he go to Kashmir?
He was actually, he was not a migrant. He has not migrated from that place to this place. He was all along right from 90. He
did not flee the valley even during the peak of terrorism?
No, he was there because he was an unemployed man, and when grown, he had orchards, apple orchards, and he was doing business of apples there and then.
So his wife and kids were in Jammu?
Bilkul. They are in Jammu.
He himself used to stay in the valley only?
In the valley only. बच्चे भी वहाँ पे जाते थे.
बीच में छुट्टियों में?
बीच में जब उनको छुट्टी होती थी वो जाते थे वहाँ पे.
But he himself stayed there only. He never fled.
He never fled from that place. He was not a migrant, not a registered migrant. It was not a registered migrant.
Can you just tell us that did he, face any kind of threat? Was any threat issued to him by the local terrorists there?
I don't think, because he has never told us. He has never told us. And thereby he would have also been afraid और वो वहाँ से आकर यहाँ पर बसता. He has not told us anything.
But sir, in the recent past we have seen that many killings of the Kashmiri Pandits have taken place. Did it create fear in him? Did you tell him that don't stay there, come to Jammu?
We were telling him, but he was sure that he will not be
armed.
He will not be killed. He was sure about this for the reasons best known to him.
Sir, we understand that the family is inconsolable. Who else is there in his family? His wife, 2 kids, his
two
parents?
kids and wife. 2 kids.
Parents are alive?
No. They are dead. They are not alive. They are dead. 1 son and 1 daughter. Daughter is in 8th class and son is in, I think, third standard.
Minor kids.
Very minor. There is no source of any income.
So he was totally dependent on the agriculture.
On that is agriculture.
That's why he preferred to stay back.
Exactly. He preferred to stay back. He was not a migrant. He never came here. Never he came here. I failed to.
Sir, what would you tell the Prime Minister of the country, if he's listening to you right now? Because so many killings have taken place this year of the minuscule minority of Kashmir. What would be your appeal to the Honorable Prime Minister?
My appeal to Honorable Prime Minister, although he is, उनको कहने की तो ज़रूरत ही नहीं है, सब कुछ उसके सामने है. सब कुछ सामने है, कोई पॉलिसी नहीं, इंडियन कोई पॉलिसी नहीं यहाँ पर पास होती है. We are just like scapegoats here.
You feel that Kashmiri Pandits have become scapegoats?
Definitely. We are scapegoats. उधर से तो we are nationalists. It is only for India we left history of 5,000 years and we came to the other parts of India. It is only we are nationalists.
Right. But sir, our sympathies are with you. We can understand your pain. So Polemy, you just heard Mr. S.L. Bakshi. He's a relative of martyr Puran Krishan Bhatt. He said that he preferred to stay back in the valley, and even during the peak of terrorism he did not flee. But unfortunately now he has been targeted and the family is totally inconsolable.
Absolutely. Their anguish, of course, also can be heard through the voice of Mr. Bhatt's relative over there, who, of course, says that, Pandits are becoming scapegoats. That is his anguish. He, of course, wants the administration to take note of that. Sunilji, thank you so much for joining us with those details. More reactions that have been coming in from across the community over this dastardly killing of a Kashmiri Pandit. Listen in.
This will keep on happening. This will keep on continuing because the terrorists know that we have no godfathers, we have no protectors. Nobody is going to protect us. We are going to be just used for vote banks. We are just going to be used as, as animals in the museum, lambs in the museum, to tell the world that Kashmir is normal because Kashmiri Pandits are living there. And terrorists on the other side want to prove that terrorism still exists and they will keep on killing us. So we are going to continue to lose Kashmiri Pandits. It's a matter of shame, because from last so many days, the last 3-4 months, the Kashmiri Pandit employees are there on the streets shouting, screaming, weeping that please relocate us, please relocate us. They are not safe in Kashmir. They are not safe in Kashmir. The women are on the streets. The young children are on the streets for last so many months that if we don't relocate us, we'll keep on losing our life.
Shifting focus now, there is no end to the language war in Tamil Nadu. DMK launches a statewide protest against the imposition of Hindi as the medium of instruction in central education institutions. The anti-Hindi protest is joined by party youth leader Udayanidhi Stalin. DMK youth wing leader Udayanidhi Stalin claimed that this move made by the centre appears to be a covert conspiracy. The move comes after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin condemned the BJP-led union government's decision against the alleged imposition of Hindi language. Stalin, in a statement, listed out the sacrifices youngsters made in history against Hindi imposition and said not to impose another language war on us.
केवल एक सुझाव दिया है, आंग्ल के वजह से आप हिंदी कॉमन लैंग्वेज ऐसा सीख सकता है, सुझाव है। इम्पोज अलग है, सुझाव अलग है, ऐसा बहुत सुझाव आया है। रशिया में अंग्रेजी नहीं है, चीना में अंग्रेजी नहीं है, जापान में अंग्रेजी नहीं है, जर्मन में अंग्रेजी नहीं है, ये वो सब लोग फॉरवर्ड कंट्रीज है। फ्रांस में अंग्रेजी नहीं है, इंग्लिश के खिलाफ हिंदी ऐसा कहा, दिक्कत क्या है? हम लोग अंग्रेजी का गुलाम नहीं है ना।
DMK is a master in diverting issues, especially people's anger, electricity bill. So they have picked up an artificial issue which has got no basis. So they have imagined, they have invented some parliament committee report and they are speaking as if they have seen that report, as if the government has accepted, as if the government is implementing it. Hindi issue is long dead. Whatever political mileage DMK wanted, they have derived it by creating artificial issues, by adding some issues to an existing issue, non-existing issue. So that issue is fully dead after Modi ji has come, because he is the only Prime Minister in India's history who has made in the education Hindi as not compulsory. No other Prime Minister has done it.
Narayan Tirupati of the BJP is with us. Narayan Tirupati, what does the BJP think of the protests on so-called Hindi imposition that the DMK is in fact alleging against the centre? The AIDMK also pretty much is on the same page.
See, this protest is happening because of the deteriorating, to hide the deteriorating law and order problems in Tamil Nadu, and also the mismanagement and bad administration of the governance in Tamil Nadu. Because actually, what is the evidence of the documents they have said about the imposition of Hindi in this issue? The Official Languages Committee has proposed or has given some recommendations which is very confidential. So how can a Chief Minister so irresponsibly say that the government is trying to impose Hindi? Even if that is right, it means that Hindi and the other regional languages in Group C states, obviously the local languages are going to develop. So if Mr. Stalin is going to go against this recommendation, it means that he is going against Tamil. So the DMK is anti-Tamil now. It is not an anti-Hindi agitation. It is an anti-Tamil agitation they are trying to stage. We strongly condemn this, and it is unwanted and unwarranted form.
My colleague Akshay Nath is now joining me live from Chennai on this. Akshay, the fact that Udayanidhi Stalin in fact joined this protest which was being staged by the DMK just goes to show that the DMK is only mounting pressure on the BJP and the central government over the alleged Hindi imposition.
Well, yes, Paulami, we're seeing that in the state of Tamil Nadu, not only the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had written to the Prime Minister about the same issue and had said that anti-Hindi protest to the level of what was seen in the 1960s will start panning out in the state of Tamil Nadu if proper action is not taken. We're seeing that witness to that statement. The DMK's youth wing today had a massive protest. It was led by Udayanithi Stalin, and we'd also seen senior leaders like Dayanidhi Maran, Tamilisi Thangapandian, all these people also attending and raising slogans against the centre and also on the imposition of Hindi. They were asking very big questions. Some of the pertinent questions that they were raising was, Paulami, is that if regional language was to become the educational mode of instruction, then what will happen to competitive exams like you say NEET, or exams where students will have to migrate to another city to start their educations in their colleges? At that point of time, wouldn't these children face greater difficulties? Wouldn't this put a lot of pressure on the student community is a question that has been raised. And they have been saying that English has been the medium of communication and also a bridging language. Why bring in one particular regional language as a middle ground? In the Schedule 8, there are 22 odd languages which have been mentioned. Give priority and equal respect to each of them and not just make Hindi the bridge language. That is the bone of contention which has been raised by the DMK and its leaders. Meanwhile, we're seeing that the BJP in the state is also not remaining mum. They are also lashing out at the DMK and even calling it, saying that a non-existential issue, an artificial issue is being created. But the bigger picture will come to light as the days progress, Paulami, because we'll have to wait and watch how the people of Tamil Nadu are reacting to it. In the past, we've seen that huge number of people had gathered to protest against Hindi in the 1960s and even earlier. 3 such huge protests have happened in the history of Tamil Nadu so far. And will this be one such event again is something that we'll have to wait and watch.
Okay. Akshay, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Rahul Gandhi addressed a public rally in Ballari in Karnataka today, observing the 1,000-kilometer mark of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi addressed a public rally in Karnataka's Ballari. Congress presidential candidate Mallikarjun Kharge, along with Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, were among several national leaders who participated in the rally. During his address, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi targeted the BJP on the subject of unemployment and price rise in the country. He hit out at Prime Minister Modi on increased prices of cylinders and LPG. Meanwhile, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai hit out at the Congress, saying there is no meaning of Bharat Jodo when the nation is moving ahead as one, as united. Chief Minister Bommai also slammed Sonia Gandhi for cheating the people of Ballari. Remember, Ballari town has a deep association with the Congress due to Sonia Gandhi's win here in a high-stakes battle against late BJP leader Sushma Swaraj during her electoral debut in 1999.
आज हिंदुस्तान में 45 साल से सबसे ज्यादा बेरोजगारी है। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था हर साल 2 करोड़ युवाओं को रोजगार दूंगा। कहां गए 2 करोड़ रोजगार?
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋಕಸಭೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದರು, ಆದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಾಯ್ಬರೇಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದರು. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಯೂ ಸುದ್ದ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ ಹಾಕಿದವರು ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, 3,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಒಂದು ನಯಾ ಪೈಸೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಮುಖ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿಗರು ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಪಾದಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಆ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಮೋಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ.
I've been walking with Rahulji from the day he walked into Karnataka and till now, every single day, morning when he gets out, the smile and the freshness on his face remains the same till the last. And that is impossible for somebody who's going to walk 3,700 kilometers. His level of fitness is outstanding. And I think all youngsters in this country today should take inspiration from him. He is exactly the new age leader. Nobody else. Tell me another person in this country, in the political sphere, who can do what he's doing.
तो जस्ट बाय नेचुरल दोनों जा रहे थे, इकट्ठे जा रहे थे, हाथ जोड़ के जा रहे थे, तो बीच में राहुल गांधी जी आके हक करके जा रहे थे. इट्स अ वेरी नेचुरल मूवमेंट इट वाज. तो इसमें कुछ स्पेशल नहीं, लेकिन हम लोगों को बहुत स्पेशल लगा, हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि मीडिया पे तरह तरह के बातें चल रही है कि दोनों के बीच में घमासान युद्ध चल रहा है, ये चल रहा है, वो चल रहा है, लेकिन ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पुरानी चाल है, उनका चाल सबको अब समझ में आ गया है. सीएम का कैंडिडेट नहीं है, अरे यार उनके पास अगर कैंडिडेट है तो अनाउंस करें. कांग्रेस पार्टी में कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप को हम बहुत मान्यता देते हैं, इंक्लूडिंग महिलाओं को भी बहुत आगे लेके आए.
We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.